on a precipice. All of the dreams, all of the fantasies that you had with the other person now have to be undone, and you have to recognize that that reality that you constructed together will not be lived. I've been through painful breakups in my life, and here is my advice to you on how to survive a breakup. 1, accept that the breakup is the right thing and that it's happened. 2, accept that you can control nobody except yourself. 3, realize that you cannot invest your well-being in the perception of another person. 4, learn to let go and move on. 5, trust that the future is going to be okay for you. That not only are you going to find someone more appropriate, because that in a sense is a repetition of the pattern that you're trying to break, but that you will find in this world everything you need if you are willing to let go of other people's approval as the primary source for your spiritual nutrition, and instead find a connection to something beyond that. Usually when you have a codependent to a person in a relationship, it's because you've nominated them or cast them in a role that they are not able to fulfill, a role that traditionally would have been fulfilled by a kind of icon. In a sense, romance is the imbuement or endowment of the other with qualities that no human being can ever have. We all go to the toilet, don't we? Look at us, what wretched wrecks we are. So you relinquish the person as an ideal, you become open to better possibilities, and primarily you let go of the idea that you know what's best for you. You open yourself up to new advice, and you recognize that you are worthy of real love. I know what it's like. As soon as the relationship ends, you forget all the things that you didn't like about the person and go, oh no, they were perfect. Oh God, what am I going to do? You set up your mental habits and patterns for maximum self-persecution, and this is a habit that has to go. Otherwise, you will repeat the same thing in every relationship that you are in. Use it as an opportunity to change, and know that the greatest love of all, copyright Whitney Houston, is within you, and you are worthy of love. Hello, I'm doing these new videos more frequently now. Please hit the notification button at the end of this video, because then you'll get like a little bell when I post a new video, and I'd like you to get a little bell when I post a video. Then I can, I don't know, be buzzing away in your pocket. Sounds like I'd be like a little pocket mosquito. Anyway, subscribe, click the bell, because I want more people to watch the YouTube videos. You, specifically.
He looks like an animal. This beard. Yeah, I looked like this a few winter ago. I dislike long hair, especially beard. Because it's always falling out and it's everywhere. It's horrible. Just be bald best. But now I'm gonna go for long again. I'm gonna cosplay as V. So I need him around double the length from now. Anyways. What is it, Vanilla Faces? I think it's time to play some Huntress. Right, level 19. Wow. What the fuck is this shaman shoulder? Dude. Look how pretty everything looks. Cool. So what is going on here? I think there is gamble from this point on. Okay. We should actually look for like a guide or something. is this?
Patience. Need more
Okay,
time.
okay. Oh, bad.
Trapped animal. Guess we can't sort this out. Not ready. That's your pick.
You know this is only sick because it's first day, right? Not anyone who has a little knowledge about the game and watches this at a random time, they're gonna be like, what is this shit?
You know why we're here.
This is KW though.
Cannot be stopped.
No, I will succeed.
Freezing the boss, is it possible? Let's see.
Do you truly think you can match me? I've been preparing for you for
Can you
years.
oh my god, you can freeze him. Dude.
You think you can run? No, not really. Not now.
I guess you could do more damage with fire or lightning. You don't really need the freeze, but it's cool. The music is too good. It's the pure evil. They've done a great job. Okay. Mhm. So, no link to the build or anything? You can't find anything about it. It's like they just on the day of the release they changed the tree. People got caught off guard. So nothing is like none of the what's it called? None of the guides people are looking for or like prepared for working out the way they should. Let me see if I can find something. Because I don't want to think, you know. I just know like, oh, this spell sounds good. Okay, let's play this build. I think I don't like the Twister. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the Twister. I'm not gonna play Bleed. I'm not gonna play Twister. I wanna play Lightning Arrow or Frost Arrow. Something like that. I can't find a single guide about it. Okay. I suppose we get this and then we move here. And there is this spear node, I remember right. And then It's gonna take a while to get here, so maybe there's gonna be a guide at that point. I really just wanna wait for like somebody who has an idea of what to go for. We can't do anything wrong, it's just waste of gold and stuff. And brain cells. I think so far so good. We have insane gear actually. The thing worked out nicely.
I hear you. No need to rush.
The skill tree so far. Great. Let's see. Okay.
Take care.
Speak up.
Here it is, dude. So we can gamble now. And I think I'm gonna gamble me some rings. Fuck. We are very low on gold. Let's try and gamble an thing. A spear. Hopefully like a two-hander maybe. I'm gonna use this gold for spear, it's fine. Ooh. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, bro. I think GG. I think GG. Look at this upgrade. 818. 37. What? This is more than double the damage. What the fuck? Can we craft on this? Yes. 7. Bah. Okay, good. I didn't expect this, so that's kind of nice. 120. Oh boy.
Let us quickly. Be brave. The deal is done.
It was pretty good. I should just save monies now to gamble rings and amulet. Let's try and get a belt. 2k. Fuck, this is my only gold. Boom. It's not an upgrade. Like the flat life more. Do I?
One night.
He wants me to go where? To the traitor? I was on the wrong screen. Oopsie. So you guys didn't even see, but I think a thing. We tripled our damage.
Finally some shade. I'm sweating like a stuck pig, I am. Part of the storm. The thrill of the hunt.
Okay, my damage insane. Okay. It's pretty good. It feels strong. I'm level 19. The zone is level 19, so about to jump to 20. Let's just skip everything. Not too strong. Let's see how fast do they die from this alone. The combo is pretty good. Strong.
A weapon's only as strong as the hand what wields it.
I mean, the upgrade was too crazy. The weapon upgrade. Is this what I have to go for now? Shedding skin? Or do we go for velocity? Actually, I want to go for velocity. Wait, what does the 40% ailment mean for me, actually? Does it mean more chance to shock?
Lightning strikes twice.
If so, then we have to go for it. It doesn't matter, we can go for velocity now. It's gonna be appropriate. Gonna need some tankiness here. Yeah. Need rings.
Shake off the dust.
Oh
Let's
no.
fly. You should have stayed very.
No. Okay.
Need a moment.
Yo, what is happening here?
And that's that.
Okay. That was quite K. We want to fight a boss. Mm. Something made a weird noise.
Who are these lasses then? They have an air of importance.
A waiver. Yesterday, she goes like a waiver. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm actually convinced he was saying away with you.
Need more time.
Away with ya, a waiver.
Let no woman or man of Marikath blood enter her prison.
Her accent is so crazy. A waiver. These fucking spiders. Actually, let's get level here. And then we are a little more tanky.
That was almost a challenge.
Okay.
Back off. The thrill of the hunt.
There we go. Boom. 30% is quite big. No. Let's get a waypoint. We need to fight the boss. She's somewhere here.
Too late to stop the bloodshed.
Upstairs. Oh my god, my gear is insane.
The traitor Balbala has been sentenced to
Bala
1,000
Bala.
years of suffering as a djinn.
Yes, that's the one we have to fight.
Boundless of her
Yes, yes,
dishonor.
yes.
Let no
Straight
woman
through the
or
eye.
man of Mareket blood enter her prison before her time is served.
Right, let's get it.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like
Hello,
it might
Bala Bala.
stay shut.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself. Hey,
Oh wow. Holy moly.
face me.
Oh, this is damage, Bala Bala. Jesus.
Face me.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where is she, bitch, bitch, bitch? Don't you do it.
Face me.
I dodged like a pro, dude.
Watch your step!
You
Get fucked! No, 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 no.
I need a moment to prepare.
What? It didn't hit? Holy shit. Oh my god, Bala Bala got me. Oh, that was actually... That was so bad.
Huh. What's this? A coin?
Hmm.
Die, beast!
Okay. Lightning arrow really cool.
If I would so, take your time.
War spear. Oh, that's actually really good. This one is sick.
Goodbye.
But the top end is low. Oh my god, how is it more damage? It is nuts. Okay, well, we got another upgrade.
Here for a story.
Kompakt. Nee. Keck. Okay.
Welcome.
Is this what they mean? It was great, ice cold.
Straight through the art.
Oh, okay. I'm weak again.
Proof of a prowess. Hold them back while I open the gate. Onwards. Advance with me. There are 2 more gates we must open. Get the assault. Hey, them more. Hold on.
I should spam this more.
Hold on.
One more level, we get a new spell. I think it's a movement spell.
Take up the dust and let's fight. Need
Oh.
more time.
Mistake. Big mistake!
Hold on.
Ouch!
Wait.
Oh, was risky. not even epics.
Straight through the eye.
Who is this?
You're as good as dead. Proof of my prowess.
I don't remember her.
Wait. Straight through the art.
Okay. Ooh. But nope. It's probably this one, huh?
If we can allow the caravan through all three gates, my warriors will swarm them under. Onwards! Give these demons no quarter! Need more time. Here it comes.
We can actually check it out already. Wait. Ooh. Need more decks. Oh, 3 points. Okay, so we can die here easily.
Is this possible?
Wrath of the king! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sand!
Okay, so this was the thing that can just kill you, and you can't really dodge it. I don't think you can dodge it.
By my hand! Wrath of the king! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sand! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sand! The Murdercat will fall by my hand! I shall dethrone you, Sekama! I tried to seek peace, and the Sekamas disgraced me! Rot in the sand! This time, we choose war!
The dead, you none! And I shall give you a
We shall finish this!
Okay, that felt quite good.
We must not escape!
So we are definitely strong.
See how he runs? Some king! Quickly! He calls us! This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
We would have in my speak to
Ah,
Where's the Trial of Sekamas? Here. Is there a best order to do these?
what? I will tell your tale.
So Amulet already has decks on it. I need 3 more decks. Or we did some strength.
Time to change my ways.
Can I? I can.
Bloodhunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them.
Dash
If
and
the enemy
stab.
was bleeding, you get an explosion. With
Cool.
this skill equipped, you will be able to see how much blood enemies have lost to bleeding. The more blood loss the enemy has, the bigger and more powerful. Glacial Lance hurls a piercing spear that leaves a trail of ice behind it, chilling
That's the one
enemies
we
in its
watched.
wake. If it consumes a frenzy charge, the ice soon burns.
I still don't have any
dealing
frenzy
extra
charge.
damage. Glacial Lance hurls a piercing spear.
Okay. No video.
Glacial Lance.
Primal strikes. Perform a lightning charge stab that can be chained into a combination. What? Let me see if I can find a guide from yesterday. He talked something about Primal Strike. Hmm.
Defense. Then I went for Catalysis and also for these nodes, which gives you chance to shock, very important. Compensate for that. So that's basically the archetype, but I'm going to show you how so that people can view it as well. But I'm going to show you everything so you don't have to go and check yourself. I'm going to explain the build, how I leveled, how you should level in the early game, what to pay attention to. I'm going to talk about all of the skill gems, all of the passives, and all of the gear. And I'm saying this a second time because I just recorded it while being muted. That's how tired I am after today. But I'm going to do it because a lot of people are struggling, and understandably because GGG released a weapon archetype that uses a one-handed weapon that does basically 60 damage of the every other build, and good luck, enjoy the game. You just have less damage than everyone else, and that's it, nothing to compensate for that. So that's basically the archetype, but I'm gonna show you how you can actually make it work. And let's start with the skill gems. So early on, you want to start with Explosive Spear. Let me grab a skill gem first so I can show you on this screen here. Whirling Slash, you don't really want to try it. Okay, let me sell this, okay? Let me make some honest money, honest 2 exalts, because we're struggling over here. We found some unique, terrible spear. Don't use this, by the way. This is just terrible. Just buy any rare weapon for 1 exalt or whatever if you have some money lying around. But you can completely get by crafting your own stuff. But yeah, so the Explosive Spear early on is pretty good. It's probably the only ability that does like actual damage. Okay, let's go on D&D because people are just gonna spam me. So the Explosive Spear is great. It does a good amount of damage. You wanna use Overabundance so that you can throw 2 of them. And then you also want to use a Fire Infusion early on. Those are decent supports for that. And then you can also rely on Spear Stab or Spear Throw. I started with Frost Bomb. flame wall and spear throw, and then later added explosive spear. The spear stab is gonna be, the basic attack is gonna have the most single target damage in the beginning. You can also focus on that, and you can use with it martial tempo and, for example, lightning infusion or rage. Out of the early gems, you can, for example, get explosive spear and disengage, and then use a parry and disengage to get some frenzy charges for your explosive spear and clear that way. That's another way to do it, but you are gonna struggle a little bit early on, and it's not gonna do that much damage unless you find some flat damage on gloves, flat damage on rings like iron rings or something like that, and some flat damage on a weapon. I was very unlucky and couldn't find any of that early on, but if you find any, it's gonna be definitely easier. So explosive spear early on. After explosive spear and disengage, which you should be using disengage, it's very good. It's very good mobility. It has very low cooldown. You basically tag monsters, and this ability allows you to also make sure that you're keeping up the synergies between ranged and melee. So you have different passives and supports that allow you to do more damage in melee if you did some projectile damage, and more projectile damage if you did some melee damage. And this, just like running around the map and just tagging one monster with it while moving, allows you to keep up this for 8 to elemental. You're gonna benefit from that. Like there's a reason why I got to maps before, like Tai, before Goratha and people like that, because I played simply something that I think was easier to actually be successful with. So that's why I'm sharing this with you, so that you know what is easier. So what is easier? Lightning spear. Spear field does negative damage. Don't use that. Fangs of Frost is melee. Like it's alright damage, but it's and so martial tempo, lightning infusion in your lightning spear, and then explosive spear with overabundance and fire infusion, and that's gonna carry you to level 14. And at level 14 you get Stormlance. Stormlance is very nice. It has nice single target damage, and until we get primal strikes, we have to rely on it. So when I get Stormlance, I swapped the skill gems from lightning spear into Stormlance, so that would be martial tempo and a lightning infusion, and then the combo looked like that. I threw explosive spear, and then I threw basically 3 storm lances on the same spot, and then as soon as I throw the third one, then the explosive spear detonates, and they all explode, and they all trigger like this whole amount of like zapping and exploding at the same time. So you throw actually the explosive spear first, and then the stormlance in the same spot, and they explode and just kill anything. Good AoE. It's good for clearing like a pack of like just a clump of monsters. You gather them together, you kill them all together as they're chasing you, right? And then you move on. And same for bossing. So you can do damage from ranged. Unfortunately, it is a little bit delayed damage, so monsters can get out of that, but it is still okay to clear until you get the primal strikes. Once you get primal strikes, we swap again. By the way, barrage, don't bother with it. Rapid assault, don't bother with it unless you're going bleed. Glacial lance is a very good skill, but it doesn't have enough like glacial. I think glacial lance fangs of frost can work. It can definitely work. The glacial lance coverage is amazing. The skill is really good mechanically, but you would need you need enough damage. You need some, ideally also some sorts of frenzy charges, which with glacial lance you can actually get because you're freezing, right? If you're playing fangs of frost glacial lance, then the what's it called? The aura that gives you frenzy charges, right? The buff that gives you frenzy charges actually works with that very well. But I did not go that route, but I think you could. But I went for something that does much more single target damage, which is the primal strikes. So primal strikes is basically like 3 strikes. And what happens is if the target has shock on it, they're going to also release spirits. The first strike is going to release a bunch of spirits, the second one and the third one is going to release a huge amount of spirits. And these I think can shotgun as far as I know, because well, at least that's what it seemed like, because when I was hitting the giant bosses like the Torgul or whatever, like in the spires of the Shar, he was taking huge amount of damage from these spirits, like because he has like a massive hitbox. So it does very good single target damage, and you combine it with lightning spear. So again, as soon as I got the primal strikes, I removed the stormlance and back into lightning spear with the martial tempo and the lightning infusion. And whenever you get the Jeweler's Orb, you want to put conduction into it, right? So you want to play Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion, and Conduction in your Lightning Spear. And despite the fact that it has 100% more chance to shock, you need even more chance to shock because that's how shit your damage is. Despite the fact that it has 100% more chance Lightning Infusion and Conduction in your Lightning Spear into it, right? So you want to play Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion, and Conduction in your Lightning Spear. And despite the fact that it has 100% more chance to shock, you need even more chance to shock because at least that's what it seemed like, because when I was hitting the giant bosses like the Torgul or whatever, like in the spires of the Shar, he was taking huge amount of damage from these spirits, like because he has like a massive hitbox. So it does very good single target damage, and you combine it with Lightning Spear. So again, as soon as I got the Primal Strikes, I removed the Stormlands and back into Lightning Spear with the Martial Tempo and the Lightning Infusion. And whenever you get the Jeweler's Orb, you want to put conduction into it, right? So you want to play Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion, and conduction in your Lightning Spear. And despite the fact that it has 100% more chance to shock, you need even more chance to shock because that's how shit your damage is, to guarantee shocking relatively consistently. So you can throw a couple of these and then you can just go Primal Strikes 1, 2, 3, and that's going to apply also Lightning Exposure, and then it's going to be easier to apply in the next shock, and then 1, 2, 3 again with this, and that's your rotation. So you just basically alternate Lightning Spear and then spam Primal Strikes whenever there is shock on the target. It's going to do really good single target damage. All the bosses are relatively easy with this. I had a really good time with this combo and it was very nice, and also it works a little bit while clearing, right? The Primal Strikes also has some AoE, and you can do this like once every 8 seconds, and it's gonna be very nice. So either Primal Strikes or tapping the monsters with Disengage once every 8 seconds, and then the Lightning Spear has very nice clear, but unfortunately by default it's very slow. But I'll show you what we're doing on the passive skill tree later to make it this fast. So after the Lightning Spear, so you're still using sometimes Explosive Spear. Like sometimes you'll have like lightning resistance monsters, or you can like preload a boss. So Explosive Spear is still useful. After that, we have the Thunder's Leap. So Thunder's Leap is basically this ability. It's really nice jump. Very useful. You always need to have it, and it allows you to move very quickly. You can like dodge roll, disengage, dodge roll, Thunder's Leap, dodge roll, disengage, dodge roll, Thunder's Leap, and you can just move like that around the map, and it's very nice, very mobile character. Then we have our auras, our buffs or reservations that we're running are Herald of Thunder with Innervate, a magnified effect, and persistence. Persistence is here for the innervate duration, so that gives you more damage. And because of this extra shock chance, which is coming from the conduction early on, and then later just like having the Lightning Spear with 100% more chance to shock, we are very consistently proccing the Herald of Thunder, and it works very well in conjunction with Lightning Spear for very good clear. It feels really nice. And a Wind Dancer as well. Until you find a good beast, you want to use Wind Dancer, and then later when you get extra spirit, you use both of them. And the companion is amazing. The companion is very powerful. I got haste aura and all damage shocks, but even if I had like some random garbage, I would still want to use it because the passives are actually insane for this. I'm gonna show you later why. But the one that I managed to find was haste aura and all damage shocks. I can show you the damage. So I have 16.4 on Primal Strikes, right? Sorry, 18.4, 18,400. Why did it just... oh, it lowered? You see the guy walked away, right? So 18 and then 16, 15. Like, the damage is insane. So 18.4, and then when I remove the haste aura from this guy, 15.1, right? So this is like, I don't know, 20% damage or something. A really nice aura. And also when he's in your presence, you get all the damage from the passive tree. And then the benefit also of all damage shocks is that whenever I apply shock with my Lightning Spear and then consume it with the third Primal Strike, he's gonna hit the target and apply shock, and I can just go Primal Strike again, and then he's gonna do it again, and I'm gonna do it again. So he can actually apply the shock for me. I don't actually have to Lightning Spear all the time. So that is very useful. Very random to get. You're not gonna necessarily get that. Get whatever you want. Like any non-selfish modifiers are good. any auras like physical aura, haste aura, any defensive auras that heal your energy shield, anything is good. Like any non-selfish things, any debuffs that he's gonna apply to enemies, like for example some kind of elemental ground could be also good. Like shocked ground could be maybe good. Like there's lots of different things that you can use on this that will be valuable, but it's generally like the auras and stuff like that are going to buff you. That's going to be the most important. And the last skill that I have here is the Spear of Solaris. Spear of Solaris is mostly just used like an extra single target thing. Sometimes if I have it charged up, I'll drop it on an essence before opening an essence. Immobile bosses will take some damage from it, so it's very nice for like just additional single target damage. I have in the Spear of Solaris Execute and Hourglass, and I can put something else. I still haven't sorted out fully my support, so I'm gonna do that later, but this is basically what I leveled with. And so now let's look at the passives, which are gonna explain to you why I'm attacking so fast. I knew immediately that this is gonna feel like poo-poo because it's 50% attack speed on all of these abilities that are like so bad. So I knew that I'm gonna have to invest in attack speed, so immediately from the very beginning I was investing in attack speed. So I got the attack speed here, and then we got these stock and leap nodes. And then I went for the generic damage because we don't want to commit to just projectile or just melee. We want to pick passives that benefit both of them at the same time because we're going to be doing damage with both and alternate them. So the elemental attack damage here is very good. Some pen and AoE also very good. Then I went for the movement speed from escape velocity with evasion. You need some defense. Then I went for catalysis and also for these nodes, which gives you chance to shock, very important. Plus does extra damage. If you have like some flat cold and flat fire, that's going to add up to like 45% increased damage, which is very, very strong. Then these nodes, which is movement speed and maim and just attack damage. And then pathing to acceleration for movement speed and skill speed, as well as Dance with Death. Because as soon as I could, I ditched the buckler, the shitty buckler that has 20% block and terrible stats, and it is virtually useless. I see like Tai doing like rake skill cancelling to like move a little bit faster. It moves you a little bit faster, I guess, at the cost of some mana and RSI, but I'm using Dance with Death and doing just way more damage. Like the attack speed with this, the skill speed is so much better, and it affects also your mobility, like all of your skills and everything you're doing is basically faster, and it feels much better with this. So after Dance with Death, I path to the bottom cluster here for the spears and also for the Falcon Dive. So this gives you like a lot of attack speed. There's like 10% attack speed. This is 9% attack speed. This thing gives you like 4 to 5% attack speed early on. You have lots of attack speed here. Then you also have, where is also attack speed? I think that's the beginning attack speed. And then of course we are pathing for the companion staff. Before the companion staff you can also pick up Combing Calamity, which is like 50% increased lightning damage. This is also like 12% increased damage each. But now let's go to the juicy staff, which is the Inspiring Ally. So this makes it so that all the bonuses to or increases and reductions to your companion damage apply to you. And we have here 12%, 12%, 12%, 12%, and here 12%, and there's also here 12%. So whenever you pick up this node and your ally is next to you, your companion is next to you, which happens like anytime you're bossing or killing a rare, like as soon as you're going into melee to do your damage with primal strikes, this guy catches up with you, right? So you get all of this damage and all of these increases, which each of these are basically 20% increased damage. So accounting for the fact that you also have to take this for them to apply to you fully, that is about 17% increased damage per each of these nodes. Incredibly efficient. I had to pick these for the reservation. They're very nice as well. It's really good that we have it. And after that, I picked up some evasion, crit chance, because we're scaling crit. So we have crit chance and crit multi with the attributes. Attributes are very important early on. Shock magnitude, increased damage to enemies that have ailments on them, and some extra attributes for the requirements. And then you're gonna thank me later. From the Act 3, pick the permanent buff that is stun threshold, okay? Like increased stun threshold. pick the first one, stun threshold, because you cannot get easy access to that. There is like stun threshold if you haven't been stunned recently, but what if you have, right? Stun threshold is very hard to get on this class. I would definitely pick that from the permanent buff. The second permanent buff, pick the 5 to all attributes, in my opinion. And then from passive tree, as soon as you like get to act 3 or something and you start getting frozen, you see like ignites dealing damage to you, you get shocked or whatever, pick these 2 nodes. Reduce durations of ailments, and then this together gives you 55% increased elemental ailment threshold. This is gonna make your leveling so much smoother. You're not gonna get frozen, shocked, and ignited all the time. Like, this is way bigger difference than you think. I 100% guarantee this is gonna be worth when you pick it. Otherwise, you're gonna just keep dying non-stop if you don't have any other way of dealing with ailments. So this is actually very, very important. And that's basically it for now. Later on, there is option to pick up also this dexterity and attack speed to scale that. There are options to also path toward here for this attack speed with one-handed weapons and accuracy, penetration, crit here, companion nodes, pinpoint shot. What else is there? Of course, the crit scaling here. There is more crit here. So there's a bunch of crit stuff. Maybe the penetration here if necessary early on. And that's basically it. From the ascendancies, I picked first the critical strike, which is just a bunch of crit, early damage. Then second, I picked the Stalking Panther. That gave me about 10% more chance to evade, which was very, very strong because I had like a shitty chest. And then I picked the Penetrate, which basically you pick it if you have some accuracy, like flat accuracy, like +2 accuracy rating on your weapon. And that's going to give you extra flat damage, and it gave me a decent chunk of damage as well on the tooltip. I looked at the tooltip when I picked it. I was very happy with it. So that's it for the passives. Now when it comes to the gear, it's very, very simple. Your number one priority by far is the spear. So always look for upgrades for a spear, save your currency, and only use it basically on the spear unless you already have a good one and you have some spare currency. Then you can like maybe use something on gloves or rings. Like at least, you know, augments and transmits, you can always do that, but like regals and exalts are very important to keep them for the weapon early on. Pick your, like, save your best rune for that as well. You can 3-to-1 runes, so as soon as in Act 3 as you unlock the reforging bench, you can grab your runes, and lesser iron rune, for example, you can reforge them and get the regular iron rune, right? So instead of having 15% increased physical damage, you get 20, right? And then later on you get 25 from 3 regular ones. So you can reforge your runes to get more damage. And the most important thing on the weapon will be like increased physical and flat physical, and then like flat elemental. Accuracy is also good, +2 levels is good. Attack speed, of course, attack speed is very, very important. This weapon has no attack speed, and this is how fast I attack with this skill. Like if you equip this skill early on, it's gonna be like super slow. But like later on when you pick up all of that, if I have like a weapon that has also like 1.8 attack speed, it will be even faster. So attack speed is very, very important on weapon as well. Then the sources of damage other than that are like gloves. My gloves have attack speed and some dexterity, which gives me accuracy, which gives me extra crit. So if you look at my damage, 18.4, right? If I take off my gloves, 16.5, right? Huge amount of damage. If I take off my rings, again, 18.4, I take off my rings, 17, right? So this is a huge amount of damage. The flat damage on the rings, flat damage, and attack speed on the gloves, very important. Your most important pieces of gear, because if you don't get it, your damage is gonna suck. And then of course, movement speed on boots, as much attributes and resistances in life everywhere else basically, and stack evasion, right? You want as much evasion on gloves, helmet, and boots primarily. And then chest is like whatever. Chest is very flexible slot. You can use a unique chest, you can use a lot of different things, you can like get a lot of life and resistances on it. And that is basically it. That is the setup. The character is actually very fun to play. The people that gave up on it basically were like, I don't know. I think you can do much better if you know already what to do. Like, I think if you watch this video and then try and you already know like what skills to use, and you're not gonna like spend time experimenting with fucking twister, whirling, slash, like random stuff early on, you're gonna have a much better time. Why did this change order? These skills literally changed order. What? They were in a different order. They're alphabetical now. But before it was Spear Field here, and then Lightning Spear, and then Fangs of Frost, and then Rake. That's funny, okay. So I guess they made a patch to quickly change everything to be alphabetical. You should be using Disengage. It's very good. It's very good mobility. It has very low cooldown. You basically tag monsters. And this ability allows you to also make sure that you're keeping up the synergies between ranged and melee. So you have different passives and supports that allow you to do more damage in melee if you did some projectile damage, and more projectile damage if you did some melee damage. And this, just like running around the map and just tagging one monster with it while moving, allows you to keep up this for 8 seconds. So you only need to do melee or projectile every 8 seconds to keep all of that up, which is very, very easy to do. So after Disengage and Explosive Spear, in the second row, Rake is good, but the problem with Rake is that if you're committing to bleed, and if you're gonna go Rake and Bloodhound and Herald of Blood, all of those skills are really good, but the problem is that you are relying on having a physical weapon. If you roll a bunch of elemental damage on your rings, on your gloves, on your weapon, it's not gonna benefit you that much. So it's actually gonna be weaker than, like, if you committed to elemental, you're gonna benefit from that less, because you're not doing things like exposure, you're not doing like others, you're not benefiting from the ailments the same way. Like it's not the same, right? It's much harder to level with that, in my opinion, consistently. If you get lucky, if you get good weapons, then it's great. But if you don't, you're gonna struggle a little bit. And there were people like, I saw like Ali, I think, quit in Act 2, just like rage quit completely, because like she thought it's like impossible to play this archetype. Like she had a very, very bad time with it. I saw Tai struggling. Like there's a reason why I got to maps before, like Tai, before Goratha and people like that, because I played simply something that I think was easier to actually be successful with. So that's why I'm sharing this with you, so that you know what is easier. So what is easier? Lightning Spear. Spear Field does negative damage. Don't use that. Fangs of Frost is melee. Like it's alright damage, but it's melee, you can't really clear with that. And Lightning Spear is very, very nice for clear early. So you throw a couple of Explosive Spears, and then you throw some Lightning Spears. It is relatively slow, and you have to aim properly, but it is a very nice skill. It is very nice clearing with it, and it does a decent damage. And make sure that you have things like Martial Tempo and Lightning Infusion in it early. And so Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion in your Lightning Spear, and then Explosive Spear with Overabundance and Fire Infusion, and that's gonna carry you to level 14. And at level 14 you get Stormlance. Stormlance is very nice. It has nice single target damage, and until we get Primal Strikes, we have to rely on it. So when I get Stormlance, I swapped the skill gems from Lightning Spear into Stormlance, so that would be Martial Tempo and a Lightning Infusion, and then the combo looked like that. I threw Explosive Spear, and then I threw basically 3 Stormlances on the same spot, and then as soon as I throw the third one, then the Explosive Spear detonates, and they all explode, and they all trigger like this whole amount of like zapping and exploding at the same time. So you throw actually the Explosive Spear first, and then the Stormlance in the same spot, and they explode and just kill anything. Good AoE. It's good for clearing like a pack of like just a clump of monsters. You gather them together, you kill them all together as they're chasing you, right? And then you move on. And same for bossing. So you can do damage from ranged. Unfortunately, it is a little bit delayed damage, so monsters can get out of that, but it is still okay to clear until you get the Primal Strikes. Once you get Primal Strikes, we swap again. By the way, Barrage, don't bother with it. Rapid Assault, don't bother with it unless you're going bleed. Glacial Lance is a very good skill, but it doesn't have enough, like I think Glacial Lance Fangs of Frost can work. It can definitely work. The Glacial Lance coverage is amazing. The skill is really, really good mechanically, but you would need, you need enough damage. You need some, ideally also some sorts of frenzy charges, which with Glacial Lance you can actually get because you're freezing, right? If you're playing Fangs of Frost Glacial Lance, then the what's it called? The aura that gives you frenzy charges, right? The buff that gives you frenzy charges actually works with that very well. But I did not go that route, but I think you could. But I went for something that does much more single target damage, which is the Primal Strikes. So Primal Strikes is basically like 3 strikes, And what happens is if the target has shock on it, they're going to also release spirits. The first strike is going to release a bunch of spirits, the second one and the third one is going to release a huge amount of spirits. And these I think can shotgun as far as I know, because, well, at least that's what it seemed like, because when I was hitting the giant bosses like the Torgul or whatever, like in the spires of the Shar, he was taking huge amount of damage from these spirits, like because he has like a massive hitbox. So it does very good single target damage, and you combine it with lightning spear. So again, as soon as I got the primal strikes, I removed the Stormlands and back into lightning spear with the martial tempo and the lightning infusion. And whenever you get the Jeweler's Orb, you want to put conduction into it, right? So you want to play martial tempo, lightning infusion, and conduction in your lightning spear. And despite the fact that it has 100% more chance to shock, you need even more chance to shock, because that's how shit your damage is, to guarantee shocking relatively consistently. So you can throw a couple of these, and then you can just go primal strikes 1, 2, 3, and that's going to apply also lightning exposure, and then it's going to be easier to apply in the next shock, and then 1, 2, 3 again with this, and that's your rotation. So you just basically alternate lightning spear and then spam primal strikes whenever there is shock on the target. It's gonna do really good single target damage. All the bosses are relatively easy with this. I had a really good time with this combo, and it was very nice. And also it works a little bit while clearing, right? The primal strikes also has some AoE, and you can do this like once every 8 seconds, and it's gonna be very nice. So either primal strikes or tapping the monsters with disengage once every 8 seconds, and then the lightning spear has very nice clear. But unfortunately, by default, it's very slow. But I'll show you what we're doing on the passive skill tree later to make it this fast. So after the lightning spear, so we're still using sometimes explosive spear. Like sometimes you'll have like lightning resistance monsters, or you can like preload a boss. So explosive spear is still useful. After that, we have the Thunder's Leap. So Thunder's Leap is basically this ability. It's a really nice jump. Very useful. You always need to have it, and it allows you to move very quickly. You can like dodge roll, disengage, dodge roll, Thunder's Leap, dodge roll, disengage, dodge roll, Thunder's Leap, and you can just move like that around the map, and it's very nice, very mobile character. Then we have our auras, our buffs or reservations that we're running are Herald of Thunder with Innervate, a magnified effect, and persistence. Persistence is here for the innervate duration, so that gives you more damage. And because of this extra shock chance, which is coming from the conduction early on, and then later just like having the lightning spear with 100% more chance to shock, we are very consistently proccing the Herald of Thunder, and it works very well in conjunction with lightning spear for very good clear. It feels really nice. And a Wind Dancer as well. Until you find a good beast, you want to use Wind Dancer, and then later when you get extra spirit, you use both of them. And the companion is amazing. The companion is very powerful. I got haste aura and all damage shocks, but even if I had like some random garbage, I would still want to use it, because the passives are actually insane for this. I'm gonna show you later why. But the one that I managed to find was haste aura and all damage shocks. I can show you the damage. So I have 16.4 on primal strikes, right? Sorry, 18.4, 18,400. Why did it just... oh, it lowered? You can see the guy walked away, right? So 18 and then 16, 15. Like the damage is insane. So 18.4, and then when I remove the haste aura from this guy, 15.1, right? So this is like, I don't know, 20% damage or something. A really nice aura. And also when he's in your presence, you get all the damage from the passive tree. And then the benefit also of all damage shocks is that whenever I apply shock with my lightning spear and then consume it with the third primal strike, he's gonna hit the target and apply shock, and I can just go primal strike again, and then he's gonna do it again, and I'm gonna do it again. So he can actually apply the shock for me. I don't actually have to lightning spear all the time. So that is very useful. Very random to get. You're not gonna necessarily get that. Get whatever you want. Like any non-selfish modifiers are good. Any auras like physical aura, haste aura, any defensive auras that heal your energy shield, anything is good. Like any non-selfish things, any debuffs that he's gonna apply to enemies, like for example some kind of elemental ground could be also good. Like shocked ground could be maybe good. Like there's lots of different things that you can use on this that will be valuable, but it's generally like the auras and stuff like that that are going to buff you. That's going to be the most important. And the last skill that I have here is the Spear of Solaris. Spear of Solaris is mostly just used like an extra single target thing. Sometimes if I have it charged just melee, we want to pick passives that benefit both of them at the same time, because we're going to be doing damage and an AoE. Also, you need some defense. Then I went for Catalysis and also for these nodes, which gives you chance to shock, very important. Plus do extra damage. If you have like some flat cold and flat fire, that's going to add up to like 45% increased damage, which is very, very strong. Then these nodes, which is movement speed and maim and just attack damage. And then pathing to acceleration for movement speed and skill speed, as well as dance with death, because
Okay, I think we know what to do.
Finding water in a place like this. Easy
What?
job, that.
What? What'd she say? What?
Watch your step. Roll back to
Good
your
timing.
own.
Spirit.
Need a moment.
Interesting. Oh.
Hold on. Proof of my prowess.
Okay. Level 23.
Wait.
Hmm.
Hold on. Lightning strikes twice.
She baited, okay.
Another monstrosity what needs killing. Mad snake.
I do 0 damage.
Straight through the air.
She's gonna be rough. Probably gonna die. I'm out of potion now. What is with the shield? That's it.
Look out! I'm no mana.
Okay.
These sands will suffer your poison no longer.
Oh wow. That is great. What was it? Stun recovery? Oh, this first, I think. We can get more decks.
Lightning strike twice. Come on.
I think the next skill is far. Like 30 something.
To think this way all along. Buried neath the sand.
Let's see.
A challenge.
We have insane damage, but we have the proc. I get 0 procs because no damage. It's all about getting a weapon now.
Stretch through the arc.
What the fuck? I got zerged. Let's go upstairs. Hey, we can actually use this. Wow. Let's get like level. Oops. Almost dead. What level should we get before we gamble? There should be like a threshold. For like the next level stats. Okay, we have all kinds of games now. We kinda don't need them, lol. Look at this. Could move, dude.
Stretch through the arc.
Holy shit. Temporal sucks ass. Hmm, 25.
Up for another hunt, are you?
Yo.
Need more time.
Yep, yep, yep.
Need more time.
I don't poke anything. Oh. Oh, what is this? Holy shit, what is happening? Bug.
Lightning strike twice.
Yo, what is happening?
Proof of the prowess.
Okay.
The spirit still calls.
Submit.
Not bad. We do have damage for sure, but we need luck. And I need to get more tanky.
Look out. Need a moment.
I don't think this is the path. Wait. Is it? Holy shit. Yeah, if you have 100% shock, this is insane. Look at this. If you can do that over and over again,
Ultimate prowess!
I was mortal then.
My king nears.
Watch your step!
wait, can I just do this? Nope. Ouch. Oh fuck.
He didn't want me.
This is it.
A mort with I ask you.
This is
As you
rough.
wish.
This is a rough story, dude.
Thank you.
Don't feel good that your sacrifice. It was a Yes?
In all my wanderings, I've not seen anything like. This valley were carved, and not by man neither.
One level ahead of me. I should get level 26 quick and then like look for a new weapon. Let's do that.
The thrill of the hunt. Straight through the air.
Yep.
Hold on.
Ouch.
Look out. A clean kill.
Let's see. I can go for more damage here, but I think go like this.
Oh my word. Incredible.
Let's get a spear. I should have like 10k gold or something. Just be lucky. Where is it?
Makakan, I can wait.
His voice, dude. Wow, 1.5 now. Okay. Alright, we can get a few. It has to be epic. Oh. That's it. Never lucky rubber ducky. 2140.
Quickly. I can wait. I will take this.
Never lucky.
this.
I can't really do anything with them. It's okay, I suppose. We do need a better weapon though. This one is barely okay now.
Death awaits ya. Better off dead. Need more time.
We meet again.
That was almost a challenge.
There we go.
Good to see you.
Straight through the app.
Spirit have mercy.
Ah, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Bring it on. Need more time.
Oh, oh shit! I think we just beat the game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! What is this now?
Lightning strikes twice.
Let's see. What could this be? Any number of poisons can affect a target at the same time. What does this mean? It has no cap? So I can't really use it, but is this something? Or something else? Poison zone? Unlimited stacks. Unlimited stacks is insane. So that at some point you just... the ticks are like... they stack, you know?
Too, did you? The spirit.
Oh, hello.
The spirit's made its choice. Time to finish this. You wanted redemption. Here's your chance. Almost there. Don't give up now.
What do you mean?
Spirit still calls.
It's tankable. I do see DPS though.
Don't lose
Ouch.
focus. Before it slips away.
Take this.
Don't let up. Down. Don't let up. The spirit still calls. Before it slips away. The spirit still calls. Finish it. Don't lose focus.
That was almost a challenge.
Okay, that was annoying. Am I weak now, or was that a Pepega? It didn't say I'm immune or something.
Here it comes. This were forbidden. But what's one more taboo broken? Aware with you!
Oh, I didn't even know that I can do the disengage without the mob. A waiver! These spiders are spooky as fuck. I feel good with the evasion from escape velocity. It's big. I'm not sure if the shield does anything, honestly. And we're gonna ditch the shield. Get the talent that makes you do more damage when no offhand. Whoa! Oh my god, damage. Okay.
I've seen it all now.
Whoa! Insta-killed! Uh-oh. I actually wonder, how do I kill this guy? I guess just spear him.
I've seen it all now.
I just stay behind and do
Lightning
this.
strikes twice.
Into the laser, I'm so good. Oh, I get it now. Ew, okay. Laser. I didn't really understand what just happened. I think I died. But what?
I've seen it all now.
it seems that I proc shock on him a little bit more often. There it is.
Straight through the arm.
Oh boy. I think I got him again, yeah. Again? Yes, yes, yes. That's great. And again. It's actually melting now.
Hot and a storm.
Shit. What are these small thingies? They explode next to me. Okay. Okay, I have no potion left.
Wait.
We can get him, we can get him. We just need a proc. Like right now. Just give me a proc. Here it is, dude. GG. Easy.
I'd better scarper before his corpse causes an earthquake. Little gem for a big brute. Reckon it's mine now.
I think it's time for some fish sticks and chips. Yep.
This it'll take my
What is it with all these rank 1 support games? Like,
now to prove I'm worthy of it.
what? Rank 1 through the bank.
Speak up.
What do we have here?
Care for a story?
What the fuck is this voice?
What?
What? Okay. It's actually this. Do I lose anything? Because the evasion rating is so big. Cool. Ooh. Okay. Oh, look at this. Wow. We can get Ghost Dance now. I think that's the play. Oof, the upgrade here is so good though. Has to be dance. Oh, don't worry, I don't have enough spirit. Rip. Yeah, this one is a big multiplier, and we still cannot do it. Maybe later, I'm gonna get more spirit, so it's fine. But I think fish sticks.
It is time.
Ah, put them in the air fryer quick. I think that's the move. But I'm gonna make a phone call real quick.
Yo, back at it, serving you some juicy free games for you to enjoy. And if you're new here, my name is SickFishTakes and I scour the interwebs and look for free games that I have the pleasure of delivering to you in a quick and quirky setting. And as always, links to all of the games mentioned in this video are in the description and they take you straight to the game. Let's start on Steam, where Steel Hunters is free to play. Steel Hunters is a free-to-play PvE, PvP shooter with futuristic mech battles. Here, the goal is to level up your hunter and upgrade your arsenal to turn rivals into scrap metal. Here you'll be able to choose your playstyle and combat tactics against 5 other duo teams, and as you know, only one can extract from the hunting grounds. This bad boy was released on the 2nd of April and is currently sitting in with mixed reviews. I think it's a fair rating, because to be honest, Steel Hunters is probably a skip for most mech fans. This game feels like someone just reskinned an extraction shooter and shrunk down the environment. I mean, movement is a bit enemies just stand still, and honestly it doesn't have much replayability. But I guess if mech robots tickle your nutsack in just the right way, then you're still in for a treat. Next up, we take a look at Arcade Geddon, where you rise up and play with up to 3 friends in this ever-evolving cooperative multiplayer roguelike shooter. Here you get to explore multiple biomes, minigames, find hidden chests and defeat numerous enemies, bosses and ex-girlfriends. I guess it's fair to say that this bad boy is not a new game as such. It went from paid to free to play, which might have pissed off a lot of people who paid for the game with their hard-earned money. But you lucky son of a gun can take this bad boy out for a spin 100% free of charge and decide if it's something for you. By the way, if you want to stay up to date on free games and get them served to you in this quick and quirky setting, then do us both a favor and smash the subscribe button, preferably with the left eyelid just above the nose. Oh, and links to all of the games mentioned in this video are in the description and they take you straight to the deal, no googling required. Next up, we take a look at Asurjang, or however the chicken you pronounce it. Asurjang is an online action PvP game that anyone can enjoy. It features an easy to pick up battle royale mode with the trendy anime styles, juicy jiggly bits and combat that packs a serious punch. As with most games of this genre, you can get to pick your favorite character and engage in strategic battles among 33 players to claim victory. This bad boy was released just a few days ago and it's sitting in with mixed reviews of a total of 600 reviews. It seems to be mostly tied to the game's mechanics and balancing issues between heroes. The guys over at groundbreaking iterations for better accommodating a PC experience. You get to enjoy Infinity Blade 2 14 years after the video that details the epic of the command you watch yourself and if you Word Valley. Awkward yet added spice. Next up, we have something that's quite simple. It's reach the flag, complete the race and don't touch anything. Rush Ultimate is a racing 3D platformer sitting in with positive reviews and super good looking and satisfying driving. Eyeballs on information magically survived for a total of 192 days. In Asylum Patient Zero, you plunge into the frightening depths in this thrilling horror game where every step conceals new nightmares and darkness which hides in the creepiest places. Like I said, exactly like Poland. This bad boy is sitting in with very positive reviews and being released less than a week ago, that's actually pretty impressive. Let's take a quick jump over to the Epic Store where we have a total of 3 games to claim this week and only the 4th week this year with 3 games to claim. The list is as follows: Cat Quest 2, Idol Champions of the Forgotten Realm and River City Girls, which I have no goddamn idea even existed. First, we take a look at Cat Quest 2, which is an open world action RPG in a fantasy realm of cats and dogs. This bad boy is the sequel to the award-winning original Cat Quest, which was also free to claim last week. Cat Quest 2 lets you play solo or with friends if you're lucky enough to have any of those, as both a cat and a dog. Here you get to quest in a world filled with magic, defeat monsters, collect loot in a cat adventure like never before. Cat Quest 2 will be free to claim until the 10th of April, where it will be replaced by Idol Champions and River City Girls. Idol Champions of the Forgotten Realm is a Dungeons & Dragons strategy management game uniting characters from throughout the D&D multiverse in a grand adventure. This game is a typical "Mom, can I please have Baldur's Gate 3?" where my mom says we already have Baldur's Gate 3 at home and this is the juicy piece of goodness that we have at home. Now, don't get me wrong, it's actually not a bad game. I even saw a guy who had a total of 17,000 hours played. That almost feels like he's been playing since Jesus was walking on Earth, and the graphics can point in that direction. Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is currently sitting in with mostly positive reviews and speaks to fans of Dungeons & Dragons who don't mind taking a little idle game out for a spin. And let's be fair, this bad boy actually does exactly what it advertises, and fairly well. It gives you all of the correct dopamine injections to let your lizard brain thrive. Next up, let's take a look at River City Girls, a €25 title sitting in with very positive reviews on Steam with a total of 3,000 reviews. There's trouble once again in River City, and this time only the girls can save the day, using a variety of attacks ready to teach this new generation road. And while we're still here at the Epic Store, just for information, they dropped Asphalt Legends Unite, where you spark your competitive soul and feel the collective heartbeat of the road. Here you get to join
Okay. Oh, I'm quite tanky. Maybe we should bind Perry. As long we have it. As long as we have it. What is this? He's going into the boss room. Uh-oh. Bro. The Wiz went into the boss. Okay, and I have a Merc. What the fuck is happening? It's gonna be insane loot. Whoa. We cannot die here, dude. He's lightning resistant. Loot? Meh. So they can get into bosses. Dude, that's gonna be insane. Mm-mm-mm-mm. My fish sticks and chips are ready. I have barbecue sauce and honey mustard. I think we go with mustard. And then, so should we kill the last boss here? We have to, right? And I want to just watch stuff because I'm kind of feeling like watching stuff. Oh no! What is this? So it regens the map. New. Okay. Ouch. Oh, shit. Oh, this place. Need to go slow. YOLO. Hmm. Jeez. What is this? What the fuck? There we go. Monka Giga. Nope. Where is the fucking thing? What the fuck? It could be here. Here. Yes. He looks so cool. What the fuck? I'm stuck. Oh, burning ground? Is that a thing? Yep, that's burning ground. Okay. Got him. Looks like I had a little disconnect. Should be back now. Gonna get my food. I'm gonna watch some stuff.
Come for the fan service and stay for the awesome gameplay. And the fan service. The best games have eye-popping visuals and are fun to play.
I am Ray, and
get ready to receive some Holy Spirit.
Jesus! Now, in order to understand the Holy Spirit, we must understand the Holy Trinity. And some people sometimes get confused about, well, how could one be three? This doesn't make any sense. What is going on here? Well, piece. 3 pieces of 1 pie. Case closed. You have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Ooh, you can hear it outside. What this is fundamentally is the number 3. You see, we live in a mathematical universe. And, well, the fundamental base of everything is numbers. So the pattern of 3 repeats itself through an infinite array of different forms. So on the Father side, let's take the elements, or whatever. You have solids, you have liquids, and you have gases. The states of matter. You have the past, the present, and the future. The past is solid. It's unchanging. The present moment is a flow state. Flow. The future is infinite potential. The Father is the source of order, stability. The future is chaos, unpredictability. You could say, this is flow. Not from the commercials. And lastly, we have the body, we have the mind, and we have, you guessed it, the spirit. Wow. Spirit down here. Running out of room. Forgive me. Please. Let's clean up, shall we? Clean up our act. Or else we're not getting to heaven. Try to use a bit of holy water this time. Oh no. The sky. It's falling. Revelation. Judgment Day. There are 3 aspects of what we are. We have a body. We have a mind. And well, we are spirit. You're not a human being having a spiritual experience. You're a spiritual being having a human experience. And if you remember the states of matter, this is the most dense state. Which is why when we go out and live our lives, everything feels so real. It's solid. But up here, everything is free. Less dense. That is why, for instance, death is like Ram Dass once said, taking off a tight shoe. It's relief. I was cramped in this little box, and now I'm free. Just a side note, you mourn for the body, but you rejoice for the soul. So don't worry about death, my friend. It's all good. It's all okay. Now, here's the thing. The mind is the portal between the spirit realm and the earthly realm. But most often, people are just focused on the earthly realm. These are the people who live by their senses of what they perceive to be true around them. And this is the holy realm. And so what happens is that, well, imagine the spirit as light. Wonderful. And depending on how many earthly attachments you have, attachments to the world, attachments to different identities, the more mind stuff you got, the more of a shadow that projects onto the world. So you see people who are the most attached, they become evil. These are the souls who are most stuck in ignorance, in darkness. And so they're completely separated from the light, from spirit, because of their mind. And so as Jesus the Christ said, unless you come to me as little children, you will not enter into the kingdom of heaven. You shall not. You will not be able to connect to spirit until you start cleaning out this mind. If you want the secret to get to heaven in like 10 seconds, it's simple. 2 things. Well, I don't have 2 fingers. 2 things. You purify the mind and you purify the heart. And what this will do, it will dissolve all that is keeping you from the light that's already within you. You see, we are all already born enlightened. Children live in the enlightened state. But what happens is that as we get older, we take on all of this conditioning. And eventually we become like a zombie, the living dead. We're cut off from our souls because we have all of this just mind stuff going on. I have to pay bills, I have to do this, I don't like it, I don't like myself, I don't like the way my life has turned out. And so we get disconnected from the life within. And that is what spirit is. It's life. It is the source of life within us. Without it, there's nothing. And spirit is God. Another way I like to look at it. We all have this little umbilical cord connected to God. And this is what gives us life. Without it, we would be silly. And here's your soul somewhere over here. So you have the body in the world, you have the mind as the portal, and you have Source God on this end, which is spirit. The spirit flowing through you. And so imagine this like a hose connected to the ocean of God. And your mind is like a resistance valve. It either constricts the flow of life, the flow of God, or it opens it up. And because most of us, we identify with our minds, we feed this constrictiveness. Our mind is what gives us the sense of individuality. I am me, you are you, we are we. I also use the ego interchangeably, but basically what the ego does, it's always judging others. And Jesus said not to do that, because the more you judge others, the more you're collecting mind stuff that separates you from God. The ego is always ruminating on the past and worrying about the future. God did not give you the spirit of fear, because all of this rumination accumulates more mind stuff that keeps you from source, keeps you from spirit. And you see, Jesus and all the spiritual saints and all the spiritual masters, they've been pointing to the same one truth, which I am pointing to you now. That is fundamentally, the less there is of you, the more there is of God. And the more there is of you, the less there is of God. The reason that Jesus was who he was is because he surrendered himself. I think he even said it, deny thyself. Because you see, the Christ path is that of selfless service, of unconditional love toward all. No prejudice, no judgment, unlimited compassion. And what this does, it prevents the mind from being selfish. It prevents all constrictive energy. So no matter what happens in your life, you're not capable of accumulating that attachment. Because the mind is selfishness, you can only become separated from God through selfishness. And if you're unconditionally selfless, you cannot be separated from God. And so Jesus could perform miracles because he and God were one. And this is where a lot of people make the mistake. They say Jesus is the way. No, do not mistake the messenger for the message. Jesus was the vehicle to God. Christ was the message. All rivers lead back to the same one ocean. There are an infinite array of different vehicles to get to God, but Christ is the doorway. Christ consciousness, spirit. But you see, because we are so identified with our mind, we focus too much on Jesus the man, and we don't realize that there was no Jesus. There was only ever God. There was only ever the Christ. Why? Because Jesus was an empty vessel, pure in heart, pure in mind. And so, think about it like this. Imagine a jar. Most people are like a clay jar with dirt and mud and rocks inside. That's all the conditioning that we have, all the things that separate us from God. But what was Jesus? He was a pure golden vessel. So when the water of God was poured in, it could work flawlessly and effortlessly through him. And that is why he could perform miracles, because he was God, and God can do anything. But Jesus was not saying, build a religion after me and follow that. Jesus was saying, look within you and you will find God. Find the Christ. And because most people are lost in life, well, come to me, all who are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Most people can't figure it out on themselves. So every once in a while, a divine being has to come along and say, follow me, come on. Here's freedom. Let's go. What are you doing? There's nothing for you here. You already know to get to heaven. Now you're screwed. Now you can't unsee. And you see, for most people, the ticket to get into heaven is too high. Why? Well, let me show you the price, my friend. And you will make a judge for yourself. Judgment. Are you ready? It's too expensive. I don't know if you're ready for this. Give nothing, receive everything. The world is dust. That is the true nature of it all. Everything is already dead and gone. 10,000 years from now, humanity might be wiped out, and every remnants of us ever existing, poof, gone in an instant, as if it never happened at all. And this is the fate of everything in the universe. From dust we arose, and to dust we will return. So, by focusing so much on the world, you're basically saying, give me more dust. I want a bigger pile. More. Which is why no matter what you do in the world, no matter how much you accumulate, it will never give you lasting satisfaction. And this is why Jesus said, seek first the kingdom of God, and then everything will be added onto you. For what purpose is a man to gain the world if he were to lose his soul? Because you can have everything of the world and still have nothing. But you can have nothing of the world and have found this, and you will have had everything. Because this is the source of everything. Seek and find the only thing that matters, and then go play in the world and have fun. That is what I do. It's not that you have to just reject the world and beat yourself up and say, oh no, I can't have desires, earthly desires. No, that's not for me. You don't have to give up the world. You have to give up your thoughts about it. Your desires are just thoughts about the future, about what you want. It is your attachment to your thoughts that keep you from God. The only prison in existence is your own mind, and that prison is made up of your thoughts. And you are the prisoner and the jailer. And you can leave anytime you want. But the mind, the ego, which is the source of pride, will not want to let go of control. So it will fight you, and it will fight you. And it manifests as what I call the monster mind. Now you can call it Satan if you like. It doesn't matter. It's the force of resistance that keeps you from God. It keeps you a slave to worldly things. But at the end of the day, it's just an illusion. We believe it into existence. And if you realize, well, to satisfy the ego a bit, you don't have to give up the world. You don't have to give up your dreams. You don't have to give up the desires. You just give up your thoughts. Thoughts aren't even real. Well, it's not that they're not real, it's that they don't exist. Meaning, you have a desire about something you really want in life, but that desire, that thought, is not the actual thing. So you give up nothing, you give up the fantasy to receive the reality. And see, most people are living life from their thoughts. We don't see things as they are. We see the meaning that we give them. We don't see the whiteboard. We see a whiteboard. It doesn't sound quite right. Imagine how a dog would see this. It doesn't label it, oh, that's a whiteboard, and it, woof. No, the dog just goes around saying, oh, that's a thing, that's a thing, that's a thing. And it doesn't, not even that. And it is able to label some things as, oh, this is meaningful. This is my dog food. This is where I pee and poop on the couch. But human beings are like 1,000 times this. We only see thoughts. We don't see the reality. Because reality is being filtered through our mind and getting projected out onto the world. We don't see reality as it is. We see reality as we are. Everything that we experience in the world is a reflection of us. Which is why God is always speaking to us. God is always saying, hey, pay attention. This thing is not good. This thing is good. And the pathway to God, to spirit, is simple. It all comes down to heaven and hell. I say heaven is synonymous with union, and hell is synonymous with separation. Union with and separation from God. Well, think about in the Garden of Eden. In the beginning, Adam and Eve were at one with God. They were in paradise. But what happened? They ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Duality. Separation. And so they became separated from God. And they were banished to this hell realm, the world. And they were doomed to struggle and die in childbirth, apparently. But think about it. God, by definition, is everywhere always. And if God is everywhere always, that means God can never be separated from you. And if God can never be separated from you, it means separation is an illusion. It does not exist. And that is original sin. Ignorance. Ignorance of the true nature of reality. You see, the story of Adam and Eve is about our evolution as a human species. In the beginning, we were at one with the environment, with the universe, with nature. And then we started developing these higher brains that produced a stronger mind. Our mind is simply brainwave frequencies. And the faster those brainwave frequencies vibrate, the stronger the mind. And so children, they don't have a strong enough brain to produce strong enough brainwaves, which is why they don't have a strong sense of identity until they grow up. So they are most connected to God. But as we continue to get conditioned, as our brains evolve, and as our sense of identity becomes more solid, we become more and more separated from God. We dive deeper and deeper into illusion, and illusion is darkness. And if you want to know who is connected to God and who is just faking, people who are connected to God will be childlike. Because the only way to God is to become free from the conditioning that we've experienced, healing the trauma, becoming a more true and authentic version of ourselves. And the less mind stuff we have, the more God can flow effortlessly through us and express itself in the world. And that is how you live your best life. And this is the price. Nothing. Because all your mind stuff is just thoughts. It's just we're so attached to our thoughts that we don't want to let go of control. And so the whole spiritual path, the whole journey is about one thing: surrender. Surrendering to God. And, well, the way that life's set up is, well, you'll either fall to your knees in humility or you'll fall to your knees in pride. Pride comes before the fall. Because what will happen? You as an individual, life will continue to beat you down again and again and again until you got nothing left. Because in the face of an ever-changing world, a vast infinite universe, this is an unstoppable force. And you, my friend, as the mind, are not an unmovable object. It's like trying to stay under a waterfall for your whole life. You're trying to control, you're trying to go up against it. But eventually it's just going to weaken you to the point of surrender. Or a better example is like a river. You're trying to swim upstream all the time. And eventually you're going to get tired and you got nothing left. All rivers lead to the same ocean. So the sooner you surrender, the quicker you become free and begin living the life you truly desire. And don't get it twisted. This is a blessing for the wise and a curse for the fools. Because give nothing doesn't mean what most people think it means. It means, oh, I don't have to give up anything. In this world, nothing is everything to us. We are so attached to our life and the story about ourselves and our beliefs about the world and our beliefs about religion. Oh, this is what I think. This is who I am in society. So even though this is the truth, to most people, not the truth. This is why the price of admission is too high for most. Because this is how most people will look at it. You gotta give up everything of the world. You receive nothing. Because to receive nothing is to be completely empty. empty in this present moment, nothing, completely free from all attachments to all identities, no beliefs about anything, no frameworks of should and should nots of how to live your life. I still have thoughts about things, but I am not attached to anything in this world. It just floats on by. And so the mind is like, well, where's all the fun? It wants stuff to think about and grasp onto. So for a lot of people, becoming nothing is difficult. But if you want to receive the Holy Spirit, this is the only way. You become nobody and give up your attachment to being somebody in the world. And guess what? The more nobody you become, the more you actually become somebody. And the more somebody you try to become, the more you become nobody. That's the trick. Because look at someone like Jesus or the Buddha. They became nobody. And they are remembered thousands and thousands of years later. Think about it. Jesus is more famous right now than he was since ever before in history. Can you believe it? How is that possible? A man 2,000 years ago. More famous than anybody. Why? Because the bigger the sun, the brighter it shines. The biggest and brightest stars you can see with your naked eye from hundreds of millions of light years, possibly. But there are stars that are like, 10 light years away that you can't see with your naked eye because they're so small. And as the quote in the movie says, the eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. The more you begin cleaning your mind of all of its garbage, the more the light of God shines forth, and you bring with you heaven on earth without trying. You don't need to go out and help people. You don't need to actually do anything because it's God working through you. It's God speaking your voice. It's already doing that. It's just we feel like we're in control, driving the steering wheel. And it's not that we don't have a little bit of free will, but true power is in surrender, and weakness is in control. Because no matter how hard you try to control, the world will destroy you. Doesn't matter. You see, we look at the world and say, oh, bad things are happening. The world is going down the toilet. And that's just fear. Forget about it. The story is already over, my friends. It's already done. We're just in the middle of the book. What does this mean? Evil is naturally self-destructive. It cannot win. It cannot do anything. It has no power. All the forces of darkness, all the forces of evil, they are like parasites. They have to feed on the power of others to survive. So the good guys already won. Because God doesn't need anything. It's the source of all abundance. What power does the darkness have in the presence of the light? But at the same time, without a villain, there is no use for a hero. And without a hero, there is no story to be told. So we see, God allows evil to run the world because we need a force of resistance to fight up against. We need a reason to stand up and say, no, this is wrong. I will stand up in the face of death for what is right, for what is good. And that is what Jesus did. He came to give a spanking to the leaders of the world, and he allowed himself to die, to show that death has no power over him. Those who know God do not die. Eternal life for you, my friend. Congratulations.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Matryoshka Tips channel. So, if you're watching this video, it means you care about becoming better, stronger, and not just physically, I'm talking about mentally as well. And honestly, that's very powerful because you know that mental strength, it's what holds everything together. Your goals, your relationships, your peace. So today I want to share with you 7 daily habits that build mental strength, not overnight, of course, but every single day, step by step. So let's get started. Okay, let's talk about mornings. They set the tone for everything that follows, right? When you wake up and immediately reach for your phone, scroll, or just, lie there overthinking, you're starting the day on someone else's terms, I would say, not yours. But if you take control, just like in small ways, it changes everything. For example, make your bed, not because it's a trend, but because it tells your brain, I've already done something productive. Drink water, not coffee first, water. Your brain needs it to function clearly. Do a short workout, maybe even just 5 or 10 minutes. You're proving to yourself that your comfort isn't in charge, you are. That quiet moment where you choose, structure over chaos, that's the first mental win of the day. And, it gives you momentum because real strength starts the second you stop letting the day, push you around and the opposite, start leading it. Okay, next guys. Men are expected to carry a lot, right? And sometimes that, that pressure makes you feel like you have to fix everything all at once. But mental strength doesn't come from, chasing 100 things. It actually comes from finishing one. Every morning, you should ask yourself, what's the one thing I will get done today? Just one. Keep it clear and realistic. It may be, sending that email you've been avoiding or showing up to the gym, even just, having that hard conversation you've been putting off. Happens a lot to everyone, women as well. And when you finish that one thing, you build something way more important than productivity. You build trust with yourself. It's like you're telling your brain, when I say I'll do something, I mean it. And that self-trust, it carries over into everything, your confidence, your focus, and yes, even your relationships. Next, guys. So we live in a world that's loud, notifications, opinions, comparison, all fighting for your attention. But here is the truth. Strength grows in silence. Try this. Like, give yourself 15 minutes a day. No phone, no music, no noise. Like, go for a walk, sit in the sun, I don't know, journal your thoughts. Just be with yourself. At first, it might feel weird, maybe, yes, even uncomfortable. But over time, you will start to hear something powerful, your own mind. You will think clearer, solve problems faster. You will know what you want instead of being, pulled in every direction. And, it's not about cutting the world off. It's about protecting your mind long enough for it to breathe. And when you create this mental space, you gain mental strength. And that's the moment when decisions become sharper and, your energy goes where it actually matters. Okay, next, guys. Here is one important detail to think about. Men don't have always to react. You don't always have to react, You don't always have to win the argument or prove point or show that you are unbothered. Real strength is quiet. It shows up in the, pause between what happens and, how you handle it. Someone disrespects you, for example, you don't have to explode or go cold. Take a breath and ask yourself, is this worth my energy? Will this matter in a week? Do I need really to respond at all? And actually, most of the time, your calm response is more powerful than any loud reaction, And this actually applies in relationships as well. When a woman is emotional or testing your boundaries, which happens a lot, reacting with anger or shutting down doesn't help. Staying grounded, staying calm, that's masculine energy. That's leadership. And it builds, mental strength like nothing else, believe me. Okay, next point. And let me ask you this. How often do you tell yourself, I'll wake up early, I'll start eating better, I'll stop texting her, and then don't follow through? And it doesn't make you weak, no, but every time you break a promise to yourself, it's like you chip away at your self-respect. And over time, your mind stops believing you. Mental strength is built when you become your own leader, That means if you say you will do something and you actually do it, even when you are tired, even when no one is watching, start small. Pick one promise today and keep it. Finish the run, cook your own meal, read the book, stay off social media at night. And when you prove to yourself that your word means something, believe me, you walk differently, you talk differently, and people feel it, that self-trust, it's quiet, but it makes you unshakable. Okay, who you spend time with has a massive effect on how mentally strong or drained you feel. You might be grinding, trying to level up, trying to think bigger, but if your circle is full of people who complain, who blame, who avoid responsibility, it drags you down without you even noticing it. It's like trying to stay in shape while living in a fast food restaurant. Surround yourself with people who challenge you, in a good way actually. Men who talk about goals, who show up when they say they will, people who don't need to be perfect but are at least trying to grow. And if you don't have that circle yet, it's okay. Start by limiting your time with people who drain you. Spend more time alone if you have to, because, well, when your environment is, strong, your mindset follows, and suddenly growing doesn't feel that heavy anymore. It feels actually natural. Okay, next point. Most men grow up being told to man up, stuck it up, or don't be soft. So over time, you get used to being hard on yourself, even brutal. You make a mistake and your inner voice says, oh, I'm such an idiot, I always mess things up, I'm not good enough, etc. But let me ask you something. Would you talk to your little brother like that, or your best friend, someone you love and want to see grow? No, of course, you would tell them the opposite. Yeah, maybe you messed up, but you're learning. You've been through a lot, but you're still standing, or you've got this, you're gonna get better. So why not talk to yourself that way, actually? This isn't about being soft or avoiding accountability. It's about giving yourself a mental environment where growth is actually possible. Because when you constantly beat yourself up, your brain stays, it's like in survival mode. You don't grow when you're under attack, even if this attack is, coming from you. Because mental strength is knowing how to correct yourself without crushing your spirit, right? It's knowing how to be firm without being cruel. And yes, it's learning to forgive yourself and move forward like a man who deserves better, because you do actually. You always do. So mental strength isn't about pretending to be tough. It's about showing up for yourself every single day with discipline, focus, and with kindness. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be consistent, one habit at a time. See you in the next one.
Hello. Let's talk about needs. Bedürfnisse. Ich möchte über ein bestimmtes Bedürfnis sprechen in diesem Video und vorher aber sagen, also über das Bedürfnis oder ja, das Bedürfnis, gebraucht zu werden oder ein Geschenk zu sein. Gut zu sein, richtig zu sein. Die sind alle sehr stark miteinander verwandt. Das ist das konkrete Bedürfnis. Und vorher möchte ich sagen, zum Thema Bedürfnisse im Allgemeinen. Weil Neediness ja was ist, was ganz stark verurteilt wird. My loves, inklusive my love, me, Bedürfnisse sind normal. Und menschlich. Und egal, woher ein Bedürfnis kommt, es ändert sich nicht. Also, ich habe neulich erst eine Tieftauchlesung mit einem Menschen gemacht, der das Bedürfnis hatte, ich glaube, es ist gar nicht so wichtig, welches Bedürfnis es ist. Es geht auch in meinem Gefühl zu sehr in die Privatsphäre rein. Aber der einfach ein Bedürfnis hat und gesagt hat, na ja, aber das kommt aus meiner Kindheit, weil da hatte ich das nicht und jetzt will ich das halt von den Männern, mit denen ich in Beziehung bin. So. Und ich glaube, das ist was wir alle kennen. Das Ding ist, das können wir halt nicht ändern, ne? Also nur weil ich weiß, dass ein Bedürfnis daher kommt, dass meine Mutter depressiv war oder mein Vater Alkoholiker war oder meine Eltern nie präsent waren oder meine Eltern sich immer gestritten haben und deswegen habe ich jetzt das Bedürfnis nach Frieden oder ich habe das Bedürfnis nach klarer Kommunikation oder ich habe das Bedürfnis nach einem Menschen, der kein Alkoholiker ist. Heißt das nicht, dass das kein adäquates für sich stehendes Bedürfnis ist. Und ich habe das Gefühl, in dieser Traumaheilungsszene diskutieren wir ganz oft unsere Bedürfnisse weg, weil sie halt aus Trauma kommen. Aber erstens, wir wissen gar nicht so unbedingt, ob das aus Trauma kommt. Also das Bedürfnis ist doch nicht da, weil du traumatisiert bist. Der Gedanke, dass das Bedürfnis falsch ist eventuell da, weil du traumatisiert bist. Aber es ändert sich nichts daran, dass du dieses Bedürfnis erfüllt haben musst. Nichts. Und natürlich spielt dann damit rein, wenn wir erwachsen sind und traumatisiert sind, dass wir sehr nice Mechanismen haben, die verhindern, dass wir diese Bedürfnisse erfüllt bekommen. Sowas wie, das macht ja sowieso niemand. Und deswegen bleibe ich da, wo es mir nicht erfüllt wird. Oder ich gehe halt selber über meine Grenzen oder ich äußere meine Bedürfnisse nicht oder ich verurteile mich so sehr für meine Bedürfnisse, dass man sie mir energetisch gar nicht erfüllen kann, weil aus meiner Erfahrung, sowohl von mir selbst aus, als auch wenn ich mit anderen interagiere, wenn ich ein Bedürfnis habe und dabei denke, dass ich dieses Bedürfnis nicht haben darf, ist es viel schwerer, mir dieses Bedürfnis zu erfüllen, als wenn ich einfach das Bedürfnis habe. Das Ding ist, ich kann halt selbst daran nichts ändern, so schnell. Also wenn ich gelernt habe, dass meine Bedürfnisse zu viel sind und dass meine Bedürfnisse falsch sind, dann werde ich mich eine Zeit lang, wenn mir jemand ein Bedürfnis erfüllt, absolut beschissen fühlen. Richtig beschissen, richtig schuldig. Und dann brauche ich vielleicht nicht nur, dass mir das grundlegende Bedürfnis erfüllt wird, sondern auch, dass mir immer wieder bestätigt wird, hey, es ist schön für mich, dieses Bedürfnis zu erfüllen. Ich sterbe jetzt nicht deswegen. Ich verliere mich nicht deswegen, sondern tatsächlich nährt es mich, dieses Bedürfnis zu erfüllen. Let me tell you, that was a lesson. Ja, ich war eine Zeit lang wirklich überrascht, wenn Menschen mir nicht irgendwas um die Ohren geknallt haben, wenn ich gesagt habe, ich brauche da übrigens was, sondern gesagt haben, cool, danke, dass du es sagst. Und wann? Und ich war so, was? Meine Bedürfnisse werden erfüllt? Und ein Teil davon ist halt meine Verantwortung. So. Also ich kann mich energetisch so ausrichten, dass man mir Bedürfnisse erfüllen kann, indem ich mich selber ernst nehme mit meinen Bedürfnissen, indem ich meine Bedürfnisse äußere, indem ich vielleicht noch dazu sage, hey, Bedürfnisse zu haben ist schwierig für mich. Deswegen, ich sage das einfach dazu. Es kann halt voll dabei unterstützen, diesen energetischen Mechanismus so ein bisschen auszuklinken von oder auszuschalten von, wenn da ein Widerstand ist von mir gegenüber meinen eigenen Bedürfnissen und ich den nicht mitsage, dann äußert es halt meistens der andere Mensch, der das Bedürfnis erfüllen soll. Aber wenn ich dazu sage und ich fühle mich schuldig, dafür Bedürfnisse zu haben, nehme ich das wie wieder von ihm weg und er kann seine eigene Reaktion auf mich haben. Ne? Also unterbewusste Mechanismen und Gegenübertragung und so sind sehr interessant, wenn es um Bedürfnisse geht. So, und jetzt zu dem eigentlichen Bedürfnis, über das ich heute sprechen wollte, das Bedürfnis, gebraucht zu werden, beziehungsweise das Bedürfnis, ein Geschenk zu sein. Das ist nämlich super interessant. Ganz viele von uns denken ja, ich will geliebt werden, ich will wertgeschätzt werden, ich brauche halt irgendwas. Und das ist so diese empfangende Seite von uns, die Bedürfnisse hat, wo sie etwas empfängt. Und dann gibt es die gebende Seite von uns, die das Bedürfnis hat, sich schenken zu können und willkommen geheißen zu werden. Und unser Sein möchte ein Geschenk sein. Mein Sein möchte merken in dieser Welt, dass meine Anwesenheit einen positiven Unterschied macht. Und dass, wenn ich weg bin, etwas fehlt. Und dass das, was ich mitbringe, wenn ich in einen Raum gehe, den Raum heller macht. Und dass das, was ich sage, gehört wird und wertgeschätzt wird und ein Geschenk ist und derjenige, der das hört, damit wirklich was anfangen kann. Und davon berührt ist auf eine Art und Weise, die irgendwie schön ist. Und wenn ich merke, dass ich etwas sage und meine wertvollen Worte schenke und das läuft gegen eine Wand und es wird nicht gehört und es wird nicht, oder mir wird gesagt, hey, du redest zu viel oder weiß ich nicht. Also es hat einen Grund, dass ich YouTube-Videos mache, ja. Ich rede zu viel, ich habe sehr viel, was ausgedrückt werden will und es ist ein Riesengeschenk für mich, wenn das jemand als Geschenk empfindet. Also ich rede jetzt mal ganz persönlich von mir und du guckst irgendwas, was deine Geschichte ist so. Aber zum Beispiel war ich schon immer so, dass ich irgendwas studiert habe, schon als Kind. Ja, als ich 9 war, habe ich damit angefangen, dass ich irgendwas studiert habe und das dann erzählt habe. So, Merkur im ersten Haus, im Skorpion. Ich gehe irgendwo tief rein und dann lerne ich das meiste darüber, indem ich es weitererzähle. Und meine Mutter zum Beispiel, der ich das ganz oft erzählt habe, war da halt nicht wirklich interessiert dran. Das heißt, ich habe ganz lange in einen leeren Raum reingesprochen, wenn ich diese für mich super wertvollen Erkenntnisse geteilt habe. Und dann später, als ich angefangen habe, mich mit komplexeren Themen, und ich meine, das war relativ früh, als ich angefangen habe, mich mit komplexeren oder mit individuelleren Themen zu beschäftigen, so Hashtag Autismus Spezialinteressen und so, hat mich halt auch niemand mehr verstanden. Oder ja, es ist einfach sehr nischig gewesen. Und das hat dazu geführt, dass ich ganz lange dachte, dass das halt was ist, was ich für mich behalten muss. Oder dass ich halt die Interessen von anderen irgendwie mir aneignen muss oder so. Und dann kam ich auf die Idee mit dem YouTube-Kanal, oder auch mich mit Menschen zu verbinden, die ähnliche Interessen haben wie ich, so statt mich selber zu verändern, wo ich auf einmal merke, wow, Menschen finden es wertvoll, was ich sage. Menschen finden mich intelligent. Menschen finden es irgendwie, also werden bereichert von dem, was ich zu teilen habe an Wissen. Also das eine ist irgendwie mein Herz zu teilen und meine Gebärmutter zu teilen und irgendwie mich zu teilen und das andere ist, oder Teil davon ist, auch mein Wissen zu teilen, weil ich auch einfach ich bin wirklich hier, um Fakten weiterzugeben. Mein hologenetisches Profil. Und ich liebe das. Und das ist so wichtig für mich. Aber es ist halt nicht nur wichtig für mich, dass ich es teile, sondern es ist auch wichtig, dass es empfangen wird. Und dieses Empfangenwerden ist ein ganz, 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 ganz wichtiges Bedürfnis. Und das geht natürlich sehr weit zurück zu unserer Geburt oder unserer Empfängnis. Ja, wenn unsere Mutter mit ihrer Eizelle das Spermium des Vaters empfängt. Dieser Moment der Empfängnis ist halt super entscheidend. Und wir brauchen das als Sein, als Wesen, als neugeborenes Baby auch, dass wir in diese Welt willkommen geheißen werden und begrüßt werden und wirklich merken, dass wir Holz sind und dass wir empfangen werden mit unserem ganzen Sein. Und dieses Empfangen werden ist halt super wichtig für uns schenken zu können. Und zwar nicht nur irgendwas, was wir kreieren, irgendwas, was wir machen, sondern was wir sind. Genau, und ich habe nicht mehr viel Zeit, dieses Video zu machen. Deswegen belasse ich es einfach dabei, zu sagen, dass es ein Bedürfnis ist. Und vielleicht reden wir an anderer Stelle nochmal darüber. Vielleicht machst du dir auch einfach deine eigenen Gedanken darüber und spinnst es für dich selber weiter und nimmst das einfach mit als Impuls, was es eigentlich heißt, ein Geschenk zu sein und gebraucht zu sein und empfangen zu werden. Und dahin darum.
Sex is how your husband feels loved and respected. Your husband is not a woman. He is a man. And sex is incredibly important to a man. And it's where we miss each other and just go totally different ways as husband and wives. That if you ask him, a good man, what are the top 3 things that are most important to him in a marriage and in a relationship, sex is going to be number 1, if not number 1, 2, or 3. If you ask a woman, you could ask a woman, what are your top 10 most important things to you in a marriage or a relationship? Sex might not even make the list. It might be like number 8, 9, or 10, maybe. So we have to understand it as women that sex is incredibly important to men. And we know that. That's why we use sex as a weapon and we use sex to manipulate and control. And we all know how we do that and have done that. And what happens is that we begin to treat our husbands like Neanderthals and that there's something wrong with them. that sex is so important to them, and we want to change them and make them so wrong for just who they are as a man. But you have to understand, when you chose to get married and you made vows and you made a commitment to your husband, you took on the role and responsibility to have sex in your marriage and enjoy it as a part of a healthy relationship. Women need to understand, and this was, well, let me finish that thought. Women need to understand that sex is not an option, and it is not something that is inconsequential. Sex is part of a healthy relationship and marriage. And this is one of the things I've been reflecting on, because when my husband and I got engaged, I had already started withdrawing and putting a wall up around sex when in the beginning of our relationship and dating and leading up to us getting married. We had a very healthy, enjoyable sex life. And then I threw my walls up, and that's very, very common for us as women. And it was a really, really big challenge in even just my early 30s, which is so sad to me now. And I had to learn an important part of my healing in my marriage and through this decade of my 30s. In the beginning was overcoming the walls I had built around sex in my marriage, and recognizing that I couldn't have sex with my husband as a duty or a chore or an obligation. When we have sex from a place of obligation or as a chore, we feel used, we feel resentful if we're doing what we're supposed to do. That's actually a wonderful example of being nice, is doing sex to check the box and say done. Maybe I bought myself a week or two and then shutting down. That's not okay in a marriage. That's a cruel, cruel way to treat your husband, who is a man in which this is very important to him. So ladies, let me make it very, very clear. You cannot have a healthy marriage. You cannot have a healthy relationship if you are not having sex with your husband, or you are shut down to sex and doing it as an obligation and a chore. It's not okay. And you can't have a healthy relationship or a healthy marriage from that place. We all know sex is part of a healthy relationship. And here is something that is very important, ladies. We all enjoy sex. If you remember when you met your husband, or before you met your husband and you were dating and having different relationships with men, we couldn't wait. We couldn't wait to get together and meet up for a date and know where that was going to lead. And we can reflect back to the beginning of our relationship, before we got engaged, before we got married, and we were in the newness. We loved and enjoy having sex. We begin to put our walls up, and I'm not going to get too much into that, but I do want you all to know, trigger warning, we're going to be talking, or I'm going to be talking a lot more about our relationship with sex as women and the importance of it in a marriage, and how to overcome the walls that we have built around it, and how to overcome the withholding of sex that we have put into place in our marriage. And I'm also going to be talking about how everything we've been taught by the experts about sex is wrong, that we are not ovens that need to be warmed up first. That's another video for another time, but it's really, really important. We have been fed so many lies and so many myths and so much misinformation about sex as women. And I'm excited to share my journey, because it's been a huge journey and wonderful journey in my marriage. One of the things I'm most proud of, and my husband is most appreciative of, that I have healed and overcome in myself. And I'm excited to be sharing that. So we're going to be talking more about that on the channel. But that's the number 2 thing your husband really wish you knew, that sex is how he feels loved and respected, and that it's not an option in marriage, that when we made those vows, that's the commitment we made. It's part of a healthy relationship. And when, as women, we can reconnect with the fact that we enjoy sex too, then it's something we do for ourselves and enjoy for ourselves, that we get the benefit of it and our husbands get the benefit of it. But a key piece is we really do have to remember that we enjoy it, and not have sex for our husbands as something to check off the list just because it's important to them. They can feel that. We have to learn to be there and be engaged and enjoy it for ourselves, which is all our husbands want. And then we don't have the resentment or feeling used or feeling that that's all we're good for, or that's what we're supposed to do. We can be in it for ourselves, and our husbands get the benefit, and you can have a healthy sex life in your marriage, which is a key important piece to being a good wife and having a healthy marriage.
Yeah, I agree.
Every day, over 100 million people access pornography websites. To put it into perspective, this is almost the same number of people who live in countries like Mexico or Japan. In just 1 second, more than 28,000 users are watching some kind of adult content online. These numbers are not only impressive, but reveal a silent epidemic that is shaping minds, behaviors, and relationships in a way never before seen in the history of humanity. The porn industry generates more than $100 billion per year, surpassing the revenues of entertainment giants like Hollywood and major sports leagues. Despite being a topic surrounded by taboos, its impacts go far beyond a simple private pastime. Recent studies reveal that the rampant consumption of pornography is linked to an alarming increase in cases of erectile dysfunction in young men, something that was almost non-existent just a few decades ago. Worse still, nearly 40% of men between the ages of 18 and 30 report difficulties maintaining satisfactory sexual relationships with their partners due to the desensitization caused by pornography. Constant exposure to intense stimuli reconfigures the brain in such a deep way that it affects not only sexual desire, but also the ability to connect emotionally with other human beings. But the damage doesn't stop there. According to a study published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine, regular pornography consumption is directly associated with increased symptoms of anxiety, depression, and social isolation. Men who consider themselves confident and self-assured report a decline in self-esteem, while others admit to losing interest in goals, hobbies, and even life in general. This raises a crucial question. Why has something so accessible and normalized in modern society caused such profound and negative effects? This is what we will explore in this video, starting with an analysis from neuroscience. What happens in the brain of someone who regularly consumes pornography? The impact of pornography on the human brain is vast and profound. To understand its effects, we must start with the brain's reward system, a mechanism that drives us to seek pleasure and avoid pain, crucial for the survival of the species. This system is primarily regulated by the neurotransmitter dopamine, responsible for generating pleasurable sensations and reinforcing behaviors that the brain considers beneficial, like eating, exercising, or socializing. However, pornography exploits this system in an artificial and exaggerated way. A study published in Frontiers in Human Neuroscience shows that consuming pornography triggers a release of dopamine far greater than natural activities, creating a hyperstimulating reward cycle. Over time, this hyperstimulation leads to what scientists call desensitization, where the brain becomes less responsive to normal stimuli. This explains why many pornography users feel the need to seek increasingly extreme or varied content to achieve the same level of excitement. The irony here is evident. By trying to maximize pleasure, the user ends up reducing their ability to feel it. This aligns with the concept of hedonism, as described by the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer. The more pleasure we seek, the less we achieve. In this sense, pornography is a hedonistic trap. It promises unlimited pleasure, but delivers emotional and psychological emptiness in the long term. Pornography also activates the same areas of the brain associated with chemical addictions like alcohol or drugs. An article from the University of Cambridge revealed that compulsive pornography consumption alters the brain structure in a similar way to cocaine addicts. The nucleus accumbens, a central region of the reward system, undergoes structural changes that increase tolerance and intensify dependency. Additionally, pornography interferes with the production of oxytocin and vasopressin, hormones responsible for creating emotional bonds and feelings of connection. In a study conducted by the University of Montreal, men who consumed pornography regularly had significantly lower levels of these hormones, which may explain the difficulty in forming genuine, intimate relationships. But not all is lost. Neuroscience also reveals the brain's incredible capacity to reconfigure itself, a phenomenon known as neuroplasticity. Studies show that people who quit pornography consumption experience a gradual reversal of the damage. Dopamine sensitivity can be restored, and the ability to feel genuine pleasure can return over time. As philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche said, "That which does not kill me makes me stronger." The fight against pornography addiction, though difficult, can result in a more resilient brain and a fuller life. From a philosophical perspective, pornography is a reflection of our relationship with insatiable, illusory, and often self-destructive desire. In daily life, it manifests as an escape valve for frustrations, anxieties, or boredom, but also as a symptom of something deeper, the human difficulty in dealing with impermanence and loneliness. The philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre claimed that desire is lack of being, a void we try to fill with external experiences, but one that is never fully satisfied. Pornography, in this sense, is a modern attempt to fill that void, offering fleeting pleasure that masks a deeper suffering. Imagine a young professional who spends most of the day alone in an office or in a demanding routine. He finds in pornography not only a momentary relief, but an escape from his reality. However, this escape comes at a high cost: the inability to find satisfaction in real interactions and emotional disconnection from the world around him. Studies show that frequent pornography consumption is linked to a reduced ability to feel empathy. This can be explained by the emotional adaptation that occurs when the brain becomes accustomed to an overload of artificial stimuli. It shows up in common situations, such as difficulty maintaining meaningful conversations or connecting emotionally with a partner. Buddhist philosophy offers an interesting counterpoint. According to Buddha, human suffering arises from attachment and incessant desire. When we seek pleasure in pornography, we are reinforcing this chain of attachment, perpetuating a cycle of dissatisfaction. In the Dhammapada, Buddha says, like the bee that collects nectar without harming the flower, the wise live in the world. In other words, true satisfaction comes from a conscious and moderate life, without succumbing to excesses. Arthur Schopenhauer described desire as a force that enslaves us. For him, the pleasure of satisfying a desire is only temporary and always followed by a new craving, creating an endless cycle of suffering. Pornography exemplifies this perfectly. The momentary pleasure is quickly replaced by a sense of emptiness, leading to repeated consumption. Philosophies like that of Epicurus offer a practical solution to this dilemma. Epicurus believed that true pleasure does not lie in excess, but in simplicity. He argued that happiness is found by appreciating what we already have instead of constantly seeking what we don't have. This principle can be applied in everyday life, replacing pornography consumption with activities that promote genuine pleasure, such as authentic relationships, creative hobbies, or moments of reflection. Modern science also offers practical solutions to regain balance and reconnect with healthy forms of pleasure. Studies published in the Journal of Positive Psychology show that activities like meditation, physical exercise, and positive social connections increase dopamine production in a healthy way, promoting lasting well-being rather than fleeting pleasures. Modern science not only identifies the problem, but also offers practical and effective solutions to regain balance and reconnect with healthy forms of pleasure. One of the key concepts in this process is neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to remodel itself based on repeated experiences. Research suggests that interrupting pornography consumption for a period of time can help reverse its negative effects on the brain. This process, known as rebooting, allows dopamine levels to return to normal, and the brain regains its sensitivity to pleasure. A study published in the Journal of Behavioral Addictions showed that people who avoided pornography for 90 days reported significant improvements in motivation, mood, and ability to form emotional connections. The practice of mindfulness has proven effective in reducing compulsive behaviors. Studies published in the Clinical Psychological Review indicate that meditation helps diminish impulses related to pornography, increasing awareness of emotions and redirecting attention to the present moment. By doing this, it is possible to weaken the brain's circuits associated with pornography consumption. Physical exercise also plays a crucial role. Activities like running, lifting weights, or practicing yoga foster the natural release of endorphins and dopamine, helping restore the brain's chemical balance. Moreover, exercise improves overall mental health, reducing the symptoms of anxiety and depression that often lead to pornography consumption. Another effective strategy is cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, a widely validated technique for treating behavioral addictions. CBT helps people identify dysfunctional thought patterns that lead to pornography consumption and replace them with healthier strategies. A study by the American Psychological Association revealed that CBT was effective in 78% of cases of pornography addiction. From a neuroscience perspective, the importance of strengthening brain circuits associated with genuine pleasures such as creativity, self-improvement, and deep social connections is also emphasized. For example, learning a new skill or dedicating time to a hobby activates areas of the brain linked to the reward system, creating new sources of pleasure and satisfaction. Recent research is exploring innovative methods to treat pornography addiction. One of them is transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, a non-invasive technique that modulates brain activity in areas related to impulse control. Preliminary studies indicate that this technique may help reduce compulsive desires. Other strategies include the use of virtual reality to help people reconfigure their emotional and behavioral responses. For instance, some simulations have shown promise in fostering empathy and interpersonal connection, which could reduce addictive behaviors. Finally, philosophers like Nietzsche remind us that suffering can be transformed into strength. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how, he said. By reinterpreting the challenges of overcoming pornography addiction as an opportunity for growth, individuals can not only regain control, but also discover a more authentic and meaningful version of themselves. Neuroscience offers a deep understanding of the mechanisms behind pornography addiction and points to clear paths for overcoming it. By combining proven strategies with a renewed sense of purpose and connection, it is possible not only to break the vicious cycle, but also to build a fuller and richer life. This recovery process not only impacts the personal lives of those who decide to quit pornography consumption, but also has positive effects on society as a whole. As more people become aware of the harms this habit can cause, a space opens for debate on the normalization of pornography.
Was ist eigentlich Dysthymie? Das ist ein Phänomen bzw. eine Form von Depression. Und wenn du Trauma betroffen bist, hast du höchstwahrscheinlich mit Depressionen zu tun. Bin ganz gespannt, wie du Dysthymie vielleicht auch schon erfahren hast, ob du davon gehört hast und was du aus diesem Video für dich mitnimmst. Ich heiße Gabriela, ich leite mein eigenes Institut für Resilienz, Trauma- und Körperpsychotherapie und bin fest davon überzeugt, dass wenn du auch und jeder, wo mit Entwicklungstrauma zu tun hat, die Selbstregulation sich aneignet, dann ein Zuhause im eigenen Leben, aber vor allem im eigenen Körper finden kann. Ja, ich freue mich jetzt auf dich. Ich schaffe das nicht. Was soll das alles noch? Ich bin ein Versager. Mir wird das alles zu viel. Das hat doch ohnehin alles keinen Sinn. Nichts kann ich mehr. Kennst du diesen typischen Gedanken? Die gehören zu Depression bzw. zu einer besonderen Form von Depression, auch zu Dysthymie. Dysthymie ist eine abgeschwächte Form der Depression und diese auftretenden depressiven Symptome dauern jedoch mehrere Jahre lang. Sehr typisch, dass diese chronische depressive Verstimmung in der Kindheit entstanden ist. Also der Begriff Dysthymie von altgriechisch Dysthymos bedeutet missmutig, Gemüt, Missmut und steht für eine langanhaltende depressive Verstimmung. Das bedeutet, dass es eine affektive Störung ist, die aus den gleichen kognitiven und psychischen Mustern besteht wie die Depression. Allerdings mit Symptomen, die schwächer ausgeprägt sind, aber stattdessen weitaus länger andauern. Da eine Dysthymie einen chronischen Verlauf hat, ertragen Betroffene ihre Symptome in der Regel für viele Jahre, bevor sie eine Diagnose erhalten, falls überhaupt eine Diagnose erfolgt. Dadurch können sie aber auch glauben, dass diese Schwermütigkeit sei ein Teil ihrer Persönlichkeit und verschweigen daher ihre Beschwerden und Symptome auch gegenüber Ärzten, Familienangehörigen oder Freunden. Die Dysthymie ist eine ernste Form der chronischen Depression, die für mindestens 2 Jahre andauert oder ein Jahr lang für Kinder und Jugendliche. Woran erkennst du das? Wenig Energie und Antrieb, geringes Selbstwertgefühl, eine geringe Kapazität für Freude im täglichen Leben auch und eben diese Schwermut. Leider tritt Dysthymie auch häufig mit Depression zusammen auf. Dann reden wir über ein Double Depression, also eine Doppeldepression, wenn jemand mit einer bereits vorhandenen Dysthymie zusätzlich eine Episode einer schweren Depression erlebt. Ein solches Leiden ist auch schwer zu behandeln, weil Patienten die Symptome der Depression oft als natürlichen Teil ihrer Persönlichkeit ansehen oder als Teil ihres Lebens, der außerhalb ihrer Kontrolle ist. Es ist recht typisch für Traumabetroffene, denn sie sind ja bereits so seit der Kindheit und dieses So-Sein von eigenem Wesen gehört zu der Normalität. Es gibt wissenschaftliche Belege auch dafür, die auf die Existenz neurologischer Indikatoren für früh manifeste Dysthymie hindeuten. Und so existieren Gehirnstrukturen, die bei Frauen mit Dysthymie eine andere Ausprägung haben als bei Frauen ohne Dysthymie, was darauf hindeutet, dass es entwicklungsbiologische Unterschiede zwischen diesen beiden Gruppen gibt. In einer weiteren Studie wurden die Unterschiede zwischen Individuen mit Dysthymie und anderen Individuen mit MRT-Techniken erforscht und hieraus resultieren zusätzliche Belege für die neurologische Indikation der Störung, denn es wurden einige Gehirnregionen gefunden, die unterschiedlich funktionieren. So war die Amygdala, die mit der Verarbeitung von Emotionen wie etwa Angst assoziiert wird, in Patienten mit Dysthymie stärker aktiv. Außerdem hat die Studie eine erhöhte Aktivität in der Inselrinde festgestellt, die mit Emotionen von Trauer assoziiert sind. Ebenfalls eine erhöhte Aktivität wurde in Gyrus cinguli festgestellt, der als Brücke zwischen Aufmerksamkeit und Emotionen dient. Wenn du meine Beschreibungen jetzt dir angehört hast, bin mir sicher, dass du hier sofort auch mit deinen Kindheitserfahrungen diese verbindest, denn sowohl die Verarbeitung von Emotionen und die überreguliert sein oder überaktiv sein von Amygdala, als auch ausgeprägte Trauer, die wir als Depression und Schwermütigkeit uns entwickeln, sind Folgen von Kindheitstrauma. Ebenfalls eine Störung in der Emotionsregulation, also die Brücke zwischen Aufmerksamkeit und Emotionen, gehören zu den Symptomatiken und Langzeitfolgen von Kindheitstrauma. Das maßgebliche Leitsymptom ist, dass das Individuum sich an mehr als der Hälfte aller Tage in den letzten 2 Jahren depressiv gefühlt hat. Mit wenig Energie, unruhiger Schlaf, unstetiger Appetit und geringes Selbstbewusstsein vervollständigen das klinische Bild. Ein frühes Auftreten der Dysthymie, also welche auch schon bereits vor dem 21. Lebensjahr diagnostiziert wurde, wird mit einer höheren Rückfallrate, einem Aufenthalt in einer psychiatrischen Klinik sowie anderen gleichzeitig auftretenden Störungen assoziiert. Für jüngere Erwachsene mit Dysthymie gibt es ein erhöhtes Auftreten von Persönlichkeitsstörungen und die Symptome sind wahrscheinlich auch chronisch. Bei älteren Erwachsenen, die an Dysthymie leiden, sind die psychologischen Symptome mit medizinischen Leiden und mit traumatischen Lebensereignissen und Verlusten assoziiert. Vielleicht fragst du auch, ob eine Vorbeugung gibt. Nun, obwohl es keinen fest umrissenen Weg gibt, das Auftreten von Dysthymie zu verhindern, gibt es natürlich ein paar medizinische Empfehlungen. Weil Dysthymie oft bereits in der Kindheit auftritt, ist es wichtig, Kinder zu entdecken, die einem höheren Risiko ausgesetzt sind. Es kann sehr hilfreich sein, mit den Kindern daran zu arbeiten, ihren Stress unter Kontrolle zu bekommen, ihre Belastbarkeit zu erhöhen und ihr Selbstbewusstsein zu stärken. Leider ist es so, dass Dysthymie häufig therapieresistent bleibt, gerade eben, weil diese schon so früh in unseren Jahren entstanden ist. Bis heute gilt es, dass eigentlich nur eine Kombination von Antidepressiva und Psychotherapie in Studien konsistent als wirksamste Behandlungsweise für Menschen mit Dysthymie empfohlen wird und auch so identifiziert wurde. Da die Dysthymie von chronischer Natur ist, ist also eine Behandlungsresistenz nicht unüblich. Leider treten neben Dysthymie auch Begleiterkrankungen auf, deshalb ist auch häufig so schwierig, diese zu entdecken. Und sollte man immer nach Depression, Anzeichen von Panikstörung, generalisierte Angststörung, Alkohol- und Drogenmissbrauch und Persönlichkeitsstörung ebenfalls suchen, folgende psychische Leiden treten häufig gleichzeitig mit Dysthymie auf. Und zwar Depressionen bis zu 75%, Angststörungen bis zu 50%, Persönlichkeitsstörungen bis zu 40%, somatoforme Störungen bis zu 45% und Alkohol- und Drogenmissbrauch bis zu 50%. Bis zu 41% aller ADHS-Betroffenen leiden auch an einer Dysthymie. Ich lade dich natürlich dazu ein, dass du diese Symptomatiken primär körperorientiert versuchst du zu regulieren. Und wenn du dich in diesen Beschreibungen wiedererkannt hast, dann die Diagnose auch medizinisch abklären lässt. Ob du auch an Dysthymie erkrankt bist und was denkst du? Könnte Dysthymie eine Variante von dissoziativen Störung sein, indem man versucht hatte, all die Schmerzen in der Kindheit zu verdrängen und durch die vielen Misserfolge und Frusterfahrungen in diese langanhaltende Schwermütigkeit versunken ist? Bin sehr gespannt auf deine Erfahrungen und Kommentare und gerne stell auch eine Frage, wenn du möchtest, beziehungsweise komme auch in unsere Akademie, wenn du mit Schwermütigkeit oder mit depressiven Symptomen zu tun hast, als Folge von Entwicklungstrauma. Ob du dich wiedererkannt hast, ob du vielleicht auch mit Dysthymie erlebst, immer wieder erlebst oder erlebt hattest. Wie sind denn deine Wahrnehmungen bezogen auf Dysthymie? Bin ganz gespannt und wenn du einiges teilen möchtest oder
Hi zusammen und herzlich willkommen hier zu der neuen Folge bei Sunrise of the Heart, die Heldenreise zum emotionalen Bewusstsein mit Isabel und mit Flöckchen. Ja, er hat gerade einen neuen Knochen, an dem er gerade kaut und ja, dann hat er auch gut was zu tun, während ich jetzt hier das Video aufnehme. Ja, ich heiße dich herzlich willkommen hier auf dem Kanal, ob als wiederkehrende Zuschauerin oder halt als ja zum ersten Mal. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Und hier auf dem Kanal teile ich meine persönliche Heldenreise zum emotionalen Bewusstsein. Das heißt, hier sind meine Höhen und Tiefen auf dieser Reise mit dabei, meine Verzweiflungen, aber auch meine Erkenntnisse, die ich habe. Mein Wachstum ist halt das, was ich hier auf diesem Kanal dokumentiere und der Hoffnung, dass ja, sich in dem Fall vielleicht andere Menschen, vielleicht du, wiederfinden kannst, ne, in dem, was ich hier beschreibe und daraufhin vielleicht auch Antworten für dich und deinen eigenen Lebensweg mitnehmen kannst. Genau, ja, schön, dass ihr mit dabei seid. Ich bin noch immer ein bisschen eingeschränkt hier mit dem Nacken. Das ist echt ein hartnäckiges Ding. Genau, aber ich würde sagen, wir starten. Es ist nochmal eine Folge, die sich aufbaut auf die letzte Folge, würde ich sagen, weil es geht auch nochmal um das verletzte innere Kind und das erwachsene Ich. Und wie wichtig es ist, ein Gespür dafür zu entwickeln, wann sich das innere Kind aktiviert. Ne? Also was wir fühlen können, wie wir das wahrnehmen können, wie wir in den Kontakt mit dem inneren Kind gehen können. Und dann halt das Bewusstsein anzuschalten, dass es aber ein erwachsenes Ich gibt. Weil das ist ganz, ganz wichtig, um gerade aus diesen sehr niedrig schwingenden Energien rauszukommen, die halt auch sehr geprägt sind von Ohnmacht, von Hoffnungslosigkeit, von all diesem Großen, ja, was als Kind eben gefühlt wurde. Ich freue mich, dass ihr mit dabei seid und ja, macht es euch gemütlich, wenn ihr Lust habt. Ich habe hier auch noch meinen Kaffee und würde sagen, los geht's. Ja, und in diesem Video möchte ich nochmal, das ist quasi wie so ein Folgevideo von dem, was ich letzte Woche aufgenommen habe, also geht einfach nochmal in die ähnliche Richtung. Und es geht darum, nochmal diesen Kontakt zwischen dem inneren Kind und dem erwachsenen Ich herzustellen. Ne? Eine Integration der beiden herzustellen, dass sie nicht separat voneinander in uns existieren, sondern gemeinsam existieren. Und wie halt gerade so sehr überschwemmende und überwältigende Emotionen ein Indiz dafür sein können, dass sich gerade das innere Kind in uns aktiviert hat. Ne? Also gerade auch so Gefühle wie Ohnmacht, wie komplette Hilflosigkeit, wie Machtlosigkeit, auch große Angst vielleicht, ne, vor anderen Menschen. Gerade wenn es vielleicht auch in so Machtgefälle geht. Ne? Da ist mal spannend hinzuhören, so ist hier gerade mein inneres Kind aktiv. Ne? Weil ich sag mal, diese sehr tief schwingenden Emotionen, wenn wir Kindheitserfahrungen haben, und die werden sehr wahrscheinlich die meisten haben, in verschiedenen Schweregraden, in verschiedenen Häufigkeiten, dass ein Kind einfach aufgrund seines nicht ausentwickelten Entwicklungsstatus, weil es ist ja erst dabei, sich zu entwickeln, das heißt, es hat viel weniger Möglichkeiten, wie eine erwachsene Person hat. Dann ist es noch limitiert, was den sozialen Rahmen angeht. Das ist ja ein ganz großes Thema, auch was Bindungstrauma angeht. Ein Kind kann nicht sagen, okay, ja hier, Mama, Papa, das ist irgendwie nicht so, dann gehe ich halt zu einer anderen Person, ne, und hole mir da, was ich bindungstechnisch für mich brauche. Also ein Kind ist ja unglaublich limitiert in diesen ganzen Freiheiten, ne, in dieser ganzen Selbstermächtigung. So. Und ist in einer großen Abhängigkeit, auch Abhängigkeitsgefühle, sind ein sehr starkes Indiz, meiner Meinung nach, für einen kindlichen Anteil, der halt answitcht. Ne? Weil das sind Gefühle, die halt in einer Kindheit schon sehr präsent gewesen sein können. Ne? Und das ist, finde ich, ganz wichtig, dass wir dann, wenn wir halt als Kinder diese Erfahrungen in bestimmten Situationen halt gemacht haben, wir bleiben jetzt einfach mal beim Machtmissbrauch zum Beispiel. Das heißt, wenn ein Kind eine Autoritätsperson hatte, und das ist sehr oft halt, der Vater ist die Autoritätsperson in einer Familie, noch die Mama sein, aber oft ist halt so der Vater das klassische Autoritätsbild, so sage ich mal. Ne? Und wenn jetzt ein Kind in einer Familie war, wo der Vater zum Beispiel sehr seine Macht missbraucht hat, aus welchen Zuständen der Vater wiederum kam, als er Kind war, das ist ja bla bla, das kennen wir mittlerweile alle, das ist der Rattenschwanz, der ja dann da so mit hinkommt, aber es ist ja wichtig dann für sich zu erkennen und zu arbeiten, um halt gesündere Verhaltensweisen an den Tag zu legen. Wenn jetzt ein Kind zum Beispiel, das war jetzt die Erfahrung mit einer Autoritätsperson, ne? Anstatt dass ich halt in guten Händen bin, dass mich jemand, dieses Machtgefälle, was da ist, und das ist als Kind einfach da, wie ich es gerade gesagt habe, einfach aus diesen Gründen, ein Kind ist noch nicht entwickelt, ein Kind ist einfach in seiner Entwicklungsphase ist abhängig von den Bezugspersonen, also es ist faktum ein Machtgefälle da. Und ich glaube, da sind sich viele auch noch gar nicht so krass bewusst, in welcher Machtposition sie sind und welche Behutsamkeit es da gilt, damit umzugehen, um halt nicht in einen Machtmissbrauch zu switchen. Und dafür muss man sich ja auch überhaupt erstmal seiner eigenen Macht und somit auch seiner eigenen Verantwortung halt auch bewusst werden und überhaupt damit einen gesunden Umgang auch gelernt haben. Ne? Da kann ich jetzt wieder ansetzen. Da öffnet sich eine Tür, da gehe ich jetzt aber nicht rein. Ich mache das jetzt einmal so, sonst verfuffel ich mich hier wieder an dem Thema. Genau, aber das war jetzt zum Beispiel die Erfahrung eines Kindes gewesen, ne? Dieses, solange du deine Füße unter meinem Tisch hast, ne? Oder ich gebe dir ein Dach über den Kopf, oder du tust halt, was ich dir sage, das ist mein Haus, sind meine Regeln, also so sehr so dieses eigentlich Diktatorverhalten, dieses Tyrannenverhalten, dann kann das halt das sein, was ein Kind abgestempelt hat mit Autorität. Ne? Und daraufhin hat ein Kind ja dann zum Beispiel verschiedene Überlebensstrategien entwickelt. Ne? Viele gehen ins People-Pleasing, ne? Das ist, also ich finde, alleine so oft so in der Arbeitswelt ist genau da, wo du wieder diese Rollen der Familien halt siehst, ne? Wer erfüllt da welche Rolle, ne? Wer hat sich angefangen mit dem Tyrannen zu identifizieren, sprich geht auch auf Krawall, macht auch halt irgendwie die Leute fertig, weil, also es gibt ja die verschiedenen Rollen, die dann entstehen, ne? Also wenn man halt dieses Tyrannenverhalten in einem familiären System hat, entstehen daraufhin verschiedene Überlebensstrategien, weil nochmal, die Kinder können nicht weg, ne? Die sind quasi wie in einem Käfig, wenn man es jetzt wirklich so krass sagt, gefangen in dieser Familie. Und dann lebt man ja mit einer Person, die eigentlich für deinen Schutz verantwortlich ist, die aber zeitgleich auch Bedrohung bedeutet für das Kind. Ne? Ob auf emotionaler Ebene, auf physischer Ebene, auf auch sexueller Ebene. Ne? Gibt es ja da die verschiedensten Gewaltformen und missbräuchlichen Formen, die da ja vorhanden sind. Und auf jeden Fall, das alleine ist ja schon Verstörung genug, ne? Für ein gesundes Bindungsverhalten. Dass die Person, die eigentlich für deinen Schutz verantwortlich ist, die dafür da ist, um dich zu schützen, eben vor den Bedrohungen in der Welt, solange du noch nicht erwachsen bist, um dich selber halt wappnen zu können, machst du die Erfahrung, oh krass, die Person, die mich schützen soll, ist aber die Person, die mir schadet. Also irgendwie krass, wo soll ich denn jetzt hin? Und dann ist es ja oft, okay, wenn in einer Familie noch Mama, Papa, also Mama-Papa-Kind ist, also du hast ja die Mutter noch, ne? Und dann würde jetzt das Kind aber vielleicht wenigstens hoffen, dann schützt mich ja wenigstens meine Mutter. Wenn jetzt aber die Mutter die Rolle übernimmt, dass sie halt auf den Boden guckt, ne? Dass sie stumm wird, dass sie selber halt sich nicht gegen den Vater stellt. Also das Kind macht nicht die Erfahrung, mir schadet jemand, was wie gesagt schon schädlich genug ist, wenn es die Bezugsperson ist, die einen schützen sollte. Und jetzt, anstatt dass die andere Bezugsperson aber das Kind schützt, stellt sich diese Bezugsperson, zieht sich entweder raus, also lässt das Kind alleine, lässt das Kind im Stich mit der Bezugsperson, die das schädliche Verhalten an den Tag legt. Oder die Mutter, sage ich jetzt mal, stellt sich dann sogar noch hinter den Vater und sagt, ja, aber bist du auch selber schuld, wenn du hier so laut bist, ne, während dein Vater arbeitet, so musst du dich ja nicht wundern. Das ist immer so dieses, musst du dich ja nicht wundern, dass dann der Vater ausrastet, wo ich mir denke, ja, bombastische Eigenverantwortung. Ne? Dann hätte ja jeder draußen, wenn wir mit so einem Mindset draußen rumlaufen, ja, musst du dich ja nicht wundern. Ich bin hier am Arbeiten, du bist so laut, dann könnte ich hier auf der Straße, wo ich wohne, jeden Tag ein paar Leute zusammendreschen, wenn ich mit so einer Haltung an den Tag gehen würde. Ne? Also Keine Ahnung, ne? Man hat ja dann trotzdem auch irgendwo eine gewisse Eigenverantwortung, wie man Sachen kommuniziert und so weiter. Natürlich, wenn halt Eltern selber schon Bindungstrauma haben, auch da keine gesunde Kommunikation gelernt haben, keine gesunde Verbindung gelernt haben, diese ganzen Sachen fehlen, haben das nachträglich sich aber auch nicht angeeignet, weil halt auch damals das Bewusstsein noch dafür fehlte, diese Dinge zu tun und dass die wichtig sind und so weiter, sieht man den Rattenschwanz, der ja sich dann so entwickelt, wie er sich entwickelt hat. So. Auf jeden Fall sind dann Kinder halt in dieser Situation. Das heißt, okay, von einem Elternteil geht sogar eine Gefahr aus, ist cholerisch, rastet vielleicht kurzzeitig auf einmal aus, so, ne? Es ist nur was umgeschüttet worden, schon rastet die Person aus, was auch immer, ne? Oder schlägt sogar oder was auch immer. Auf jeden Fall, die Bezugsperson ist kein sicherer Hafen, wo das Kind weiß, oh, da kann ich immer hin mit offenen Armen, da bin ich sicher, sondern es ist eher so, okay, wie ist es heute? So. Hat jetzt noch die andere Bezugsperson, die sich dann so verhält, wie ich es jetzt gerade gesagt habe. So, dann ist ein Kind ja in einer super Ausgangslage, sich wohl und geborgen zu fühlen. Ne? Fail. Ne? Also es ist ja eher so dieses, also da kann schon dieses entstehen im Körper, im Nervensystem. Ne? Weil es ist halt, ja, vielleicht sind Momente der Geborgenheit da, aber das heißt ja nichts, weil es konnte ja alles gerade schön und gut sein und dann knallte auf einmal wieder irgendwas. Ne? Das ist ja dann so dieses Unberechenbare. Und dann, genial das muss ich wieder sagen, genial wie wir sind, entwickelt ein Kind dann Überlebensstrategien. Obwohl es einen Entwicklungsstatus hat, wo es noch nicht entwickelt ist komplett, wo es so wenig Ressourcen scheinbar hat, so limitiert ja scheinbar ist, haben wir trotzdem diese geniale Macht in uns, diese geniale Kraft in uns, Überlebensstrategien zu entwickeln, um da durchzukommen. Ich finde, wenn man sich das alleine mal klar macht, was das bedeutet, das ist Hammer. Also ich kriege Gänsehaut alleine, wenn ich darüber spreche. Also wenn man sich diese Situation mal vorstellt, bitte Einfühlungsvermögen, fühlt euch rein in diese Situation des Kindes. Oft müsst ihr euch einfach nur in euer inneres Kind selber reinfühlen, um das nochmal rein, was das für eine Ausgangssituation war. Wie krass, wie krass. Und trotzdem hat ein Kind geschafft zu überleben und sich dennoch ja ansatzweise noch weiterzuentwickeln mit dem, was möglich ist. Ja, die Blockaden und das alles, das kommt jetzt im Erwachsenenalter durch, aber wir stehen ja trotzdem noch hier und ja, gar nicht mal so schlecht. Ne? Also das finde ich einfach nur diese Anmut, ist das anmutig und selbst, also diese Faszination einfach dem menschlichen System gegenüber, was wir als Mensch, wozu wir in der Lage sind, in so einem kleinen Alter schon. Nur das ist ja das, wir haben dann die Überlebensmechanismen halt entwickelt und jeder entwickelt dann andere Überlebensstrategien. In so einem System, mit dieser Unberechenbarkeit, mit diesem das, entwickeln halt Menschen verschiedene Überlebensstrategien. Es gibt Verdrängung, ne? Ich sehe das einfach nicht, ich spalte das ab, ne? Ich nehme das nicht wahr, das sind dann vielleicht Menschen, die dissoziieren. Und das könnte zum Beispiel auch eine Mutter sein, ne? Dass eine Mutter vielleicht, weil sie das vielleicht auch aus ihrem Elternhaus wieder kennt, haben wir wieder die ganzen Schritte, ne? In ihr aktiviert dann dieser Mann, der jetzt vielleicht auch rumschreit, aktiviert in ihr wieder ihr traumatisiertes inneres Kind, weil sie das von ihrem Vater schon kennt, dass der rumschreit. Wenn sie jetzt einen Mann hat, der jetzt rumschreit, dann aktiviert das, wie gesagt, ihr inneres Kind und sie hat vielleicht damals den Überlebensmodus entwickelt, dass sie dann halt einfach dissoziiert, da sitzt und so ist. Das ist auch in dem Film Romeo und Julia, finde ich, sieht man das in dem Gesichtsausdruck der Mutter von Julia sehr, als der Vater so durchdreht, weil sie ja dann den Paris heiraten soll und sie das ja nicht will. Und dann rastet der Vater ja auch aus und die Mutter versucht erst noch den Vater zurückzuhalten. Ich glaube, der schlägt sie dann auch oder der schlägt dann auch die Amme, also er rastet halt komplett aus. Und dann sieht man irgendwann und dann bettelt ja Julia so, bitte Mutter, hör mich an, ne? Kann ich direkt schon wieder heulen. Das war auch meine Lieblingsrolle, muss ich echt sagen, als ich damals Julia gespielt habe. Das war, was man da schauspielmäßig darstellen konnte, durfte, was man da erleben durfte, das war Hammer. Nur ich muss mich gerade an die Szene erinnern, als wir die nachgespielt haben dann. Und dann ist die Mutter ja auch wie erstarrt und sagt ja dann auch so, ne, mach was du willst, du gehst mich nichts mehr an. Ne? Und sie geht ja dann wie in Trance paralysiert weg, die Mutter. Und da denkt man ja auch, wie grausam, das ist gerade dein Kind. Ne? Und sie hat ja dann zum Glück die Amme. Also ich finde, jeder bräuchte eigentlich als Kind eine Amme, ne, die wirklich nur für das Kind da ist, während die Eltern in ihren Beziehungskrisen und was auch immer stecken, bräuchte jedes Kind eigentlich eine Amme, was nur für das Kind da ist, meine Meinung. Und das auch. Ne? Also dann kann halt zum Beispiel sich in der Mutter das answitchen, was sich in ihrer Kindheit als Überlebensstrategie gewährt hat. Ne? Nur das Problem ist ja dann, wenn sie jetzt, ja, und das ist das, was ich meine, sich der eigenen Macht nicht bewusst sein, wenn sie jetzt, aber sie ist ja nun mal jetzt nicht mehr das Kind, was dann einfach dissoziieren kann. Sie ist jetzt eine Mutter. So. Und sie hat ein Kind, was sie beschützen muss. Und wenn jetzt so eine Mutter was heißt so eine? Wie gesagt, da sind viele von betroffen. Das ist jetzt gar nicht so Außergewöhnliches. Ne? Das macht ja auch alles total Sinn. Das ist ja nur wichtig, dass wir das verstehen. Weil wenn sie jetzt wieder mit der gleichen Überlebensstrategie reagiert, wie sie als Kind reagiert hat, aber jetzt im heutigen Leben ja die Verantwortung für ihre eigenen Kinder hat, kommen wir da ja schon wieder zu, wo dann Trauma der Vorgeneration ja übertragen werden. Weil ab dem Moment, wo sie dann ihr Kind im Stich lässt, sorgt sie mit diesem Verhalten dafür, dass ja dann jetzt ihr Kind aktuell neu traumatisiert wird. Weil es eben jetzt auch wieder in eine Situation gerät, wo es keine Hilfe erfährt, im Stich gelassen wird, allein gelassen wird. Natürlich aus ihrer Not heraus, weil sie mit ihren kindlichen Überlebensstrategien auf das Verhalten ihres Mannes reagiert. Aber das ist ja, deshalb meine ich so wichtig, dieses für sich zu gucken, wo meldet sich mein inneres Kind, wo kann ich mein erwachsenes Ich anschalten. Und wie gesagt, gerade wenn wir Kinder haben. Ne? Also ich bin jetzt ja an dem Punkt, dass ich sage, okay, ich werde erstmal die Mutter für mein inneres Kind und ich finde, das ist im Endeffekt auch so die Reise, die so wichtig ist, zu gehen. Aber viele nehmen sich ja die Zeit nicht, weil, oh, böses Öhrchen, aber mit 30 will ich jetzt eigentlich schon Haus, Kind und alles unter Dach und Fach haben, weil das ist ja auch der Druck der Gesellschaft, dann musst du ja auch alles fertig haben zu einem gewissen Zeitraum. Und ab dem Moment, finde ich, wird auch diese Schlinge so unglaublich zugezogen, so überhaupt mal erstmal in die eigene Bewusstseinsarbeit zu gehen. Weil die kostet Zeit, natürlich, ich bin jetzt auch 34. Jetzt war bei mir, muss ich aber auch sagen, schon von klein auf nie, dass ich großen Kinderwunsch hatte. Ich habe mich nie als Mama gesehen, das habe ich auch schon mal gesagt. Ne? Ich sage, ich sehe mich immer in der Arbeit mit Kindern, aber nicht als Mama. Deswegen, natürlich kann ich da jetzt auch nochmal anders sprechen. Wenn ich jetzt einen riesen Kinderwunsch hätte und würde jetzt auch merken, oh, meine innere Uhr tickt jetzt aber so gefühlt, dann wäre ich jetzt auch nicht so entspannt und würde, also entspannt bezogen auf das Thema und würde sagen, ja, aber die Heilungsreise ist erstmal wichtiger, dass ich selber mein inneres Kind erstmal begleiten kann und so, bevor ich ein eigenes Kind habe. Ne? Naja, genau, aber so, ne? Und dann kann halt können die Kinder dann verschiedene Überlebensstrategien gewählt haben, ob es dann halt, jetzt Dissoziation, bin ich jetzt auf die Mutter halt wieder geswitcht, aber auch dann kann ein Kind auch das übernehmen und lernen und kann auch in die Dissoziation switchen, in die Fantasiewelt fliehen. Das ist mein Ding, deshalb bin ich halt voll in der Kunst gelandet. Und bei Künstlern sagt man ja auch allgemein, ne? Also es ist auch immer so am Rande des Wahnsinns, ne? Also man begibt sich da auch also was heißt auch Wahnsinn eigentlich, man begibt sich echt in die Tiefen der Seelen der Menschheit rein und erschafft darauf halt künstlerische Dinge so, ne? Das macht wahrscheinlich Kunst dann auch so genial ab dem Punkt, ne? Aber zum Beispiel das auch, eine Flucht in eine Fantasiewelt, ne? Für mich ist auch mal der Klassiker irgendwie hinten, also so ein Bild, auch was man auch aus Filmen wiederum auch kennt, aber das Kind sitzt da und starrt einfach so auf den Fernseher, ne? So total so abgesetzt, träumt sich da in die Fantasiewelt, ne? Während dann im Hintergrund irgendwie schon wieder Mord und Totschlag ist oder wieder die Eltern ihr Leben einfach nicht im Griff haben und total damit beschäftigt sind, ihr eigenes Leben irgendwie hinzukriegen, während das Kind dann da ja, sich in eine Welt träumt von Familien, die es sich vielleicht im Fernsehen anguckt und sich dann in diese Welt reinträumt. Und das kann ja auch verschiedene Spektren annehmen. Ne? Also ich glaube mal, so eine Flucht in eine Fantasiewelt kennt, glaube ich, jeder, ob man sich in einen Song verliert und in eine Schwärmerei mit irgendeinem Popstar oder in ein Buch, in einen Roman, in Filme oder was. Also ich glaube, diese Tendenz kennt viele. Ne? Das ist sich anders vorzustellen oder sich da, und das finde ich bis zu einem gewissen Punkt auch mega wichtig, das zu können, weil das können wir ja auch zur Visualisierung benutzen. Ne? Also das können wir auch benutzen, um uns eben zu merken, boah, so wie es hier ist, das wünsche ich mir nicht für mein Leben, und wir nehmen das im Außen als Inspiration, um uns unsere Visualisierung zu erschaffen. Nur wichtig ist dann ja auch, in Handlung zu gehen, um diesem Ziel auch näher zu kommen. Ne? Und sich, wie gesagt, nicht nur in dieser Traumwelt verlieren, und das wäre jetzt für mich das klassische Bild, man sitzt nur vorm Fernsehen, sitzt da und träumt, aber bewegt sich ja nicht. So, dann ist es halt kontraproduktiv, würde ich sagen. Ne? Aber wenn man das sieht und denkt, boah, mega cool, ja, ey, das mache ich jetzt auch, dann kann man es halt auch wieder produktiv nutzen. Ne? Also auch da ist es ja nicht alles immer nur schwarz oder weiß, es ist ja, wie man es benutzt. Das ist, glaube ich, immer so dieses Entscheidende, der Umgang mit etwas. Ne? Wir bekommen es dahin. So, und jetzt können wir entscheiden, wie gehen wir damit um. Und ich glaube, das ist so im Endeffekt so ein bisschen der Struggle halt hier unten, da diese Wege halt zu finden. Ne? Und genau, aber es kann ja dann auch bis zu einem Spektrum gehen, wo sich ein Mensch ja dann komplett in der Fantasiewelt verliert und gar nicht mehr hier unten wirklich anwesend ist. Oder halt auch so wegträumt, wie gesagt, dass halt alles drumherum verwahrlost und so weiter, aber ein Mensch lebt in seiner Fantasiewelt. Auch bei dem Film Requiem oder Requiem, ich weiß nicht, wie man das Wort ausspricht, for a Dream. Da ist das ja auch ganz krass.
Requiem for a Dream.
Alice Burton, wie heißt die Schauspielerin? Die Mutter auf jeden Fall von dem Hauptdarsteller. Mega besetzt auch der Film, aber der geht sehr unter die Haut. Der ist sehr dunkel. Und auf jeden Fall, sie landet ja dann auch in einer Irrenanstalt, weil sie halt so sehr in dieser Fantasiewelt, in dieser Quizshow halt dann lebt. Ne? Genau. Ja, also das könnten dann auf jeden Fall Überlebensstrategien sein. Auch das kann dann zum Beispiel, wie gesagt, auch eine Mutter im Erwachsenenalter auch weiter fortführen. Ne? Dass sie auch weiter in diesen Fantasiewelten lebt, die sie sich baut, und versucht, ihr Kind in diese Fantasiewelt mit reinzupacken. Also das Kind muss dann Teil dieser Fantasiegeschichte sein, die sich eine Mutter im Kopf zusammengesponnen hat. Also das Kind muss dann so sein, wie das Kind in dem Film zum Beispiel oder so. Ne? Außer diese ganze Kevin-Variante. Oh, wir nennen unser Kind Kevin in der Hoffnung, das wird dann genauso wie der Film, wie der Kevin in dem Film. Nicht, dass das die Intention der Eltern war, ne? Aber so. Ne? Und da sieht man ja quasi schon, was das dann halt für schädliche Richtungen halt ansteuern kann. Andere Sachen sind halt dann, Das People-Pleasing, habe ich das eigentlich mal schon gesagt? Ich habe das Gefühl, ich habe das die ganze Zeit schon gesagt. Aber dann das People-Pleasing, ne, zum Beispiel dann auch sehr den Fokus darauf legen, oh, der sich halt so bedrohlich verhält. Bloß nicht, dass der irgendwie böse auf mich sein kann. Ich bin perfekt. Das sind dann die halt immer dieses so, ich bin das, was du sein willst. Willst du, dass ich lache, dann lache ich. Willst du, dass ich weine, dann weine ich. Also das sind dann wirklich so richtig die Puppen, die halt so versuchen, alles zu sein, damit sie halt mit der Bedrohung nicht, dass sie den nicht abbekommen. Und das kann so weit gehen, finde ich auch, dass bei People-Pleasing, obwohl ja überhaupt, dass sie People-Pleasing an den Tag legen, ist ja schon daraus entstanden, dass sie ja eine Bedrohung scheinbar wahrnehmen. Aber ganz oft ist das so unbewusst, dass sie das schädliche Verhalten dieser Person verdrängen. Also im Endeffekt, wenn man sich ihr Verhalten ansieht, dieses People-Pleasing, dieses ich bin all das, ich widerspreche dir nicht, ich bin immer das, was du in mir sein willst, das ist ja schon eine Trauma-Response, die sehr offensichtlich eigentlich ist. Aber, wie gesagt, das ist so unterbewusst, dass sie da beschwören würden, dass diese Person doch total toll ist. Sie würden oft auf diesen, der sich tyrannisch verhält, nichts kommen lassen. So. Also es ist so verdrängt, dass Gefahr von dieser Person ausgeht, weil das Erkennen, dass Gefahr von der Person ausgeht, so bedrohlich wäre, dass es nicht gesehen werden darf. Und das macht total Sinn. Wie gesagt, unser Mechanismus ist danach aus, bestmöglich zu überleben. Und wenn die Wahrheit zu erkennen unser inneres System zum Einsturz bringen würde, weil wir innerlich in uns drin noch gar nicht die Fähigkeit gereift ist, entsprechend ja, hi zusammen. Ja, wenn ihr dieses Video reagieren zu können, werden wir nicht sehen. Also das glaube ich ganz fest. Dann wird das weiter bleiben. Du fängst erst dann an, die Dinge erkennen zu können, wenn dein inneres System es halten kann. Ansonsten ist das ja wie ein heißes Ding, was dir in die Hand gegeben wird und du hättest jetzt gar keine Möglichkeiten, damit umzugehen. Dann würdest du verbrennen. Also wird dir die Wahrheit erst dann gegeben, wenn in dir drin Fähigkeiten gereift sind, um auch mit dieser Wahrheit irgendwie umgehen zu können. Und das war bei mir halt ganz krass, als ich diese Weiterbildung zum Completion Process Practitioner gemacht habe und ich habe die emotionale Integrationsarbeit gelernt. Ne? Also nach dem Prozess halt von TS1, den sie angeboten hat. Und als ich diese Fähigkeit erlernt habe, da war bei mir ja dann Türen offen und dann kam ja aber ich brauchte davor diese Fähigkeit, um das zu erlernen, damit überhaupt diese ganzen Türen offen gehen. Weil ansonsten wären diese ganzen Türen offen gegangen und ich wäre einfach nur da drin ertrunken, weil ich hätte ja gar nicht die Fähigkeit gehabt, damit umzugehen. Ne? Und deshalb, so erkläre ich mir halt auch Verdrängung. Dieses, ich kann damit und vielleicht geht mal so ganz klein die Tür auf. Oh, jetzt sehe ich es auch. Und dann hat man das Gefühl so, ja, guck mal, die Person sieht das doch, die erkennt das doch auch. Und dann ist es wieder, nee, ist so gefährlich. Ne? Und deswegen ist halt auch Bewusstseinsarbeit, ist jedem selber überlassen, in welchem Tempo. Ne? Und das dient schon einer höheren Ordnung. Also ich glaube schon, wenn wirklich nichts mehr am Bewusstsein vorbeigeht, dann kommt auch der liebe Gott und sagt so, bumm, jetzt müsst ihr hingucken, so gefühlt. Aber deswegen finde ich, für die Menschen, die halt die Bewusstseinsarbeit machen, wo ich ja auch zugehöre oder die Sensibilisierung auch für bestimmte Themen, da ist so eine Feinfühligkeit gefragt, um nicht selbst übergriffig zu werden. Ne? Und ich kenne halt diese Verzweiflung, gerade wenn es ja Bindungsthemen betrifft, ne? Diese Verzweiflung so von wegen, ey, aber wieso siehst du das denn nicht? Wieso siehst du denn nicht, dass das Gaslighting ist, dass das dass das diese Dinge sind, die halt einem gesunden Bindungsverhalten so schaden? Wieso siehst du das denn nicht? Weil wenn du das sehen könntest, dann wäre ja eine schöne Verbindung zwischen uns möglich. Und das ist ja dieser Schmerz, der so zu fühlen ist, ne? Weswegen ich dann halt, ja auch, ne? Weil ich dann denke so, ja, aber das ist doch so schade, dass genau deswegen jetzt dann eine schöne Verbindung nicht möglich ist. Ne, das ist wie, das passiert jetzt auf emotionaler Ebene, aber das ist, wenn wir jetzt mal zurückspulen mit jemandem, du bist zusammen und du liebst die Person, du denkst so, boah, das ist so schön, aber die Person schlägt dich halt zwischendurch. Da würdest du doch auch sagen, so bitte, unter diesen Bedingungen kann ich aber diese Bindung nicht weiterhaben. Bitte seh doch, dass wenn du mich schlägst, dass das schädlich ist für unser Miteinander. Und dann kann die Person in den anderen Bereichen noch so, und das ist halt dieser Schmerz, weil das ist immer diese Trauer um diese wieder nicht vorhandene Bindung. Ne? Weil man wieder merkt, unter diesen Bedingungen geht das hier leider nicht. Und deswegen sind halt viele Menschen, die dieses Bewusstsein halt dafür haben und halt zu denen gehören, die halt einen Tacken früher dieses Bewusstsein halt haben als andere Menschen. Deswegen glaube ich auch, dass sie sich halt aufgrund dessen auch oft in dieser Einsamkeit wiederfinden. Genau aus diesem Grund, weil sie sehen diese Dinge und ab dem Moment können sie das nicht mehr dulden und sagen, ey, alles klar, du machst das mit mir, dann go for it. So, nein, sie haben ein Bewusstsein, dass sie erkennen, wie schädlich dieses Verhalten in einer Bindung ist. Und sagen, das kann ich aber so mit mir nicht machen lassen. Aber wenn eine andere Person das ja nicht erkennt, dass das schadet, dann hat man ja für sich nur die Möglichkeit zu sagen, okay, dann gehe ich. Oder halte sehr eine große Distanz zu der Person oder was auch immer. Aber das, was das für eine Einsamkeit bedeutet, oder Phasen des Alleinseins bedeutet. Ne? Und deswegen ist halt umso wichtiger die Verbindung wie ich jetzt sage, die Verbindung halt zu dem inneren Kind in uns, dass wir da die Verbindung wirklich lernen, damit es halt auch vielleicht dieser Bindungsabbruch nicht wieder diesen großen Verlassenheitsschmerz auch hochholen können. Ne? Also das ist zumindest das, was ich dann in mir beobachte. Es ist nicht nur ein, oh Mensch, schade, finde ich jetzt auch traurig, jetzt klappt die Verbindung hier aufgrund dessen wieder nicht oder was auch immer, sondern oft kann dann halt auch wirklich dieser große Verlassenheitsschmerz aus der Kindheit hoch und das ist dann natürlich nochmal eine ganz andere Intensität. Ne? Weswegen es wichtig ist, wenn ich mit dem inneren Kind in Kontakt komme, kann ich mich dann halt durch diesen Schmerz auch durchbegleiten und ja, ich glaube auch, je integrierter das ist, desto mehr wir dann halt auch auf diesem Weg weiter fortschreiten, desto mehr werden wir dann aber auch Menschen begegnen, die auch dasselbe Bewusstsein halt haben für diese Beziehungsdynamiken. Ne? Die zum Beispiel wissen, ey, wenn ich dich zwischendurch schlage, ist das schädlich, dann schadet das unserer Beziehung. Ne? Dem man das dann nicht mehr erklären muss. Also wie gesagt, ich habe es jetzt physisch gesagt, aber ich meine es ja auch auf emotionaler Ebene. Ne? Weil es sind ja momentan die emotionalen Schläge oder die emotionalen Hiebe oder die emotionalen Themen und das Unbewusstsein, was da ist, was ja oft dann diesen Bruch in Bindungen halt einfach erzeugt. Ne? Und wenn Menschen das nicht wissen, dann leugnen sie es, dann minimalisieren sie, dann sagen sie, hä, was ist denn ein Problem und keine Ahnung was und dann wird es halt unglaublich schwierig, da dann sich wohlzufühlen halt in diesem Miteinander. Ne? Genau. Ja, das ist auf jeden Fall da. Dann gibt es halt die People-Pleaser, die aber sehr stark halt spannenderweise oft verdrängen, dass wirklich eine Bedrohung ausgeht, obwohl ihr Verhalten, was sie an den Tag legen, der Beweis dafür ist, dass eine Bedrohung da ist, sonst würden sie nicht ins People-Pleasing rutschen. Ne, also, und dann gibt es die sich halt dagegen wehren. Ne? Also da ist dann so diese Überlebensstrategie ist von wegen, ich kämpfe. Ne? Und das ist bei mir ist halt oft Kampf und Erstarrung. Und das, finde ich, macht auch total Sinn, weil wenn man sich vorstellt, du bist kleiner und versuchst zu kämpfen, ne? mit diesen limitierten Fähigkeiten, die du hast, weil du einfach noch nicht voll entwickelt bist. Und das ist immer, als würde so ein kleiner gegen so einen Riesen kämpfen und kämpfst und um nun dann wieder zu merken, ich komme dagegen nicht an. Und dann ist es echt immer so, dann geht es wieder in dieses Erstarrung und in die Dissoziation. Ne? Und diese beiden kämpfen viel in mir. Ne? Dieses Kämpfen, ich versuche dagegen anzugehen, was ist hier, das kann also nicht sein und keine Ahnung, nur um zu merken, die Wand ist zu groß, ich komme hier nicht durch, ich bin hier abhängig, ich bin in Abhängigkeit und dann fiel ich wieder in das. Ne? Und das ist spannend, weil sich diese Situation bei mir jetzt auch im Hier und Jetzt nämlich wieder meldet. Ich finde nämlich auch gerade so Institutionen, wie auch so Ämter und so, können diese Dynamiken wieder extrem aktivieren. Ne? Weil da ist auch wieder dieses, wir sind am längeren Hebel, das sind auch diese Sätze, ne? Ich sitze hier am längeren Hebel, auch Lehrer und so. Das ist so, und wie willst du als Schüler dagegen ankommen? Ne? Wir sitzen am längeren Hebel. So, dann halten alle Lehrer noch zusammen, so, was auch immer. Ne? Und jetzt auch wie bei so Ämtern und so. Das ist alles, sie wissen so viel von dir, du weißt von denen ja gar nichts. Alleine durch diese unterschiedliche Informationsvergabe entsteht auch schon ein Machtgefälle. Wenn du das ist auch wichtig hier auf diesem Kanal. Was ich immer ein bisschen im Hinterkopf zu behalten ist. Ihr wisst von mir viel mehr. Ihr habt viel mehr Informationen über mich, als ich über euch, die hier halt kommentieren. Manchmal ja auch nicht mehr mit richtigen Namen, das ja auch jedem selber überlassen, muss man ja auch nicht. Aber da ist alleine schon, wo man halt einfach eine Sensibilisierung für spürt, hier ist schon nicht ein Gleichgewicht vorhanden. Deswegen reagiere ich so allergisch darauf, wenn hier Leute kommen, die diesen Kanal dafür gebrauchen, um irgendwie sich selbst als Coach oder Berater aufzuspielen. Da kriege ich zu viel. Dafür ist dieser Kanal hier gar nicht gemacht. Dieser Kanal ist dafür gemacht, ich zeige mich verletzlich, um anderen Menschen vielleicht auch somit es leichter zu machen, in ihre Verletzlichkeit zu kommen, sich selbst in ihrer Verletzlichkeit wiederzufinden. Aber nicht, haha, da ist eine verletzlich, jetzt kann ich ihr hier den Lebensweg aufweisen. So, nein. Und vor allen Dingen fremde Menschen, ne, die ich nicht kenne, die ich nicht sehe, die ich nicht gefragt habe danach, was auch immer. Und das ist ganz wichtig. In diesen Konstrukten ist halt oft alleine schon dieses, was man übereinander weiß, ist schon komplett nicht gleich. Da entstehen schon so ein Gap. Ne, also du legst dich preis. Und sie sind die ganze Zeit aber so im Backup. Du weißt von ihnen nichts. Und dann kommt noch dieses, dass sie was in der Hand haben für dein Weiterkommen. Da melden sich bei mir ganz viele Dynamiken, die so aufgebaut sind. Alleine, guck mal, wenn man mal bedenkt, Arzt und Patient. Was der Arzt alles über den Patienten weiß, was für intime Informationen ein Arzt weiß. Was weiß man denn über den Arzt? Vielleicht, was der für einen Abschluss hat, aber man weiß doch sonst nichts über den. Und dieser Macht muss sich ein Arzt bewusst sein, um behutsam dann mit diesen Informationen, mit diesen sensiblen Informationen, wir leben ja in unserer Welt des Datenschutzes und ganz auch immer, ja, dann müssen aber auch Menschen das überhaupt mal lernen, auf emotionaler Ebene, damit eine Behutsamkeit haben, damit umzugehen. Wie gesagt, geht weiter bei Ämtern. Was die alles über dich wissen, was weiß ich denn von der Person, die mir gegenüber sitzt? Was weiß ich von der Person? Ne? Und das ist oft so, wo man schon merkt, es ist irgendwie hier, Das ist immer, wenn Menschen halt im Namen einer Institution handeln. Also sie stehen da nicht als Mensch dir gegenüber, sondern als das Unternehmen, als die Institution. Aber du stehst als Mensch da. Du stehst da mit deinen Informationen. Du stehst da mit deinem Menschsein. Bei der Polizei fällt mir das sind alles diese gleichen Dynamiken. Da auch. Wer ist denn der Polizist, der mir gegenübersteht? Wer ist er denn? Aber er kann von mir fragen, wo ich wohne. Er kann von mir diese ganzen privaten Details rausfinden, weil er im Namen der Polizei arbeitet. Da habe ich ein großes Problem mit. Das ist für mich schon ja, aber Sekunde, wer bist du denn eigentlich? Aber das ist, wenn Menschen aufgrund ihrer Positionen im Namen von, und das beschreibe ich mit dieser Wand. Weil ab dem Moment ist nicht Auge in Auge, wir sind hier zu zweit gegenüber so gefühlt. Ab dem Moment ist, du hast eine Wand, eine Institution, ein Amt oder was auch immer, die aber auch noch gewisse Macht haben. Ne? Und davor sitzt halt eine Person, die im Namen von agiert, die ist dir jetzt gegenübergestellt. Und wie die Person sich verhält, ist dann quasi in den Händen. Klar müssen die sich an einiges halten, aber komm mal dagegen an. Weil ich habe nämlich jetzt so eine Situation, ich habe nämlich jetzt eine neue Bearbeiterin, wird sich eh alles in Luft auflösen. Ich bin ja hier am Bewerbungen schreiben ohne Ende, aber das jetzt ja auch schon länger. Aber ich habe jetzt trotzdem noch mal so auf den letzten paar Metern habe ich jetzt noch mal eine neue Bearbeiterin bekommen. Krass. Krass. Albträume gehabt danach. Wirklich schlimme Albträume gehabt danach. Und dann erstmal zu gucken, wo kann ich mich denn melden? Klar, die haben eine Beschwerdestelle, aber die Beschwerdestelle ist ja Teil von dem Unternehmen. Die sitzen ja alle im selben Boot. Und da ist zum Beispiel bei mir total wichtig, externe Menschen mit dazu zu holen. Und das ist das, was wir jetzt als Erwachsener die Möglichkeit zu haben. Ne? Weil wenn wir wieder in Dynamiken kommen, wo wieder diese komischen Machtstrukturen da sind und du hast wieder das Gefühl, ich klein, wir hier die Großen, die hier den längeren Hebel an der Hand haben, wir können das machen über dein Leben, so, ne? Und ab dem Moment ist so dieses Answitchen, nee, Sekunde, könnt ihr nicht, ich entscheide über mein Leben. So, ich bin jetzt erwachsen. Diese Strukturen wieder in Kontakt mit diesen Dynamiken zu kommen, das kann in einem das Kinder-Ich triggern, dass man nämlich auf einmal wieder sich fühlt wie das kleine Kind, was sein Leben nicht hinbekommt. Ich glaube auch mittlerweile, das hat mehr Auswirkungen auf mich gehabt, die letzten Jahre, meine finanzielle Situation, als es mir wirklich bewusst war. Also ich wusste es, aber ich spüre so langsam jetzt immer mehr, wo ich daraus wachse, weil ich immer mehr wieder jetzt in meine Kraft komme, immer mehr jetzt mich wieder traue, rauszugehen und so. Das war ja ein Heilungsprozess die letzten Jahre. Ne? Ich war in einer Zeit, als ich sagte, oh Gott, sogar einkaufen war für mich schrecklich. Und jetzt kommt wieder diese Isabel durch, so die sagt so, boah, ich hab wieder die Kraft. Ne? Und weil ich jetzt diese Kraft habe, wie ich eben sagte, die Fähigkeiten habe, die Wahrheit zu erkennen, merke ich jetzt, dass dieses Abhängigkeitsverhältnis immens was mit mir gemacht hat. Immens was. Also ich wusste immer schon, dass es was mit mir macht, aber jetzt merke ich nochmal, wie heftig und wie sehr mich das wahrscheinlich auch ständig als Kind hat fühlen lassen, weil das ist wie ein kleines Kind, was ja sein Leben nicht alleine hinbekommt. So. Ne? Und wir alle haben halt, das ist ja im Endeffekt auch der Gedanke eines Sozialstaates so, dass wir alle mal den Anspruch haben in unserem Leben zu sagen, boah, ich habe mal Phasen, da kann ich nicht. Und deshalb bekomme ich dann in dieser Zeit ja auch Unterstützung. Ne? Dafür ist das ja auch gedacht. Aber was das trotzdem unterbewusst macht, wenn man halt an Menschen gerät, die einem dann halt spiegeln, dass sie aber jetzt auch Macht über dich haben. Und das habe ich da die letzten Jahre nicht wahrgenommen. Da muss ich wirklich sagen, habe ich super positive Erfahrungen mitgemacht. Aber jetzt zum Schluss kommt noch mal eine. Und das ist jetzt der Schluss. Und ich glaube, das ist aber nochmal wichtig, weil das in mir nochmal, wie gesagt, diese Situation hochholt, wo ich mich als Kind fühlen könnte. Hat auch diese ganzen Ängste wieder hochgeholt. Deswegen auch hier die ganze Verspannung so. Dieses, ich hab dich im Nacken. Ne? Ich hab dich hier. So. Das ist so richtig ekelhaft. Also es kommt ja nicht von ungefähr, was ich gerade fühle. Aber jetzt kommt so dieses, nee, die erwachsene Isabel ist aber da. Hello. Das ist nicht das kleine, verletzte Kind, was jetzt vor dir sitzt. Ne, und in dem Gespräch kam mein verletztes inneres Kind sehr zum Vorschein, weil ja, sie auch sehr einfühlsam wirkte am Anfang. Aber als sie merkte, so, als ich dann halt mich sicher fühlte, dann das war so heftig, dann war die schlagartig kalt, dann war ein ganzer Wechsel in ihrer Persönlichkeit da. Und dann war so, pff, dann ging sie in die Abwertung rein. Und dann switchte sie wieder und dann ging sie wieder in die Abwertung rein. Also wo ich mir denke, so, testen Sie Ihre Mitarbeiter hier psychologisch gesehen? Müssen die hier irgendwelche Tests machen, bevor sie so einen Job bekommen? Oder dürfen die Menschen sitzen mit unerkannten, fragwürdigen Persönlichkeitsstrukturen? Aber danach wird ja gar nicht gefragt. Ne? Das sollten eigentlich mal Tests sein. Haben hier Menschen sehr fragwürdige, schädliche Persönlichkeitsstrukturen? Und dann dürften die vielleicht solche sozialen Jobs nicht machen. Wäre ja mal was, oder? Fände ich mal gut, solche Tests. Aber deswegen ist das da wichtig, um da rauszuwachsen, um diese Erinnerung nicht abgespeichert zu haben, von wegen, ich bin das hilflose Kind, ich kann nichts tun, jetzt zu merken, eine Sekunde, ich bin erwachsen und ich kann mir extern was dazu holen. Das, was man als Kind nicht konnte. Als Kind, wie ich am Anfang sagte, kannst du nicht externe Berater holen, Anwälte holen, was auch, kannst du nicht. Ne? Also das ist gar nicht die Option. Aber jetzt zu wissen, Sekunde, ich kann. Ich muss das hier nicht schlucken, was hier ist. Ne? In der Diktatur sieht es wieder anders aus. Ne? Also da auch mal Obacht, wo die Entwicklung hingeht. In der Welt. Wobei ich vermute, es muss jetzt alles nochmal so extrem aufkochen und so klar werden, dass ich das vielleicht auch alles nochmal auflösen kann. Aber das ist wieder ein anderes Thema. Ne? Aber das ist jetzt in diesem Fall möglich. Ich kann jetzt sagen, die Sekunde, so nicht. So lasse ich hier nicht mit mir umgehen. Ne? Ich hole mir Leute ins Boot, die nicht mit euch sind. Genau wie bei der Polizei damals, die Beschwerdestelle. Ja, es war ein Polizist, wo ich die Beschwerdestelle leitet. Der dann auch sagte, ich weiß jetzt gar nicht, wer das war, also das kann ich nicht zuordnen. Wo ich mir denke, ich konnte die Uhrzeit sagen, ich konnte den Ort sagen. Man muss doch wissen können, es gab nicht viele Fahrradpolizisten an dem Tag. Man wird doch zuordnen können, welcher Fahrradpolizist dann hier an dieser Straße um diese Uhrzeit Einsatz hatte. Nee, das können wir jetzt leider nicht mehr rausfinden. Weil die decken sich ja, ne? Also diese Systeme decken sich ja untereinander. Und davor aber keine Angst bekommen. Ne? Weil das, meine ich, ist das. Wenn man aus diesen Strukturen kommt oder wenn diese Strukturen halt auch bekannt sind, ne? Wie ich jetzt ganz am Anfang sagte, schädliches Verhalten, die eine Person deckt die andere, du bist quasi dann, ne? Das weckt ja wieder die gleiche Ohnmacht oder diese gleiche Hilflosigkeit. Aber da zu merken, Sekunde, das ist die Erinnerung meines inneren Kindes. Haha, aber jetzt bin ich ja nicht mehr so und so alt, jetzt bin ich ja 34. Sekunde, ich habe jetzt die Möglichkeit, mir andere Leute mit ins Boot zu holen. So, ne? Deswegen sich nicht diese Angst machen lassen. So, wir haben jetzt eine andere Macht, wir haben jetzt eine ganz andere Kraft. Wir sind jetzt in einer Selbstermächtigung, die wir früher nicht hatten. Aber solche Strukturen, solche Dynamiken haben einfach eine Tendenz, dass sie dieses innere Kind answitchen können. Und das dürfen wir erkennen, dass sich dann unser erwachsenes Ich meldet und sagt, jetzt mal Sekunde. Krass, da spült gerade wieder einiges in mir hoch, diese Abhängigkeit, diese Schutzlosigkeit, diese Hilflosigkeit. Aber Sekunde. Jetzt ist jemand mit im Boot, den hatte ich damals nicht. Und das ist mein erwachsenes Ich. Und das hat ganz andere Handlungsmöglichkeiten. Ja? Genau, ja. Und deswegen, ne, diese Arbeit, diese Verbindung zwischen diesen beiden, dem verletzten inneren Kind und der erwachsenen Person und das stärken und dann ein Gefühl dafür zu bekommen, wann switcht sich mein inneres Kind an. Ne? Und das kann, wie gesagt, gerade in Verbindung mit Autoritätspersonen sein. Das kann verschiedensten Möglichkeiten, Situationen sein, wo du vielleicht merkst, boah, irgendwie hier fühle ich mich limitiert in meinem Handlungsraum. Hier switche ich in was und eigentlich wünschte ich würde mich so verhalten, aber irgendwie verhalte ich mich so. Warum? Das sind alles so Indizien, wo man dann mal suchen kann. Erinnert mich diese Situation an eine Situation aus der Vergangenheit? Ist das Verhalten, was ich an den Tag lege, etwas, was ich in der Kindheit gelernt habe? Wo ich aber damals nicht die Möglichkeiten gesehen habe, dass ich mich auch anders verhalten könnte, weil ich, wie gesagt, da sehr limitiert war in meinem Handlungsrahmen. Aber habe ich jetzt als Erwachsener einfach einen anderen Handlungsrahmen zur Verfügung, der sich erstmal beängstigend anfühlt, weil das innere Kind wird sagen so, nein, Hilfe, aber dann sagen so, ey, ich mach das mal, ich probiere das mal, ich bin jetzt ein erwachsener Mensch. Ne? Und da gibt es ja viele verschiedene Worte für, aber für mich passt halt einfach dieses Bild sehr, ich habe das Erwachsene-Ich und ich habe das Kinder-Ich. Und das Kinder-Ich meldet sich für diese Angst, diese Überwältigung, diese, oh nein, ich kann gar nichts machen. So, und dann kommt die Erwachsene und sagt, I know, wir kennen das Gefühl, kommt dir vertraut vor, ist ähnlich, was jetzt hier passiert, aber es gibt einen Unterschied. Ich bin jetzt da. Und ich bin deine Erwachsene. Das alleine finde ich schon. Das ist der Unterschied. Es erscheint so ähnlich. Die Situation scheint so ähnlich. Es scheint dieser Kreislauf und schon wieder das. Und jetzt wiederholt sich das schon wieder und wiederholt sich das schon wieder. Und das ist die Ohnmacht, die das innere Kind spürt. Dieses, ich komme quasi aus dieser traumatisierenden Kindheitssituation nicht raus, weil sie sich immer und immer und immer wiederholt. Und dann muss dieses kommen, Sekunde. Es gibt einen großen Unterschied. Das erwachsene Ich ist jetzt da. Und dieser Unterschied ist gigantisch. Und das ist das erwachsene Ich. Das dann zu dem erwachsenen Ich werden, wo man sagt, und dich hätte ich gebraucht damals und dich brauche ich heute. Bei Game of Thrones ist das eine Szene, wo ich immer dran denken muss, wo den Namen werde ich einblenden, weil mit den Namen war ich da leider sehr schlecht. Der ist ja sehr traumatisiert worden von diesem, von so einem, die Namen, ne? Von einem anderen auf jeden Fall, da ist er sehr gequält worden, traumatisiert worden und war dann nur noch so total verängstigt und also da war das Trauma sowas von offensichtlich. Und dann kam aber die Schwester zu ihm und sagte, ich brauche jetzt meinen Bruder. Er lebt noch in dir. Find ihn für mich. Und das, finde ich, war so die Aussage. Ne? Find ihn, weil er lebt auch noch in dir. Ich brauche jetzt hier zum Kämpfen meinen starken Bruder. Der lebt in dir. Find ihn. Und das ist das so. Ja, das Trauma kann so überwältigend sein. Es kann wieder und wieder ist man in einer Situation, wieder in einem Lebensumstand, der wieder diese traumatisierende Situation aus der Kindheit aktiviert. Und wieder die gleichen Emotionen, wieder die gleiche Überflutung, wieder die gleiche das. Und dann muss der eine entscheidende Bewusstseinspunkt kommen, der sagt, es gibt einen brisanten Unterschied zu dem, was früher war. Und das ist, es gibt jetzt mich. Es gibt mich als erwachsene Version. Und das ist der entscheidende Unterschied. Und die erwachsene Person hat Macht. Die erwachsene Person kann sagen, hier lasse ich mir eine Beratung holen. Da lasse ich das mal überprüfen. Hier stimmt doch irgendwas nicht. Das schlucke ich nicht einfach runter. Diese erwachsene Person gibt es jetzt. Und die hat es früher nicht gegeben. Aber alleine das erwachsene Ich hat ja die Möglichkeit, sich Beratung zur Seite zu ziehen. Unterstützung mit ins Boot zu holen. Das hatte das Kind nicht. Das alleine. Du musst noch nicht mal mehr alleine da stehen und für dich sprechen. Aber du kannst dir andere Leute mit ins Boot holen. Du kannst sagen, du kannst für alles mögliche Beratungsstellen und sagen, was hier läuft. Auch Mobbing am Arbeitsplatz, was auch immer, aber es gibt Beratungsstellen. Und dazu sagen, Sekunde, das lasse ich mal überprüfen. Ich rede mal mit jemandem hier über meine Situation. All das, was als Kind nicht möglich war. Wem wolltest du denn deine Situation mitteilen? Ah, Verräter, du kannst doch die Familie nicht verraten oder was auch immer. Du kannst doch nicht so über uns sprechen. Und das sind ja auch diese ganzen Glaubenssätze, die einen in diesem Käfig gefangen halten. Doch, du darfst sprechen, wenn du das Gefühl hast, boah, wie mit mir umgegangen ist nicht gescheit und du versuchst es anzusprechen. Aber deine Versuche anzusprechen werden mundtot gemacht, werden dann darfst du verdammt nochmal dir woanders eine Beratung holen, um mit jemand anderem auf deine Situation zu gucken. Weil wie wollen wir denn sonst in die Selbstermächtigung kommen? Und das alleine ist die Message. Und was das unserem inneren Kind für eine Message ist, dem zu zeigen, boah, guck mal, meine Erwachsene, die kämpft ja, die geht ja hier ran, die holt sich ja Unterstützung. Genau. Also, das zu diesem Thema zu spüren, wo melden sich hier kindliche Emotionen, wo fühle ich diese Überwältigung, diese Ohnmacht, kenne ich das aus der Kindheit, habe ich mich da gefühlt, ist das hier gerade eine Reinszenierung quasi meiner Kindheitssituation, fühle ich mich wieder genauso wie mein inneres Kind damals und so. Super, das zu erkennen. Ne? Es kann manchmal subtiler sein, wie gesagt, am Arbeitsplatz fängt das schon an, so ein Ducken vor einem Chef zum Beispiel. Ne? Hast du dich schon vor deinem Vater so geduckt? Ne? Das sind Sachen, die wichtig sind zu erkennen. Oder dieses, ich halte mich da raus. Bloß nicht involviert werden, ne? Bloß so dieses, ne? Also diese Muster zu erkennen, boah, verhalte ich mich so, wie ich mich als Kind schon in so einer Streitsituation verhalten habe. Und dann mal zu gucken, will ich das als Erwachsene auch noch? Bin ich damit noch fein? Kann ja auch sein, dass wir als Kind Überlebensstrategien gewählt haben, die super sind, aber die Sache ist, wollen wir immer weiter in der Überlebensstrategie bleiben oder wollen wir mal anfangen zu leben? Weil das ist ja auch ein ganz anderer Unterschied in unserer Lebensqualität. Ob wir uns in einem Dauerüberlebensmodus befinden, weil wir immer Überlebensmodus anwenden, aus unserer Kindheit, die sich aktivieren, oder ob man sagt, nee, aber ich will ja leben, ich will ja als integrierter, erwachsener Mensch leben. Halleluja. Boah, da kam jetzt aber nochmal eine Flut zum Schluss. Also, ich wünsche euch ein schönes Wochenende noch, also einen schönen Sonntag. Sende ganz liebe Grüße und wenn ihr Lust habt, bis zum nächsten Mal. Euer Commander David. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr den von euch noch kennt.
Die Isa.
Maybe you're experiencing unexplained headaches, stomach aches, or even fatigue that just won't go away. While it's easy to attribute these symptoms to external factors like stress or a busy lifestyle, the truth might lie deeper within ourselves, in our emotions. With that said, let's dive into why burying your feelings might be taking a toll on you. Signs your repressed emotions are making you sick. Number 1. Persistent aches and pains. Have you noticed that your body seems to ache more than usual? Without any clear physical cause, stress and repressed emotions can manifest as physical pain, such as tension headaches, muscle stiffness, or stomach discomfort. Number 2. Frequent illnesses. Are you constantly under the weather lately, even when there's no apparent reason for it? Chronic stress weakens the immune system, and if you're constantly under emotional strain, your body might not have the resources it needs to fight off germs effectively. Number 3. Low energy and fatigue. Even if we suppress our emotions, they can still manifest in different ways and impact us. When your mind is preoccupied with unresolved feelings, it can be exhausting, both mentally and physically, leading to a persistent lack of energy that even a good night's sleep or exercising more won't help. Number 4. Difficulty sleeping. Do you lie awake at night, your mind racing with worries and thoughts? Emotions like anxiety, sadness, or anger can disrupt your sleep patterns, leaving you feeling tired and unrested in the morning. Number 5. Changes in appetite. Have you noticed sudden changes in your eating habits? Whether it's overeating or loss of appetite, your body might be using food as a coping mechanism for unresolved feelings, leading to unhealthy eating patterns and potential weight fluctuations. Number 6. Skin problems. Your skin might be trying to tell you something about your emotional state. Stress and repressed emotions can trigger or worsen skin conditions like acne, eczema, or psoriasis. Number 7. Memory and concentration problems. Are you finding it difficult to concentrate or remember things lately? Emotional distress, even when repressed, can impair cognitive function, making it harder to focus, learn, or retain information, and interfere with your ability to think clearly and efficiently. Why repressing your emotions makes you sick. Now, let's talk about why suppressing your emotions can take such a toll on your physical health. It all comes down to the connection between mind and body. When we push aside our feelings instead of processing them, we essentially bottle up all that emotional energy inside ourselves. Think of it like a simmering pot on the stove. If you keep the lid tightly shut, eventually the contents will bubble over. Similarly, repressed emotions create internal pressure, leading to the range of symptoms we mentioned. Studies have shown that when we repress or deny our feelings, our bodies respond with increased levels of stress hormones, like cortisol and adrenaline. This heightened state of physiological arousal can wreak havoc on our emotional well-being through chronic stress, weakening our immune system and disrupting our body's natural physiological balance. What can you do about it? The good news is that you have the power to break free from the cycle of emotional suppression and physical distress. So the next time you notice your body sending you signals in the form of aches, pains, or exhaustion, pause for a moment and ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What emotions might I be avoiding or ignoring? And most importantly, what can I do to give those feelings the attention and care they deserve? Experts recommend finding healthy outlets for expressing your emotions, whether it's through talking to a trusted friend, journaling, or engaging in creative activities like painting or dancing. Give yourself permission to let your feelings flow freely. It's also good to incorporate stress reduction techniques into your daily routine, such as exercise, yoga, or progressive muscle relaxation. These practices can help lower cortisol levels and promote overall well-being. Remember, your emotions are not your enemy. They are messengers, guiding you towards a path of healing and self-awareness. By embracing your feelings rather than burying them, you're nurturing both your mental and physical health. Did this video emotionally resonate with you? What steps will you take to honor your feelings and reclaim your health today? Share your thoughts in the comments down below. Don't forget to like and share this video if you found it helpful, and subscribe to our channel for more insightful mental health content like why your bad habits keep winning and harmful habits are hurting you without knowing it. Thanks for watching.
Today's video was animated by Tiffy M. Love. Join our community of animators at tu@psych2go.net. Keep going, even through the hard days. The world may not be kind, but you can be kind to others and to yourself. Give yourself a much-needed break.
Your body is carrying a very complex mechanism of memory. You think it is not gathering memory with whatever you touch and feel and relate with? If you create a lot of contradictory memory in your system, you will see life will tell later that you will have everything but you feel like you have nothing because it's confused.
My name is Azim. I'm a first-year student pursuing BCom honors. So basically we all know that at this age we get into a relationship, then we broke up. So there was one of my friend recently who broke up, and he asked me to give him some advice on how to move on and how to cope up with things. So being of the same age, I cannot advise him because I don't know how to move on. So my question is that how to move on after that situation.
Well, somebody else has moved on. Even if you stay in the same place, distance will happen. See, let us understand this in terms of life. Not in terms of trend, not in terms of morality, not in terms of right and wrong, but in terms of life. When I say in terms of life, Azim, do you remember how your great 10 generations ago, how your grandfather looked like?
No.
No. But his nose is sitting on your face, yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
So is it true that your body has a tremendous amount of memory?
Yes.
This memory is on many different levels. There is an evolutionary memory, there is a genetic memory, there is a karmic memory, there are conscious levels of memory and unconscious levels of memories, articulate and inarticulate levels of memories. But if your great-grandfather's nose has to sit on your face, obviously your body is carrying a very complex mechanism of memory, isn't it?
Yes.
So this body, if it is capable of such a complex sense of memory, you think it is not gathering memory with whatever you touch and feel and relate with? You think so or no?
Yes.
It does. So it is gathering an enormous amount of memory. This is how you know. See, how to go up the steps, how to go down the steps, it looks very simple, but it's not simple, it's very complex. Your body has to remember, otherwise it cannot go up and go down so simply. Well, today the sports people are talking about muscle memory, building memory into their system so that the sport can be executed at a certain level of efficiency. So this is not only for sport, this is not only for specific activity. Every day you are imbibing so much memory And this memory, if there is a certain kind of congruence to this memory, if there's a certain kind of cohesiveness to this memory will become productive. If there is a certain level of chaos to this memory, then you may know everything, but this memory will work against you because it's contradictory and conflicting within itself. When you say a relationship and when your friend asks you this question, the question itself is coming because it matters, isn't it?
Yes.
If you didn't matter, you could have just forgotten about it and gone on like old pair of shoes. But it matters because you invested your thought, your emotion and maybe even your body. Once you've invested these three things, there is a profound sense of memory about that. If you create a lot of contradictory memory in your system, you will see life will tell later that you will have everything but you feel like you have nothing because it's confused and it's joyless, it doesn't have exuberance. It's very important young people understand the mechanism of what you have been given. If this was just a lump of flesh, you could have done whatever the hell you want with it. But this is a very sophisticated machine. If you treat it sensitively, it can do things in a phenomenal way. Otherwise, it'll do mediocre things. Suppose I gave you, let's say you know nothing about computers. I gave you…
What is he
let's
talking
say,
about? The question
Apple
was something
Air.
else.
Have you seen this model? Yeah. Very thin and sharp. I gave you this, but you don't know what it is. You took it home and started chopping cucumbers. It works very well. It works very well. But isn't it a tragedy that you're using a computer to chop cucumber? Nothing wrong with a cucumber, but something definitely wrong with you, isn't it?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Something very fundamentally wrong with you when you do not understand the significance of what you have on your hands, all significant things will go waste. So, before, not just other human beings, I'm saying before you touch, involve yourself in anything, you must see what is the level of involvement you wish, you must see where do you want to take this, you must also see what are the different impacts it'll have upon you, whether this will work well for this life or work against this life, you must consider. Otherwise, you will become a lose life. Lose… I'm not using the word lose in terms of morality, I'm just talking about lose in terms of not able to fulfill the direction in which you wish to go in your life. Bringing some integrity to this, intellectual integrity, emotional integrity and physical integrity to your life is very, very important. Well, beyond that, if something goes wrong, you just have to understand when you came alone, when you were born, you came alone, and when you die, you'll go alone.
Thank you so much.
That was such a bad answer. I hate this guy. Sadhguru. What a retard, man. What the fuck? Every time I click a video, I'm like, okay, let's try this time. Let's see if he's gonna
Inside
answer.
you, there is a little girl who
He
never
never
disappeared.
answers.
She still lives within you, waiting to be understood, to be seen. Her emotional scars are still there, shaping the way you love, trust, and face the world. Carl Jung showed us that ignoring this hidden part of ourselves prevents us from achieving true self-esteem and emotional fulfillment. But ask, what if the key to truly loving yourself wasn't found on the outside, but deep within you? Both analytical psychology and Zen teachings reveal that only by reconnecting with our lost essence can we unlock an unshakable sense of peace and inner security. If you've ever felt an inexplicable emptiness, if you find yourself repeating the same mistakes without understanding why, or if emotions sometimes overwhelm you for no apparent reason, there is an explanation, and today you will discover it. By the end of this video, you will understand how healing this forgotten part of yourself can forever change your life, and the way you experience love. Stay until the end, because today we will explore a fundamental principle that Carl Jung considered the foundation of all personal transformation. Now let's begin. From childhood we learn to adapt to the world. We are taught to be strong, to hide our pain, to move forward without looking back. But in that process, we leave behind something essential, our inner child. Carl Jung showed us that within each of us exists a vulnerable, creative and authentic part that has often been silenced. How does this affect your life today? More than you can imagine. Unresolved emotional wounds continue to manifest in your present, the way you relate to others, the way you see yourself, the patterns you repeat over and over again without understanding why. But here's the key. Ignoring these signs only prolongs the suffering. However, when you dare to listen to that forgotten part of yourself, a deep healing process begins. Zen Buddhism and Jungian psychology reveal that self-knowledge is the foundation of personal transformation. This is not just a theoretical concept, it is a real practice that can radically change your life. Today, we will explore how reconnecting with your inner child will not only free you from hidden emotional burdens, but will also allow you to experience genuine, stable, and profound self-love. If you are here, it is not by chance. Something within you knows that the time has come to heal. Stay until the end, because this journey will change the way you see yourself and the way you experience love in all its forms. If this message resonates with you, and you want to continue exploring the power of self-knowledge, subscribe now and turn on the notification bell. Each video is another step in your personal transformation. Don't miss it. Now, let's dive into this process. Within each of us, there is a part that remains trapped in time, a version of ourselves that learned to hide in order to survive. Carl Jung called this part the inner child, a manifestation of the personal unconscious that holds not only our happiest memories but also the wounds that shaped our childhood. Even if we believe time has left it behind, that child is still alive within us, influencing how we act, love, and face the world. Childhood is the period when we absorb beliefs about ourselves and how love works. Every experience, every word spoken to us, every gesture of approval or rejection builds the image of who we believe we are. If we grew up in an environment where we felt protected, valued, and understood, our inner child developed with a sense of security. But if, on the other hand, we experienced abandonment, constant criticism, or were taught to suppress our emotions in order to be accepted, that part of us became fragmented, desperately seeking external validation. The problem arises when that unhealed child continues to operate in adulthood without us realizing it. It manifests in the way we treat ourselves, in how we seek affection from others, and in the relationship patterns we repeat. Why do we attract the same kind of relationships? Why do we feel like we're never good enough? Why is it so hard to set boundaries or express what we truly feel? The answer lies in that part of us that still needs to be heard. Jung taught us that the process of individuation, the journey toward our true essence, requires integrating all parts of ourselves, including those we have repressed. To do this, we must first recognize the existence of our inner child and understand how its wounds are reflected in our lives. Many times, the emotions we feel in the present are not actually about the current situation, but rather an unconscious memory from the past. When we feel an irrational fear of abandonment, it may be because we learned in childhood that love was unstable. When we avoid conflict at all costs, it might be because, as children, we were taught that expressing emotions was dangerous. When we push ourselves too hard, it could be because we once believed we only deserved love if we were perfect. Zen Buddhism offers a similar perspective. It speaks of the inner witness, the ability to observe everything within us without judgment. Our conscious mind tells us we are adults, but our unconscious still reacts as if we were defenseless children. The key to breaking these patterns is to develop the ability to observe our emotional world with compassion, not identifying with it, but also not ignoring it. Every time we experience an intense emotion, instead of repressing it or reacting impulsively, we can ask ourselves, which part of me is speaking right now? This practice allows us to recognize when our inner child is seeking to be heard. By doing so, we begin to transform the inner dialogue that limits us. Jung stated that what we deny in ourselves ends up controlling us from the unconscious. That's why the more we avoid our wounds, the more power they have over our decisions. The only way to free ourselves is to face them, not with fear, but with the intention of understanding and healing them. Healing our inner child does not mean reliving past pain. It means giving it what it never received: love, security, and acceptance. It means learning to speak to ourselves with the same tenderness we would use to comfort a scared child. It means stopping the search for external validation and realizing that what we have always been looking for is something only we can give ourselves. This process is not instant. It is a journey of self-discovery that requires patience and commitment. However, with each step we take toward healing, we move closer to a fuller life, more authentic relationships, and a self-love that no longer depends on external validation. Recognizing our inner child is just the first step. Now let's explore how we can begin to heal those wounds and give it the love it has always deserved. Healing your inner child is a profound process that requires more than just recognizing its existence. It involves establishing a connection, allowing it to express itself, and giving it the space it never had. Carl Jung taught us that our unconscious is not a passive place where memories are simply stored. It is a living force that shapes our emotions, thoughts, and daily behaviors. The inner child does not disappear with time. Instead, it continues to seek ways to manifest in our adult life, especially when we encounter situations that trigger its wounds. Every time we feel insecure, fear abandonment, or seek external validation, it is likely that our inner child is reacting from past pain. When we fail to address these emotions, when we repress or ignore them, we are not solving the problem, we are merely burying it deeper. Jung described this as the shadow, the part of us we prefer not to see, yet it continues to operate silently, influencing our decisions without us even realizing it. To truly heal, we must begin by listening to our inner child. This means creating a space for it to express itself, without judgment. without dismissing its feelings. Many of us were taught from an early age that showing vulnerability was a weakness, so we developed defense mechanisms to avoid feeling pain. However, the more we try to block those emotions, the more they control us. True healing happens when we allow ourselves to feel, when we process the past instead of running from it. One of the most effective ways to connect with your inner child is through inner dialogue. Ask yourself, what does my inner child need right now? Maybe it needs comfort, to be heard, or simply to be acknowledged. Imagine you can speak to this child, tell them they are no longer alone, that you are now an adult capable of protecting them and giving them the love they always deserved. This exercise may seem simple, but it has a profound impact on our relationship with ourselves. Zen Buddhism also offers powerful tools for this process.
So real what
it teaches us that suffering arises when we resist what is. Instead of rejecting our past, we can accept it as part of our growth. This does not mean justifying the pain we experienced, but rather recognizing that those experiences were part of our journey, and that now we have the power to transform their impact on our lives. Another key aspect of healing is recognizing the behavioral patterns we unconsciously repeat. If we always end up in relationships where we feel unappreciated, if we avoid expressing emotions out of fear of rejection, or if we constantly seek approval from others, it may be because we are reliving childhood experiences. Our inner child seeks to recreate familiar dynamics, even if they are painful, because to the unconscious mind, the familiar feels safe. This is where self-awareness comes in. Every time we react in a way that causes us suffering, we can pause and ask ourselves, where is this reaction coming from? Am I responding as the adult I am today, or as the child I once was? This simple, active observation shifts how we relate to our emotions, allowing us to respond consciously instead of reacting automatically. Jung spoke of individuation as the process of becoming our most authentic and integrated self. This is only possible when we stop rejecting parts of ourselves and learn to accept them with compassion. Healing our inner child is a fundamental step in this journey because it allows us to reconcile with our deepest emotions and build a relationship of love and respect with ourselves. It is important to remember that this is not a process that happens overnight. Healing is a journey, one that unfolds step by step, with patience and self-compassion. There will be moments when we feel we've made progress, and others when old wounds resurface. But each time we choose to listen to ourselves, each time we allow ourselves to feel, we are taking another step toward a life of greater peace and balance. We will explore how to rebuild the relationship with your inner child, not only on an emotional level but also in your daily life, by integrating habits and practices that strengthen this connection. Rebuilding the bond with your inner child. Reconnecting with your inner child is not just a symbolic act, it is a daily commitment to listening, understanding, and giving them what they never received. Many people believe the past should be left behind, but the truth is, it remains alive in every intense emotion, in every automatic reaction, and in every behavioral pattern we repeat without realizing it. Carl Jung taught us that the only way to transform our psyche is to integrate what we have repressed, and our inner child is one of those forgotten parts, waiting to be acknowledged. The way we speak to ourselves reflects our relationship with this vulnerable part of our being. If our inner voice is harsh, critical, or demanding, we are likely reinforcing the same treatment we received in childhood. Jung said that the unconscious does not distinguish between past and present, which means that every word we tell ourselves today is heard by our inner child as if they were still small. That is why replacing negative self-talk with compassion is essential. When you make a mistake, instead of punishing yourself with thoughts like, I'm a failure, or I never do anything right, ask yourself, if I were comforting a child, what would I say? Most likely you would tell them that mistakes are part of learning, that their worth is not defined by their failures, and that they are still worthy of love. Now try applying that same kindness to yourself. Another crucial aspect of healing is learning to set healthy boundaries. Many people with childhood wounds struggle to say no, to prioritize their own needs, or to walk away from harmful relationships. This happens because as children, we may have learned that love depended on pleasing others. However, adulthood gives us the opportunity to rewrite this story. Every time you set a boundary, every time you choose what's best for you without guilt, you are showing your inner child that they are now safe. This is not about becoming selfish. It is about understanding that self-love is not negotiable. In Zen Buddhism, true compassion is not just directed toward others, it is also directed toward ourselves. Respecting yourself is a form of healing. The inner child is spontaneous, curious, and enjoys the simple things without worrying about perfection or productivity. Yet, as we grow, we unknowingly abandon what once made us happy. When was the last time you painted, danced, sang, or did something purely for fun, without expecting a result? Reconnecting with these activities is not trivial. It is a way of giving your inner child a voice again. Creativity is one of the purest expressions of the soul, and by allowing yourself to explore it, you create space for your inner child to exist freely once more. You don't need to be an artist or have talent. You only need to give yourself permission to enjoy without judgment. Jung spoke of shadow integration, the process of embracing the parts of ourselves that we have ignored rather than fighting against them. By doing this with our inner child, we achieve something incredible. We stop relying on external validation because we learn to give ourselves what we once sought from others. Healing does not mean erasing the past or pretending there was never pain. It means looking at it with compassion and consciously choosing not to let it define us anymore. Every time you treat yourself with kindness, prioritize your well-being, and choose self-love over self-abandonment, you take another step toward healing. This journey is not a straight path. There will be days when you feel like you've made great progress, and others when old wounds resurface. But instead of seeing this as a setback, view it as an opportunity to dive even deeper into your healing. Healing is not a destination. It is a constant journey of self-awareness and acceptance. We will explore how this internal transformation reflects in our relationships and how it reshapes the way we experience love in our daily lives. Healing your inner child is not a one-time event. It is a continuous commitment to loving yourself, listening to yourself, and giving yourself the security you have always deserved. Every time you speak to yourself with kindness, every time you validate your emotions instead of ignoring them, every time you choose what is best for you instead of pleasing others, you are telling that forgotten part of yourself, I am here. You will never be alone again. Self-love does not appear out of nowhere. It is built day by day. It is not about reaching an unattainable perfection or erasing the scars of the past, but about integrating them as part of your story, knowing that they do not define your worth. Carl Jung taught us that the path to wholeness requires accepting every fragment of ourselves, even those we have tried to hide. Zen Buddhism reminds us that healing is not about forcing change, but about allowing ourselves to be who we truly are, without fear, without judgment. When you allow yourself to embrace your inner child, when you give them space to exist without guilt or reproach, you realize that the peace you were searching for outside was always within you. So today, I ask you this. What would you say to your inner child if they were standing in front of you? The way you answer could change everything. If this message resonated with you, subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss more content on psychology, personal growth, and life-changing teachings. Share this video with someone who needs to hear these words and let me know in the comments what part of this process made you reflect the most. See you in the next video.
When a breakup or a separation is communicated between two people, it severs their connection. It's been decided either by one of them or both that they're not a couple anymore, that they'll stop doing coupley things together, that they don't have a future any longer as a couple. However, that doesn't mean that both individuals will sever the emotional connection they feel towards their now ex in their own heart and mind. Hi everyone, and welcome to Becoming an Expert at Self-Leadership. I'm Micah, I'm a psychologist, and in this video I want to talk you through what to do with the emotional connection you may still feel towards your ex, even though you're technically broken up. A sense of emotional connection to someone doesn't go away from one day to the next, so even though your breakup or separation may have been communicated, it's natural for you to still feel some form of emotional connection to your ex, however big your difficulties may have been. This can be the case for all breakup circumstances, you being left, breaking it off, or both agreeing to separate. Your connection grew and built over the course of time, and it also needs time to deconstruct. However, it won't if you don't want it to. If you're not willing to let it dissolve, you'll keep holding on to it, and that prolongs your post-breakup pain. The way you may be holding on to the emotional connection to your ex is by blocking the reality of the breakup from sinking into your inner world, from becoming your personal reality. In your heart of hearts, you maintain that your ex is the only one for you, that it's meant to be, that it's just a phase, and that there is still so much hope for getting back together. You may dissect everything your ex said about the relationship, breakup, and future and find crumbs of hope in these statements like, well, he did say that. In the end, no one can know the future with certainty. Or, now that she started therapy, maybe it'll change the way she sees things. You may ruminate about what you should have done differently or what you can do now to reverse the breakup. You don't want to miss any opportunity of getting back together, even if it's infinitesimal, so you keep yourself ready, hoping, improving, and waiting for both of you to get back together. And for a while, this is natural. However, I'd like to invite you to consider the costs of this approach and for how long you're willing to pay these costs. The price you have to pay for remaining emotionally connected to your ex is that you're stuck in a situation that's neither here nor there. You're not with someone, but emotionally, you're not single either. You don't have someone to fulfill your emotional needs, At the same time, you're investing all of your emotional energy into an imaginary bond. You're not happy with where you are relationship-wise. At the same time, you're not moving someplace new either. Instead of letting go of the idea that your ex is the one and only for you, you're holding yourself in a place of idealizing a relationship you don't have. You remain stuck in loss and abandonment. And if you remain stuck for too long in a painful place, it may become your identity. To be able to continue holding on to a tiny fraction of hope, you're drastically increasing the amount and duration of your pain. And what I'd like to encourage you to do is to sharpen your awareness for the ratio of the benefit and costs. And to ask yourself, am I still willing to pay this steep price for nothing but hope? Does this still make sense to me? In a way, you not wanting to let go of hope quickly shows how much this person and relationship has meant and means to you. It shows how much you're capable of loving. The reason it's so hard to let go of the emotional connection to your former partner is because exactly of how much it has meant to you. And you'd rather stay in that place than face being separate from them. At the same time, I hope for the sake of your recovery that by consciously registering the emotional costs you're paying to be able to keep holding on to tiny bits of hope and an imagined bond, that over the course of the next few weeks and months, this will encourage you more and more to at some point come to the decision, okay, that's enough. I've given this enough of a chance. I'm not willing to remain in this emotional imbalance of benefits and costs any longer. That's when you're ready to allow the reality of the breakup to enter your heart of hearts. When you do that, it does open you up to another wave of grief, but this time it'll be the last surge. Because when you've accepted this reality in your heart of hearts and move through the grief this brings, you're truly processing your emotions. And at some point, your inner world will truly be done and ready for things to get better again. As long as you keep the door to your heart of hearts closed to the reality of the breakup, you're not really processing your emotions. You might wonder, but when is it ever okay to stop hoping? What if my ex keeps sending signals? I want to be thorough and absolutely certain. 2 thoughts. Number 1, ask yourself what may be the benefit for your ex of sending mixed signals or small signs of hope. Why may they be doing that? Often this is done out of attachment fears. On the one hand, knowing you can't be with someone or don't want to be. On the other hand, fearing being alone and wanting to keep your options open. Do you want to be someone's backup plan? Do you want to be someone's buffer for their attachment fears? Would that be fair to yourself? Your ex may also have other reasons for sending mixed signals, like not wanting to lose you as their friend, not wanting to hurt you too much, and thinking that they're being helpful by being ambiguous. They might worry that your separation will be hard to manage if your relationship turns really sour, especially if you have kids together or a joint household to untangle. Whatever the reason, it's likely that it's not because there is a solid amount of hope for a secure, lasting attachment with them. Thought number 2, absolute certainty is a myth. You may never, ever be absolutely certain. A small what if may always remain, and you may have to choose emotional healing over absolute certainty. And even if, at some point in the future, the person that broke it off in your relationship, or both of you decide that you want to give it another try, you're not taking away the chance to say yes then by choosing your mental health and healing now. It might seem like you'd rather keep yourself waiting and ready for that moment, but what if it never comes? And if it does come, is it actually a good idea to get back together? And the time you spend waiting for that moment will be a lot more painful if you remain emotionally attached to your ex and missing them, compared to if you spend it in the mindset of a separate single individual that's actively taking steps to build a happy life for themselves. In the case of breakups, it's very rare for that reality to change simply by resisting it. All that does is wear you down, and after a while, also your friends, who will lose their energy to repeat the same things. So allow yourself to move through the emotions that come up during and after a breakup. Allow the emotional connection to decrease. Allow your hope to decrease. All of that will happen naturally if you allow it to. Your inner world is very good at healing if you let it. Thanks for watching. I wish you all the best. Consider subscribing. Till next time, take care, and remember, you're better off accepting the reality of the breakup and allowing it to sink in in your heart of hearts.
Self-pity is a tough one. It's a complicated one because it's like you're determined to remain in a negative state. Because this is what happens for me. I go, yeah, but this really bad thing has happened. Someone has rejected me. I didn't get something that I wanted. I lost something I wanted to keep. Well, self-pity ain't going to help that. We, what do? Ram Dass said, we savour our misery like wine. We swill it around like connoisseurs. Self-pity is you hold on to something you don't want. You need the principle of acceptance to be free of self-pity. You need to think, well, that has happened. I've lost that relationship, or I've lost that job, or I've lost that person, or someone has said something to me that I don't like and I don't agree with. Not to say that some of these things may not require responses. I'm not saying people are entitled to abuse, harm, or mistreat you. Merely that self-pity isn't something we can live in for long. We can't stay long in self-pity. It is a self-cannibalizing, sort of metastasizing, am I saying that right? Condition. Self-pity eats you away. Self-pity is a negative erosion. All of these things, like self-compassion, lovely. Self-pity, not good. Self-forgiveness, wonderful. Self-pity, not good. An awareness that because with the self-pity, you're incubating the illusion that you are real, and you are not real. You are not real. I know it's real that you're looking at me. I know it's real that I'm looking at you. What is not real is all the various baggage that between us we bring to this exchange. What does he know? He's the bloke off forgetting Sarah Marshall. I hope they like this video. Between us we create various illusions from our emotions, from our misguided impulses designed to keep us alive as animals. Self-pity is when it's gone too far. Self-pity and despair lead to self-destruction. There ain't nothing positive. It's okay to feel sad. I've lost someone has died. This is sad. It's okay to grieve when we are bereaved of a person, of a relationship, of a time or a place or a feeling or a need. Grief is healing, but self-pity is a sort of identification. Grief is a process. Self-pity is a destination. And self-pity is not a place that we can afford to long abide. If you are feeling self-pity, here is what you must do. You help people that are worse off than you. That's why I sometimes go to a homeless shelter or whatever. I don't do it enough. I should do it all the time if I wanted to be truly free. But when I go, I come back to my house and the abundance. My God, a bowl of fruit, so much suffering, so much suffering. But I'm aware of my limitations. I'm not some sort of magic kind of smashing away at homeless shelters with my imagination and my mind. No. But if I go there and if I help, one, I think, oh, well, you're a worthwhile guy. You're trying to help other people. Don't be hard on yourself. Two, fuck me, you've got a lot to be grateful for. Gratitude, very important principle in overturning self-pity. Think of all the things you have. Recognise that we do not have a right to live the lives we live. Granted all the things we've been granted. You know, there is comparison in self-pity. I'm sorry for myself, I should have this. Let go of should have. Of course we are entitled to be treated well by people or whatever, but what I mean to say is get out of the destination of self-pity, grieve if you need to grieve, and be grateful for what you have, particularly if you want to be free of self-pity. Sometimes people don't want to be free of self-pity, it becomes their identity. I've been that person before. Thankfully, I'm not that person now. I'm doing these new videos more frequently now. Please hit the notification button at the end of this video, because then you'll get like a little bell when I post a new video, and I'd like you to get a little bell when I post a video, then I can, I don't know, be buzzing away in your pocket. Sounds like I'd be like a little pocket mosquito. Anyway, subscribe, click the bell, I want more people to watch the YouTube videos. You, specifically.
I feel like this is probably not very popular advice, but this process, this tactic, has been present in every single honest, healthy relationship. Every relationship that was somewhat honest and healthy, like, had to go through this process before it got to that point, and I'll explain what I mean. So if you are anxiously attached, like, let's just use the standard, like, anxious avoidant descriptive terms, right? Like, that both kind of stem from the same thing, right? Because, like, both sort of have this fear of rejection, this fear of intimacy, this fear of losing people, you know what I mean? Like, even avoidance, like, have that. It's just like a different tactic of doing the same things. Like, avoidance will shut people out, they'll close themselves off so they don't have to handle that heartbreak, that rejection. They just stay very detached in the first place, you know what I mean? Anxious people do the opposite. So they're leaning in, they're smothering, they're trying to control so they can earn that love, that validation, to avoid that rejection, the fear of someone leaving, the fear of it ending. If you are in that boat, if you are an anxious person and you find yourself either in a dynamic or usually in dynamics like this, where you feel like you don't have power, you feel like you're very attached to what this other person's doing, maybe you're a little bit obsessive, like, the whole reason that you're so anxious about it is because you are so afraid that this person is going to leave, this person's going to reject you, this person's going to hurt you. There's so much fear. And so all of this anxiety gets put into trying to ensure that that doesn't happen. And so I want to say one thing that like, when relationships start out, I think a lot of times like there's going to be this like heavy like romance aspect, like limerent, like puppy love, you know what I mean? Like a lot of times like initially we feel like, oh my gosh, like this person's everything, this is our person. We're very blinded initially, you know what I mean? And so we end up like pedestalizing people, and that can be really, really fun. And so what happens is it like turns into this high, you know what I mean? And that's fine and that's fun and all, but eventually there's going to come a point where it governs you, it dictates you, because now you're getting these hits from this person who's not even really real. You probably don't even really know this person yet. You probably haven't really seen them through a lot of things. It's just like you're putting all of this fantasy and potential into this person, and so it feels like there's a lot more wrapped up in it than there actually is, if that makes sense. Now this is fun for a period of time, like it is fun to ride out, but there is going to come a point where it stops being fun and it starts being miserable, because now you've put all your power into this person and you're trying so hard to control the specific outcome. You're utilizing them to get, you know, certain feelings, certain needs met. When you reach that point, you have to do something kind of counterintuitive. You have to face the exact thing that you're running from. So like what you're so scared of is you're scared that they're going to abandon you, they're going to leave, the relationship's going to end, whatever. You have to sit with that. There's going to have to come a point where you move from pedestalizing this person, being obsessed with them, being like they're the one, like yada yada yada, to they might not be, and that's okay. And what happens in between can be really messy and heartbreaking, because what has to happen, in my experience, is like you are actually going to have to mourn the potential loss of this person. That's the only way to become detached, is to actually face those fears, face the thing that you're running so hard from, and actually sit with it and accept the fact that this person could reject you, this person could break your heart, and this person could walk away. It could not work out. They could not be the person that you thought they were going to be, and all of that's okay. And I know it's like easier said than done, but a lot of times like this is like a very deep and intimate process of actually sitting with these fears with yourself and actually processing these very real things, like the possibility you basically have to mourn the relationship. And it's interesting, like even in healthy dynamics, like the relationship's not necessarily gonna end, you know what I mean? In fact, it's the only way that the relationship will actually stand a chance. And I will say like this pivoting point is the only time that relationships went from just being a possibility to actually standing a chance. And I'll tell you why. One, because this is when you actually detach and you're healthily secure, because you face this fear. You're not running from the rejection. You're not trying to control the situation. You know what I mean? You've sat with that possible outcome and you are okay with it. Like you feel safe in that. You've held yourself through that process. You know what I mean? And be like when you're in the limerent phases, like you don't actually know this person. Again, like so much of it is fantasy. And when it comes to like an actual relationship, like true love, like intentional love of like deeply knowing a person and like being like intentional with them and like discipline with them, you know what I mean? Like that's a choice. It's not just like this fleeting fantasy, this feeling. So like that's where the difference is. And unfortunately, like that, like when you get to that point, when you truly come to know a person and like all their flaws, that mourning almost always has to happen. Always. Because there's always a point where like that sort of mirage, like that fantasy you have of a person dies, at least to some extent. This doesn't have to be like this massive thing, but like there are initial perceptions we have of people when we start dating them and versus like who they actually are. So no matter what, there always has to be some sort of mourning process, like whether that's the mourning of someone you thought they were, someone you thought they could be, the type of relationship you thought it could be, or just the mourning of the possibility that it might not work out in and of itself. Because that's truly when you take your power back, and that's truly when you can actually become detached, is when you can sit with that and face that and be okay with it, because you know what, you're going to be okay either way. Pro tip for the day.
Listen up, because I wasted over 35 years of my life trying to figure this out, and I don't want you making the same mistakes. Life is short, time is precious, and most people, well, they're sleepwalking through it, chasing all the wrong things, but not you, because you're about to wake up. If you've ever felt like you're meant for more, but you just don't know how to break the cycle of life, this video is for you, because we're about to get real, raw, and a little bit ruthless, because the truth, the world doesn't want you to win, but I do. There's plenty of room at the top, baby. Let's go. Rule number 1, nothing changes outside until you change what's inside. You can buy all the designer clothes, you can get all of the followers, and you can be the life of the party, but if your soul is empty, you'll feel like trash at the end of the day. Your reality is a reflection of your inner world, and if you want better, then you need to heal better, you need to think better, you need to be better. Start here before you chase anything else. Fix your mind, and the rest falls into place. Let me tell you a secret. Nobody on this planet is normal. Not a single one. We are all weird. The difference? Some people hide it and some people own it. Which do you want to be? Stop following the script. Stop trying to fit in with people who don't even know where they're going. Your power is your uniqueness. Own it. And doors start to open where you never expected. You can't pour from an empty cup. If you're running low on self-worth, chasing love won't fix you. Trust me, I've tried. It'll actually just break you worse. Self-love is the foundation. You need to build you first, and then the right relationships come naturally. No begging, no chasing, just attracting. Now let's be real. Sex and love, they're not the same thing. And the most casual flings, they leave people feeling more lost, more disconnected, and straight up drained spiritually, as well as physically and emotionally. When you give your body away without intention, you literally lose pieces of yourself. Please protect your energy, move with purpose. You are too valuable to waste on temporary validation. This world is designed to keep you weak, distracted, broke, and dependent. You think that they want you to wake up? No. They want you consuming, numbing, and following the herd straight to hell. But you, you're different because you're here, you're watching this right now, which means that you have a capability of changing. I don't rock up in people's lives unless they're ready to hear the message. So if you're watching this right now, take this really fucking seriously because it's time for you to unplug. And that means you choosing health. It means choosing knowledge. It means choosing yourself, no matter what society says. Here's a final truth bomb. Life, it's not punishing you. It's training you. Every setback, every heartbreak, every so-called failure, it's the universe, God, whatever you believe in, showing you where you need to grow. And the sooner you learn the lesson, the sooner you get the blessing. The more you resist, the harder it gets. This is what these spiritual people are always saying when they say surrender, surrender, surrender. It means surrender to the lessons. Stop fighting, start learning so that you can level up. So here's the deal. You've got two choices. You keep living on autopilot, chasing the wrong things, stuck in the same cycles, or you wake up, you take control, you start living with intention. And the world is yours when you decide it is. Listen, drop a comment. Tell me what it is that you're wanting to make changes around in your life this year. I'd love to hear what your goals are. I can probably direct you to something that might help you. Hit subscribe if you're loving this vibe. And let's make this year the year that you finally break free from yourself and actually start living the life that you want to live. Trust me, it is very possible. It is very possible. I'm not special. I've done it, and I've done it with hundreds of clients. So please don't think that you can't do this. And if you are struggling, make sure that you check out my academy where you can find helpful courses all about ADHD, mental health, having conscious relationships. It's a whole body of work that I've been working on for the last 7 years about everything I've learned across my journey, and I'd love to share it all with you. Here's a little bit of information so you can see where I've come from. I'll see you all soon, guys. Take care of yourselves. I love you. Please don't ever stop and don't ever give up. Listen up, babe. You've been through some things. Trauma? Yeah, I've been there. ADHD chaos? Oh yeah. Late diagnosed autism? Absolutely. Feeling stuck in a life that isn't lighting you up? Well, that was me too, until I decided that I was done playing small. I've built Maelstrom Academy over the last 7 years for women who are ready to heal, to make bank, and to step into their power. And we're talking about real mental health tools here. We're talking about ADHD mastery. We're talking about actual strategies to build the life and the business that you deserve. This isn't just an online course. This is a whole freaking movement. It's a transformation. It's a fucking glow up. So if you're ready to stop settling and start thriving, then join me, Laura Maelstrom, and we're
She
gonna get you
is
unstuck,
selling this, holy
unstoppable,
shit.
and absolutely unfuckwithable. So if you're ready, just click the link up there and we can talk about how we can do that. I'll see you soon. I love you, babe. Don't ever stop trying.
Have you ever experienced this before? Waking up feeling grumpy, moody, or even depressed? but you feel so much better in the afternoon or at night. Because a few years ago, this is how I felt every morning. It was a period of time when I didn't like what was going on in my life. Once I woke up in the morning, every stress, anxiety, self-doubt, anything that is negative starts to creep in, and they come in a form of anger and sadness. I started to realize this issue when I was having my internship. I didn't like what I was doing. I feel like I'm trapped in a fishbowl, and I was afraid. I was afraid that this is how my life is going to be after graduation. I don't have the motivation to push myself out of bed. I feel lost. And I did a video on that, maybe you can check it out over here. At the same time, this was pre-minimalism period. I was so into fashion that I'll feel sad and bothered in the morning, bothered by dumb questions, dumb worries like why my Instagram likes are so insignificant, am I dressing well enough to impress others, why can't I own those fashion pieces? I mean, now you look back, they are all dumb worries that I give myself, but back then I just don't feel happy at all, especially in the morning. Even though the negative feelings started to fade off from morning to noon, but the cycle continues once again in the next morning once I open my eyes. And I started to love the nighttime and staying up late because it acts as an escapism for me, thinking that I can put all the stress and anxiety tomorrow morning. If you feel the same, that might be something they call diurnal mood variation. It's a symptom of depression in which an individual feels low in the morning. And this condition can also be known as morning depression. I won't play doctor here to claim that I have this symptom. Neither am I suffering from any clinical depression. But I have to admit, what I felt is slightly similar to the symptom at a very mild level. I didn't see this symptom as a serious problem back then. I just live my life feeling moody every morning and let it be. But luckily during my internship period, I started to discover self-development, podcasts and books. You have to know, I'm one of those who think that self-improvement, self-help, it's kind of uncool. But there's one book that changed my whole perspective of self-development and even more, changed my whole life. That would be The Miracle Morning. I was truly inspired by the author, Hal Elrod. I'll keep this short. I've never had a mentor, and Hal Elrod is like a mentor to me. Even though we have never met, but I receive a lot of value from him. And the way he teaches people how to live their life and how to love anyone unconditionally is truly inspiring. And I started to think that this miracle morning can be something that fixes my attitude towards how I live my life, especially in the morning with my morning sadness. So during 2017 Christmas, I bought a Miracle Morning book and gave it to my girlfriend. I wanted us to change our life slowly, one morning at a time. Like all self-help books, we feel extremely motivated after reading the book, and we plan to start our day one on the first day of 2018. And this habit sticks with me until today. I'll say it's something that changes my life. I love waking up in the morning, even though sometimes I might still feel depressed, but now I know how to counter them with Miracle Morning and to push all the negative thoughts away. It gave me a lot of values, and I'd love to share with you guys what is this Miracle Morning about. And first, you probably will ask this question, why even bother to have a morning routine or waking up early? To answer the question, I have to say, how you wake up in the morning affects the rest of your day. It definitely affects mine. If we begin our morning with the right mindset and positive momentum, we can keep them up for the rest of the day. Hal structured the Miracle Morning by introducing 6 habits into a morning routine, and then he created this acronym, SAVERS. S is for silence. Living in this fast-paced, overstimulated and noisy world, our morning is generally chaotic, and what's even worse is our internal chatter, making noises. It reminds us that there's a report behind time, the debt that is overwhelming our financial situation. Our minds are cluttered with all this stress, worries and anxiety. By engaging in a period of purposeful silence, we can gain our clarity, reduce stress and focus on what's truly important, which is our priority. In other words, less clutter, more clarity. And silence in the mind can come in the form of meditation, prayers, reflection, or deep breathing. For me, I've been using a guided meditation app to help me through my process of learning how to meditate. After a year of doing this, sometimes I just let my mind do the work. This is a very crucial step for me in the morning. I have to keep my mind clear and declutter all the negativity out of my mind. A is for affirmation. We all know that this is a tool that is frequently used by successful celebrities. And I know it sounds crazy or even cheesy to talk to yourself with affirming words. But you have to understand that every one of us is affirming and influencing ourselves subconsciously with our internal dialogues. Internal dialogue can be a form of affirming self-talk or a self-deprecating thoughts on your look or capabilities. Whether is it working for or against you, our internal dialogue deeply influences how we handle our daily life and our level of success. So why not do it deliberately? Design a dialogue that can target your limiting beliefs, your fears, your insecurity, instead of feeding them. I wrote my affirmations down on a paper and I recite it every morning. This acts as a counteraction for me to push off all the limiting beliefs that recur every morning and convert them into positive, limitless thoughts. Okay, Patreon time. If you like what you see here and love to support this channel and keep this channel going, you can head down to my Patreon link at the description below, and your contribution can definitely help with the growth of this channel. Appreciate it and let us continue. V for visualization. You can see this as a creative visualization or mental rehearsal, using your imagination to create a mental picture of a winning situation or winning outcome in your life and try to keep it as detailed as possible. Most of us, we are limited by our past. We only recall previous failures that will feed to our limiting beliefs. Visualization, on the other hand, creates a winning vision for us to occupy our mind and give us the motivation to carry on. Whether or not you believe in law of attraction, and that can be a video for another time, to me, visualization acts as a hope for me to look forward to the future outcome and believe in myself. And this practice helped me a lot when it comes to feeling down, feeling lazy, feeling unmotivated. E is for exercising. I don't think we need much explanation on the benefits of exercising and how it boosts our energy in the morning. I believe we all experienced this before. After a long day of work, we just want to go home, sit at our couch and relax. But what about our exercise regime? We shall push it to tomorrow. But that's the excuse we said yesterday. Exercise in the morning before you start anything gives you no excuse to say you don't have the time or you feel tired. It's the same concept as eating the frog first. We do what we dread the most and nothing worse will come after. Personally, I will energize myself with a 15 to 20 minutes yoga routine to stretch my body. I'm someone who is pretty impatient, so yoga does not only train my body, it also trains my patience level. R is for reading. Reading is an essential part of learning, and like I've mentioned, I don't have any mentor, and books are like mentors to me. Learning from successful people through books is the fastest way for me to acquire knowledge to improve every area of my life. And just like exercising, we always have excuse for not reading, so why not do it before you start your day? I'll read 30 minutes or even 1 hour if time allows in the morning. And the last S is scribing. Other than silence, scribing is one of the hardest out of the few practices for me because I'm not good with words and not good with expressing myself and now to written format. I used to cringe when I write something sentimental down because that's just not me. I write down small wins, ideas that can be implemented, lesson learned, and more importantly, what I'm grateful for. Expressing my gratification in the morning helps a lot when it comes to having a bad mood. Showing my appreciation towards life seems like the best way to counter any negative thoughts, making stress, anxiety, worries seems insignificant. So that's the savers and basically my miracle morning routine. By the way, savers are not arranged in any order. You can do it in any sequence that is suitable for you. Personally, I start with silence with a 10 to 20 minutes of meditation. Since I'm in this position, I'll go straight into 5 to 10 minutes visualization. As I'm already on my yoga mat, I'll continue my 20 minutes yoga routine. I'll go to my working desk for my affirmation, which is written in my journal. Then I'll reflect my morning gratification on my journal, and I'll end it with a 30 minutes of reading, audiobook, or podcast. I've created a flow which is easy for me to automate all of these habits. By unfolding the yoga mat, I can complete 3 practices. 2 practices on my journal book, and lastly, beside the journal is the book that I want to read. Every morning, I'll take 1.5 to 2 hours based on my preference to prepare myself for the day. I know that might be kind of long for some. Maybe you can check out Hal Elrod's 60 minutes version for this morning routine. And if you'd like to start this tomorrow and want to have a progressive learning process, you might want to try the 6 minutes version, which is 1 minute for every practice. Then you can slowly increase the duration based on your own preferences. Even though I've practiced Miracle Morning for more than a year now, sometimes I still give myself excuse not to do it. For example, I'll tell myself I didn't have enough sleep last night, I should sleep in. Or it's a weekend, I should give myself a break. And because of these excuses, I tell myself I want to take on these habits serious again. I'll make a separate video, maybe the 30 days challenge for each of these practices, and I'll see how I can structure it because I know all these topics are overrated in this self-development field. But I still want to spread the message across, bring the value to you guys, and let you guys know what are the benefits of having them. Speaking about Miracle Morning routine, the first thing you need to do is wake up early. And that will be the next 30 days challenge that I'll be facing. I'll let you guys know how it goes soon. So that's all I have. Hope this video can give you an insight on how you can make your day better just by creating a Miracle Morning. If you are new here and like this video, you can head down to my channel to check out my other self-development videos out, and I'll continue to make more of this kind of video in the future. Appreciate every single one of you. Thanks for the support, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Hey man, I know where you're at right now. That ache in your chest, that endless cycle of thoughts, the way you keep replaying every moment with her like it's a movie you can't turn off. You're stuck between wanting to move on and hoping she'll come back. But deep down, you already know what you need to do. You need to let go, not half-heartedly, not with one foot still in the past. You need to truly let go and never look back. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about. Because once you break free from this, you won't just get over her. You'll become a stronger, wiser, and more powerful version of yourself. So listen up, because this is the turning point you've been waiting for. Step 1, accept that it's over. The hardest part of moving on is accepting that it's really done. And I mean, really done. No more hoping for closure, no more waiting for her to change her mind, no more analyzing her social media posts like they hold some secret message for you. The moment you let go of the fantasy of what could have been, you free yourself from the grip she has on your mind. Most guys never get past this stage because they hold on to hope like a crutch. But hope is what's keeping you trapped. You have to burn the bridge completely. Think about it. Every time you check your phone, waiting for her to text, every time you look back at old pictures, every time you replay the good memories, you're holding yourself hostage to the past. But here's the truth. She's already moved on. And even if she hasn't, she's not sitting there analyzing every little thing like you are. That realization stings, but it's also what will set you free. Because once you fully accept that she's gone, you can finally start rebuilding your life without her shadow looming over you. Step 2. Cut off all contact. For real. I don't care how strong you think you are. If you keep any kind of connection with her, you will never fully move on. No texting, no calling, no checking her Instagram, no responding to her breadcrumbs when she just wants to check in. She lost access to you the moment she decided to walk away, and you need to make sure she feels that loss. Most guys fail here because they're too scared to fully disconnect. They think, what if she changes her mind? What if she wants to come back? But that's the wrong mindset. You're not her backup plan. You're not some option she can revisit whenever she's bored or lonely. You are the prize. And if she couldn't see that before, that's her loss, not yours. Blocking her, unfollowing her, deleting her number. It's not about being petty, it's about protecting yourself. Because every time you check on her, you're reopening the wound. You're giving her space to still occupy your mind, even when she's no longer in your life. Let me tell you this, once you go truly no contact, your healing speeds up. You start focusing on yourself instead of waiting for her to validate your worth. And that's when you really start to win. Step 3. Redirect that energy into yourself. Right now, all that emotion, all that pain, all that longing, it's energy, and energy needs to go somewhere. If you don't channel it into something productive, it will keep pulling you back to her. So here's what you do. You take every ounce of that energy and you pour it into yourself, the gym, your career, a new hobby, traveling, building the life you've always wanted. Let me ask you something. Who were you before she came into your life? What were your goals before she distracted you? That's the man you need to reconnect with. Because right now, you've put her on a pedestal. But when you start focusing on you again, you'll realize something powerful. She was never the source of your happiness. You were. And here's the kicker. When you truly start leveling up, she will notice. Maybe not today, maybe not next week, but one day she's going to look at you and realize you lost something she'll never get back. But by then, you won't care. Because you won't be the same guy who was crying over her. You'll be the guy who became so strong, so confident, so fulfilled, that losing her was the best thing that ever happened to you. Step 4. Reprogram your mindset. A lot of guys think moving on is just about time. That one day, they'll wake up and magically feel better. But that's not how it works. Moving on is a decision. You have to actively choose to break the patterns that keep pulling you back. That means whenever your mind drifts to her, redirect it. Instead of thinking about what she's doing, think about what you are building. Instead of reminiscing, remind yourself why it ended. And let's be real, half the time, you're not even missing her. You're missing the comfort, the routine, the validation, but you don't need her for that. You can create a life that is so full, so rewarding, that you never have to depend on someone else to make you feel whole. And once you do that, you'll realize something incredible. You never really lost anything. You just got rid of someone who wasn't meant to stay. Step 5. Never look back. Here's where most guys screw up. They do all the right things. They start healing, they start moving on, and then she reaches out. Maybe it's a hey, how have you been? Maybe she suddenly wants to meet up. And all those old feelings come rushing back. Listen to me, don't fall for it. That moment right there, that's your final test. She's not reaching out because she suddenly realized she loves you. She's reaching out because she senses your energy shifting. She feels that she's losing her hold over you, and she wants to pull you back in just enough to keep you on the hook. But you're smarter than that now, you know better. So when that moment comes, you don't respond. You don't give her the satisfaction of knowing she still has power over you. You keep moving forward, because when you truly let go, when you never look back, that's when you win. Final words. Hey man, I know this isn't easy. Letting go is one of the hardest things you'll ever do, but it's also the most powerful. Because once you stop holding on to the past, you open yourself up to a future that is so much bigger, so much better than you ever imagined. You are not defined by this breakup. You are not defined by her absence. You are defined by what you do next. So take this moment, this pain, and use it. Turn it into fuel. Let it push you to become the strongest, most confident, most unshakable version of yourself. And one day, when you look back, you won't just be over her, you'll be grateful she left, because she didn't break you. She set you free. Now go out there and live the life you were meant to live. And if you need more no BS advice, you know where to find me. Stay strong, keep moving forward, and never look back.
Hallo meine Lieben, herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Video von mir. Mein Name ist Marion Weber, ich bin Heilpraktikerin für Psychotherapie und Traumatherapeutin und mache diesen Kanal, um euch darin zu unterstützen, die Folgen von Bindungstrauma zu erkennen und euch Wege aufzuzeigen, wie ihr da rausfindet, um stark, stabil und selbstbewusst euer Leben gestalten zu können. So meine Lieben, heute möchte ich über ein delikates Thema sprechen, das möglicherweise bei vielen auf wenig Gegenliebe stoßen wird. Heute geht es nämlich um er liebt mich nicht, er liebt mich nicht. Und in diesem Thema sind Frauen angesprochen. Das, was ich heute bespreche, gilt für Frauen, nicht für Männer. Und da mache ich wirklich einen Unterschied zwischen Männern und Frauen. Männer und Frauen haben gleichen Wert und gleiche Rechte. Und dennoch sind sie unterschiedlich, Gott sei Dank. Und diesen Unterschied gilt es zu würdigen und zu feiern, im Guten. Das nur nebenbei bemerkt. Und dieses Video jetzt ist für alle Frauen gemacht, die einen Mann aus der Ferne oder aus der Nähe anschwärmen, der aber irgendwie nicht so richtig aus dem Pudding kommt. Und die sich fragen, er liebt mich nicht, er liebt mich nicht. Wenn euch das interessiert, dann bis gleich. Ich kenne das von einigen meiner Single-Freundinnen und ich finde das auch immer wieder im Netz in verschiedenen Gruppen. Und selbstverständlich habe ich das in meinen ganz jungen Jahren auch selbst erlebt. Da gibt es einen Mann, dem man meist zufällig irgendwo begegnet, der nett lächelt oder der strahlende Augen hat oder der einen irgendwas fragt oder etwas an sich hat, das einen berührt. Und möglicherweise treffen wir diesen Mann immer mal wieder. In derselben S-Bahn, im selben Bioladen, samstags im selben Café oder auf derselben Strecke, wenn wir mit unserem Hund spazieren gehen. Egal wo wir einfach gemeinsame Berührungspunkte haben. Dieser Mann lächelt freundlich, schaut uns intensiv an, sagt vielleicht sogar mal Hallo und das war's, weiter nichts. Und dann passiert es. Bei manchen Frauen passiert es gleich, bei anderen nach ein paar Tagen oder nach ein paar Wochen, bei manchen auch erst nach ein paar Monaten. Der Schalter wird umgelegt und sie fragen sich, liebt er mich? Liebt er mich nicht? Liebt er mich? Liebt er mich nicht? Irgendwas ist berührt worden, irgendwas ist aktiviert worden. Eine Sehnsucht, ein Wunsch, ein Verlangen. Durch die Blicke des Mannes, durch sein Lächeln, durch seine Aufmerksamkeit. Und dann beginnen wir Frauen, Gelegenheiten zu kreieren, die es dem Mann ermöglichen können, in Kontakt mit uns zu treten. Wir bummeln vielleicht ein bisschen länger an der Kasse, nachdem wir bezahlt haben und brauchen etwas länger, bis wir unseren Einkauf verstaut haben. In der U-Bahn setzen oder stellen wir uns ganz zufällig in seine Nähe. Auf dem Spaziergang mit den Hunden laufen wir ziemlich zeitgleich die gleiche Strecke und nichts passiert. Der Auserwählte nutzt die angebotene Chance nicht. Und dann sind die Frauen verwirrt. Sie fragen sich, er schaut mich auf diese Art und Weise an, die direkt in mein Herz führt. Und wenn er die Möglichkeit hätte, mit mir Kontakt aufzunehmen, dann tut er das nicht. Was ist los? Ich bin verwirrt. Und an dem Punkt reagieren verschiedene Frauen unterschiedlich. Manche sagen, naja, habe ich mich geirrt, war dann doch nicht so groß sein Interesse an mir und legen das zu den Akten. Andere wiederum sagen, vielleicht hat er es nicht gemerkt, dass er die Chance ergreifen kann oder vielleicht ist er einfach nur zu schüchtern. Und wieder andere sagen, also jetzt will ich es aber wissen, was los ist. Das kann doch nicht sein, dass der mir direkt ins Herz blickt und dann kein Interesse hat. Vielleicht ist er ja gebunden, verheiratet oder in einer Beziehung, aber jetzt hat er mich gesehen und beginnt sich in mich zu verlieben und das bringt ihn in große innere Konflikte. Und dann sagen manche Frauen, okay, wenn das so ist, dann lasse ich lieber die Finger davon. Aber andere denken, wenn er mich näher kennenlernt und wenn er mich lieben lernt, das wird ihm die Kraft geben, aus seiner Beziehung, aus seiner Ehe auszubrechen, um mit mir sein wahres Glück, seine wahre Liebe zu leben. Und wenn Frauen an diesem Punkt angelangt sind, dann ist die Falle zugeschnappt. Und um es ganz klar zu sagen, es ist nicht die Falle, die der Mann gestellt hat, sondern es ist die Falle, in die wir geraten, wenn unsere Gedanken und Gefühle unter dem Einfluss, und zwar unter dem unbewussten Einfluss von Bindungstrauma stehen. Denn dann geht es weiter. Die Frau wird weiter versuchen, herauszufinden, ob der Mann Interesse an ihr hat oder nicht. Wobei sie sich innerlich, und das ist das Gemeine daran, schon sehr sicher ist, dass eine tiefe emotionale Verbundenheit zwischen ihr und dem Mann besteht. Und zwar auch von seiner Seite aus. Es ist so ein bisschen so wie, wenn ich das so intensiv fühle, dann muss er das auch so intensiv fühlen, sonst könnte ich das so nicht fühlen. Und dann wird sie in diesem tiefen, mehr oder weniger unbewussten Glauben immer mehr Gelegenheiten suchen, wie sie dem Mann Kontaktmöglichkeiten zu ihr eröffnen kann. Und je weniger der Mann darauf reagiert, desto mehr wird sie sich bemühen, solche Situationen zu schaffen. Da gibt es Frauen, die hoffen und leiden im Stillen und das kann über Jahre gehen. Andere wiederum werden aktiv und sprechen den Mann aktiv an. Es sind dann die Frauen, die den Kontakt zum Mann aufnehmen und nicht umgekehrt. Dadurch zeigen sie ihr Interesse an ihm. Aber er nicht sein Interesse an ihr. Und aus meiner Sicht, wenn ich auf das Mann-Frau-Spiel schaue, ist das schon ein unglücklicher Anfang. Aus Sicht eines, ich sag mal, gesunden und starken weiblichen Selbstverständnisses würde ich sagen, was soll ich denn mit einem Mann, der nicht manns genug ist, mich anzusprechen, wenn er sich für mich interessiert? Ich möchte ja nicht seine Hebamme sein oder seine Mama, die ihn an die Hand nimmt, wenn es schwierig wird, sondern ich möchte ja einen ebenbürtigen, gleich starken Partner haben. Und aus sehr, sehr vielen Gesprächen mit Männern weiß ich, dass Männer, wenn sie tatsächlich ernsthaftes Interesse an einer Frau haben, die kommen aus den Puschen, die können aktiv werden, die wollen von sich aus auf die Frau zugehen. Die fühlen sich gut dabei, wenn sie das Herz der Frau erobern können, denn sie können dadurch ihre männliche Kraft erfahren. Und das heißt nicht, dass die Frau brav und sittsam warten muss, bis der Mann sich ihrer annimmt, sondern das bedeutet, dass zwei Menschen, die stark in ihrer männlichen und weiblichen Kraft sind, beginnen, einen spannenden und lebendigen Tanz miteinander zu tanzen. Die Frau sagt, hier bin ich in meiner ganzen weiblichen Schönheit und Pracht und bist du stark genug, dich mir zu nähern? Und der Mann sagt, ich sehe dich, du schöne Frau. Ja? Und ich...
Das gibt's nicht mehr in unserer Welt.
Today, we're going to learn about the neuroscience of how to live life without regrets. And we're going to learn this from a very interesting source, people who have died. When I was working as a psychiatrist, I noticed that a lot of my patients struggled with regret. They may have whatever diagnosis, but when I actually talked to them, what I noticed is that they were filled with regret. And this looked like a lot of different things. So for some of y'all, this will look like actual regret about the past, where you're kind of thinking about your past and you're saying, man, I really screwed up. I let that relationship get away from me. That was the best relationship. Breaking up with that person was the biggest mistake I made. Or I can't believe that I didn't study harder in school. And so your mind is kind of occupied in the past and you're filled with regret. And then what happens is your mind is so occupied in the past about the mistakes that you made that you can't even think about fixing them or improving your future.
So here's my situation. I just got back from vacation. I want to eat food that's nutritious and I want to eat food that's tasty. And that's where factor comes in. The cool thing about all these meals is...
For some of y'all, this actually looks like inaction in the present. And how does that relate to regret? Well, you're sort of thinking, well, I don't know what to major in. Should I major in this or should I study this? Should I take this job? Should I not take this job? And so sometimes the fear of regret looks like paralysis in the present because you're so worried about making the wrong choice. If I date the wrong person, or heaven forbid, I marry the wrong person, then it'll ruin my life and I will be filled with regret. So we're paralyzed to act in the present because we don't know what to do. The third way that this looks, and this is the most unusual, is maybe you're someone who's very, very efficiency oriented. And anything that you do has to be perfect. And even when you do a good job, there's a part of your mind that doesn't even let you enjoy it and is kind of beating you up and saying, hey, you could have done this better, you could have done this better, you could have done this better. And if you really tunnel down into that, that's regret too. And so people who are so interested in optimizing every corner of their life, why does your life need to be optimized? What are you looking for? You're looking to wake up tomorrow and not regret the actions of today. So it's really bizarre, but the fear of regret and trying to avoid regret can keep you stuck in the past, keep you paralyzed in the present, and even keep you beating yourself up as you chase a particular future. And so let's understand, what is the fear of regret and where does it really come from? And so the key thing about regret is that it relates to time. So if you sort of think about, okay, what should I major in? What should I study in college? If you had an infinite number of years, then you could pick one thing, and then if that didn't work out, you could pick something else. So if you don't have to worry about this dimension of time, then you don't have to worry about picking the wrong thing. If you have an infinite number of possibilities for relationships, if any particular relationship gets away from you, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you're going to have infinite opportunities in the future. And so if we sort of think about it, what is it that forces us to regret? It's the limitation of time. And if we take it one step further, why is our time limited on this earth? Because we die. So there's this fantastic text called the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying, where this group of Tibetan monks sort of figured this out. They figured out that the fundamental problem with attachment of life and regret is the fear of death. Because since we're going to die one day, our time is limited. Obvious, right? If our time is limited, we have to use time efficiently. We can't afford to make mistakes. And if we screw up, that time is never coming back. So regret has to do with limited time. Limited time has to do with the fear of death. How do we tackle this problem and start to learn how to live life without regrets? This is where we're going to turn to neuroscience. And this is where there's a fascinating case that I want to share with y'all. Generally speaking, when we look at what happens to the brain when we die, we're not actually watching the brain. Someone has died and then we'll do an autopsy, or we can sort of do a brain scan or something like that. We can measure the anatomical structures and we can see what happens to the brain after death. But we don't actually see what happens to the brain when we die. And so there's a really awesome case report that had an EEG, which is an electroencephalogram, which is something that's measuring the electrical activity of the brain. And we've had a couple of cases now in science where we've literally watched the brain die. And what we've learned is incredibly fascinating. The first thing to understand is that when people die, there is a synchronicity of all parts of our brain. And that if you sort of look at what happens is there's this midline cortical structure. There's this one kind of area of the brain that seems to be affected by the process of death. And what we sort of know is that we've seen a bunch of electrical activity, but then we'll have people who go into brain death. We'll see this change in midline cortical activity. We'll see this synchronicity across all the brain. And then if we bring that person back to life, we can actually ask them, what was being dead? What did it feel like? What was it like to actually be dead? And we can actually get answers to what is going on in the brain. So when this goes on in the brain, what is this person's subjective experience? And what we tend to find, and now we've got tons of cases of this kind of stuff, is that when people die, their sense of self kind of dissolves. So they sort of feel this like loss of the barrier of self. So I'm not me anymore. I'm just kind of this formless presence. And I feel really connected to everyone. For some people, life flashes before their eyes. And every moment of your life kind of like runs through your mind. And that could be that synchronicity across all the brain. So you get this hyperactivation of the brain right before you die. But the subjective experience is that I lose my sense of self. I feel like the personhood within me has died. And so the interesting thing is if you ask people like, what was it like to be dead? They actually say it's really great. So there are lots of cases where people really enjoy being dead. I know it's kind of weird, but that's really literally what they say. That when I sort of lose my sense of self, I feel very peaceful. I feel very connected. It feels amazing. It feels like I'm in a womb. I'm not advocating that you'll go kill yourselves. Please don't do that. We're going to teach you how to get all the benefits of that without actually dying. What it comes down to and what people have sort of called this is ego death. So scientists have studied this, and even psychologists have studied this, therapists have studied this. They've concluded that patients go through this experience of ego death when they die. In addition to bodily functions, there's a subjective experience that the sense of self dissolves. And so then the question kind of becomes, okay, if the sense of self dissolves when we die, which makes sense, right? Then, and that makes us feel happy and blissful, then the opposite should be true as well, right? As the sense of self increases, does that increase our pain and suffering of life? And that's what we actually know to be scientifically true as well. And this is where if you look at someone like who has schizophrenia, someone who has schizophrenia has an overactive sense of self. Now that may sound kind of weird. I'm not talking about narcissism. Literally what happens in schizophrenia is the part of our brain that associates ourselves with external stimuli is hyperactive. So I'll give you all a really simple example because I know that sounds confusing. So if I'm walking down the street and I walk past someone who's sitting on a park bench, the part of my brain that sort of governs self doesn't connect those two things. So I don't think that the person sitting on the park bench is in any way connected to me. The events that happen, like other people are living their own lives, there's random events going on in the world, it doesn't all tie back to me. I'm over here and there's random crap going on out there. But when you take someone who has something like paranoid schizophrenia, literally what we know from brain scans and tons of scientific studies is that the part of their brain that governs self ties themselves to all kinds of stimuli in the environment. So suddenly two people sitting on a park bench are monitoring me. There's a car that drove past and then I saw it reverse and park. Holy crap. That person parked because of me. So all of these stimuli all around us suddenly get tied into our sense of self. And this is something that is incredibly, I don't know how to, it's like terrible to live through. These people suffer every day because all of these benign stimuli that have nothing to do with me get associated with me. And so we even have evidence that ego death leads to peace and that hyperactivation of the ego leads to suffering. We also see this in cases of depression. So this is what's really cool, is we can look at studies on psychedelics. And if we look at studies on psychedelics, we know that psychedelics can have a profound positive effect for people who are depressed. And if we look at the mechanism, does a psychedelic affect and help a person with depression? It turns out that the more ego death they experience during their psychedelic experience determines how much their depression improves. And there are even studies that have looked at the therapeutic value of psychedelics, and they've looked at people who haven't benefited. And then they've asked them, what was your psychedelic experience like? And it turns out that the people who had more of an ego death experience, their depression improves. And people who have a psychedelic experience without ego death, their depression actually stays relatively the same. And this is another reason why I don't recommend people go out and just do psychedelics, because it's not that the psychedelic itself magically transforms and gets rid of depression. There seems to be some way to kind of activate that ego death, and that's really what we're looking for. Subjectively, what this feels like is people will say, I feel connected to everyone else, the barriers of self kind of break down, and I'm connected to my other human beings, and this sort of leads to a sense of compassion and stuff like that. And even on the neuroscience standpoint, we kind of know this. We know that when people are depressed, there's a part of their brain that's hyperactive, which is called the default mode network. And the default mode network is the part of our brain that governs our sense of self. And we know that psychedelics disable this. Ketamine, which is a dissociative agent, disables this. And the third thing that's really interesting is meditation disables the default mode network. So now we've reached a point where we kind of have talked to people who have died. We've studied their electrical activity. And we kind of know that as people die, they sort of feel really peaceful. There's this sense of ego death. And the opposite of ego death leads to suffering. So how does the neuroscience of ego death tie into living a life without regrets? And this is where we kind of come back to that Tibetan book of living and dying, where they sort of figured out that what is the cause of the fear of death? How do we as monks conquer the fear of death? And what they concluded is that misidentification with our ego is where the fear of death actually comes from. And this is kind of fascinating, right? Because this is exactly what the neuroscience showed us. When we disidentify from our ego through ego death, then we enter a blissed out state. And the Tibetan monks figured this out thousands of years ago. And so what they sort of figured out is that if you want to live a life of joy and bliss and without regrets, and you want to conquer that fear of death, the way that you do it is by de-identifying with the ego. The Sanskrit term for this is ahamkar, and we're going to dive into this a little bit more. So let's understand how the ahamkar leads to suffering. So when I sort of think about, so now, like, I was born Alok, right? But at some point I became Dr. K. And the interesting thing is that once I become Dr. K, I open myself up to all kinds of joy and suffering. So now that I'm Dr. K, I'm a big guy, and that pumps up my ego, right? And I sort of feel like I'm a somebody. But the interesting thing that happens is the moment I start pumping up my ego, all these other thoughts kind of come in. Well, what happens if there's going to be a doctor one day who's better than I am, who's more handsome and more beautiful than I am? Oh my God, I'm now 40 years old. I'm getting older. Dr. K is going to be older. There's going to be someone sexier and more beautiful and more knowledgeable and knows more than I do. Oh my God, Dr. K is not going to be so great in the future. Or someone will start shit talking me on the internet, right? And now suddenly, like, Dr. K, like, that hurts me because I identify with Dr. K. So the moment that I put on the mantle of this ego identification, I actually open myself up to a lot of pride, but pride doesn't really feel good, right? Even if it feels good for a little while, like anytime you feel prideful, that's not going to last forever. And pride and insecurity go hand in hand. And so I open myself up to a lot of different hurt. And so this is what's kind of weird. The yogis kind of figured out that what I think I am is not really what I am. And you may have experienced this if you sort of thought, oh my God, my life is falling apart. I am screwed. But if you sort of think about I am screwed, the only way you can be screwed is if you are identify with that I. And maybe it's a breakup, or maybe it's failing a single class, and then you think your life is over, but you're unable to take a step back. And at some point, as you grow older, you learn how to take a step back, right? You start to learn, oh, the world doesn't revolve around me. Even though everything with my ego-based life, I thought this was everything in my life, falls apart, it doesn't mean that my life is actually over. So even everyone sort of learns some degree of that distance of identification with the self. And if you really want to conquer this, we're going to teach you a technique that will sort of train you in the process of disidentifying with yourself. And that is something that I call the Mech pilot meditation. So when we sort of sit down and think about ourselves, I think of this as part of me. So if you do studies on people and you ask them, if you lost both of your hands, what would you do? And a lot of people would say things like, okay, if I lost both of my hands, I wouldn't even want to be alive. I would kill myself. I would rather be dead than lose both of my lives. This is the way that people think, because they think I am me and, oh my God, without my hands, I wouldn't be able to live. The interesting thing is when you actually have accidents with people who lose limbs, ahead of time they think that they don't want to live, but afterwards basically everyone adapts. Like 95, I don't have specific statistics, but I want to say 95 to 99% of people actually adapt to losing a limb and are actually totally fine with it. So it's that idea of who they are in the life that they can live that sort of gets changed, and then human beings learn to adapt. So that's not really who you are. And the sense of self changes, right? Your thoughts change, your identity changes. Today I'm a doctor, but I wasn't born a doctor, but I'm still me. I was me when I'm born and I'm me now, but doctor isn't necessarily a part of it, right? Because if doctor is a core part of my identity, then it had to be there when I was born. So there's kind of this weird thing that the yogis kind of figured out, which is that there's a transcendent sense of self. Your emotions change on a day-to-day basis. What you identify changes on a day-to-day basis. Hell, even your gender, for some people, changes over the course of their life. So there's a lot of stuff about our ego that we think we are, where we're really none of those things. And the yogis actually figured out a way to teach you who you truly are. And that's the Mech pilot meditation. And so is it possible to achieve dissolution of the ego or separation from the ego without dying or using psychedelics? And the answer is absolutely. Thankfully, these Tibetan monks and people in ancient India actually figured this out. So I'm going to teach y'all something called the Mech pilot meditation. That's not the original Sanskrit, that's just sort of my adaptation, okay? So we have to start by understanding a little bit about what the ego is from a yogic perspective and what the true self is from a yogic perspective. So what the yogis and monks in ancient India, China, Tibet basically figured out is that there's one part of us that is constant, and that is really what we really truly are. So if you sort of think about your body and mind, the observation that they made is that the body and mind changes over time. And so, for example, who I am can't be my body because I'm always me, but my body is different. So when I'm first born, I'm very small, like I'm maybe like a foot tall. And then as I go on throughout my life, my body will change, but I'm always me. And they sort of tunnel down even further and realize that even these things in the mind, which we normally identify with, even if we don't identify with the body, because even if you lose a limb, like let's say something happens and I lose a hand or I lose a foot, I'm still me. And so the next thing that they kind of looked at is, okay, is me, or does me come from the mind? And they sort of concluded that similarly, me does not come from the mind. So the ego comes from the mind, but who you truly are is outside of the mind as well. And the way that they kind of observed this is that they noticed that once again, the mind fluctuates. So all the activities of the mind are never permanent. All of our emotions, all of our thoughts, even our sense of ego or identity will change over time. I used to be a winner and now I'm a loser. Therefore, that's not really constant. What they tunnel down into and what they discovered is the one thing that is constant is your capacity to experience, observe, or witness. So I know this sounds kind of weird, but if you think about any experience that you've had in life, whether it's good or bad, whether it's painful or pleasurable, the one common element, the one thing that ties together every part of your life is the fact that you experienced it. And even Descartes kind of tunneled down into this or discovered this with cogito ergo sum, which means I think, therefore I am. And what Descartes sort of looked at is he said that, okay, I can't trust my mind. Maybe my mind has hallucinations. Sometimes people think wrong things, so even sensory perceptions can be wrong. But the one thing that is Descartes' foundation as well is no matter whether I'm hallucinating or not, there's at least something that is experiencing the hallucinations. And the yogis discovered the exact same thing. So if we want to disidentify from the ego, and the ego is going to be sort of the way that we attach ourselves to our body and our mind, the way to do that is the mech pilot meditation. And this meditation is very, very simple, but it's actually quite difficult, and you have to do it for a long period of time to really see results. So all you have to do for the mech pilot meditation is just close your eyes.
Auf Deutsch stellen.
And all of the parts of you that you think are you, imagine that you are a pilot controlling a mech. And so if I tell my arm, so this is my arm, right? So I think that this is part of me. But if I kind of just wave it through the air with my eyes closed, what you'll kind of notice is that you can send a command from somewhere up here, and that the body will hopefully listen. You can also send a command from somewhere up here, and the mind will hopefully listen. And y'all may have sort of realized this, that sometimes you try to get your mind to do stuff, but the mind doesn't actually listen. And so then the question becomes, okay, if I'm trying to force my mind to focus, which part of me is forcing the mind to focus? Because it's clearly not like I'm trying to force my mind, right? So in that moment, my mind is outside of me. It's something that I'm trying to exert control over. So the yogis basically figured out, and this is what I encourage y'all to do in the mech pilot meditation, is notice that the things that you normally think are you are actually objects for you to act on. So whether it's flexing my hand, right? Or it's directing my mind to do something. And then something interesting happens. As y'all sort of notice that these things are outside of you, you can also ground yourself kind of in this awareness. And it's kind of hard to describe, but if you close your eyes and you sort of notice, where do you witness things? Where do you sort of feel that interpretation of body signals? Like, where's that center where all of this sensory information comes from? It actually comes from like somewhere up here. So what I want y'all to do in the mech pilot meditation is, first of all, just observe that all of the things that are you are actually things that you can look down on as a mech pilot. And the second step to the meditation is to actually start to sit in that place when you feel identified with the body or the mind. So I recently did this. I got food poisoning recently, and this was one of the challenges that I used to have, where even with food poisoning, I feel like I'm suffering. But the more that I sit inside the mech pilot, the more tolerable the suffering becomes. And my original research when I was doing this work at Harvard Medical School was actually on patients with chronic pain, and I would teach them to meditate. And then I would kind of ask them, hey, what is your pain score when you learn how to meditate? And the interesting thing about this study was that they found that the pain scores did not actually improve. So if you teach someone to meditate who's got metastatic cancer, their pain doesn't actually get better. But as I talked to them, I said, but you are feeling better. Why is that? And they said, well, it feels like there's a window between me and the pain. The pain hasn't actually gotten better. It's just, it affects me less. So this principle is actually tied into this idea of the mech pilot meditation. And the more that you can take distance from yourself and sort of just sit and notice the experience, notice the witness, the more that you can take a step back from your life, the more chill your life will become. And as you get stronger in this technique, as you learn how to witness and just sit with your experience, what you'll start to discover is that your life will have fewer and fewer regrets.
Hey guys, I'm Heidi Prieb. Welcome back to my channel, or welcome if you're new here. This month on this channel, we've been talking about resilience. And one of the things we've gone over is what the difference is between trauma, so something that causes internal disorientation, particularly in our nervous system, and hardship. So hardship being a challenging circumstance that we move through in life that causes us usually to do some form of self-reflection and or growth work in order to overcome and move through. So what I want to talk about today is what we do when we find ourselves in those periods of hardship. So I had kind of an aha moment around this when I was reading Pete Walker's CPTSD From Surviving to Thriving, which if you've been around this channel for a while, you know is one of my all-time favorite books. And you don't have to have CPTSD to relate to what I'm going to say next. But I remember picking up this book and having this kind of fantasy, that reading it and absorbing everything in it, and in particular doing all the healing work that was required of me, would get me to a place where I would always be thriving and never just surviving again. And I do actually think that there's a part of the book that specifically addresses the fact that to be healed does not mean that you live in a perpetual state of thriving. It means that you're able to switch back and forth between periods of thriving and surviving well. And unfortunately, this turned out to be very true of life. No matter how much healing work I did, hard times still came up. Periods of hardship and external challenges still arrived into my life, but I do like to think that I've gotten pretty good at accepting those periods and moving through them as effectively as possible. And when I say as effectively as possible, I mean in the most honest and direct way possible. So in this video, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. What to do if you find yourself in a period where you are not thriving. And in fact, you need to focus for a while on just surviving and getting through. So essentially what we're talking about today is how to suffer well. The first thing that I personally try to focus on anytime I notice that my life is not going the way that I've wanted it to, or some change is coming and forcing itself upon me that I do not want, is to identify that I am in a period of surviving rather than thriving, and try to minimize the time that I'm spending in resistance of that fact. Now, there are always going to be periods of our lives where things happen and we're like, oh, this isn't quite the way I want things to be going. And spending a little bit of time in resistance of those things, pushing back against them, seeing if we can actually not go into that situation that we don't want to happen, can actually be fruitful, right? So a lot of the time, this is an exit route. But sometimes some form of challenge or strife arrives in our lives in a way that is just proving itself to be persistent. And there has to be a point where we reckon with that cleanly and directly and accept for ourselves, right now, I am in the middle of a challenging period. I am going through something regardless of how much I do not want to be going through it. And so it might be time to manage my own expectations. When I am thriving and full of energy and firing on all cylinders, or even just in a period of relative calm and stability, there's a lot of things I can do and a lot of ways I can operate that are just not quite as accessible to me when the stakes of my life are down. And I generally find when I'm going through it in whatever capacity, this step alone is the single most defining one of whether I'm going to make it through this period in a way that feels meaningful and growth-oriented or not. Because this first step is the step of surrender. Accepting something that I do not want to be happening is happening. And I'm gonna have to adjust to that in some way or another, whether I want to or not. So this is our decision, however reluctantly, to welcome in the challenge that has happened upon us and accept that we are going to be in relationship with it for some time moving forward. The reason that this is important is because when bad things happen to us and we do not adjust our expectations for ourselves and what we are going to be capable of as we move through it, we end up with a lot of secondary problems, like shame, and constantly belittling ourselves or being down on ourselves for not being able to do what we're normally doing. Or burnout if we just keep pushing ourselves to meet the same standards that we normally meet under different circumstances. So this is about being real with ourselves, about what is happening, and about the fact that we are going to have to make some adjustments if we want to move through it well. Which leads us to step 2. Step 2 for navigating hardship, and this is one that I've been honing for myself over a number of years, is have an emergency response system already in place. So what does that mean? An emergency response system is essentially a set of expectations you will have for yourself that are different for when you are moving through a hard time than from when you are in periods of stability and ease. The way we develop this emergency response system is by reflecting on other challenging times we've moved through in life and picking out what really helped us authentically navigate through those well versus what simply drained our energy and worked against us. So we want to identify a couple of things. One, what are our bare minimum standards for ourselves and our lives? So the things that we absolutely do not want to let drop at any cost. This can be something like if you are a parent, caring for your child, making sure that they are fed and getting sleep and going to school on time. If you are not a parent, it can be things like taking basic care of yourself. Making sure that you do not get fired during a period of challenge might be something that's a priority to you. And it might not be also, but it might be. So things like that, what are our very basic survival needs that we just need to make sure we are attending to, even if we cannot attend to anything else right now? So something that I like to employ during periods of struggling is the one thing a day principle. I try to pick only one task a day to do. Some days that's getting to work. Other days that's getting exercise. Other days it's cooking one healthy meal. But as soon as I feel overwhelmed and in over my head in some major way in life, I try to boil each day down to just one most crucial thing that has to happen that day and allow myself to consider it enough if I have only done that. And that's usually my response system to something quite intense like depression. But other things we want to look at during this step are just things like what can we be a little bit less strict with ourselves about right now? Not because we want our whole lives to go to hell, but because there might be things that we are day to day spending a lot of energy and willpower on that we actually kind of need some of that energy and willpower back from right now. So can I ease up a little bit on some of these commitments that in the face of this new challenge are just not as important for me to focus on right now? So where can I gain some of my own time and energy back from the areas that are not that important to me when I'm in a state of distress? And on the flip side, where might I need to be a little bit more strict with myself right now? So when I'm really struggling, I try to be stricter than average with myself in areas like getting enough social interaction, going outside every day, getting enough rest. So doing things that under normal circumstances, we might be able to kind of power through without, but when the stakes are really down, we actually need to attend to heavily. So this is going to look totally different person to person, and it's probably also going to look different for you crisis to crisis based on what's happening in your life at any given point in time. But just developing a bit of an idea of where you might be able to naturally relax some of the standards that you normally hold yourself up to.
Oh, that's so
in order
really
to
good.
give yourself more energy back. And
I have
which
a flask and everything, we can
socially,
maybe kill him.
financially, or otherwise exist in your life that you might be able to withdraw from a little bit more heavily during these periods is going to give you a sense of normalcy. There's a quote that I usually hear applied to things like military training, but I think it applies in lots of areas of life, that goes, we do not rise to the
Never mind.
level of our expectations,
Oh,
we fall
God.
to the level of our training. And I think that that is so relevant for moving through hard times in our lives. When we prepare for them, when we expect that they are going to come at some time or another, and we develop plans and systems that we can put in place as soon as we realize they're happening, it takes a humongous amount of mental load off of our plate. So we have more time and energy available to us to simply respond to what is happening. And so those systems are things we might just want to get thinking about when we are not struggling, so that we have plans in place for what we can do once we are. Third thing to focus on when going through a hardship is learning to accept that some things simply cannot be understood or reworked until we have moved through them. Because the perspective that we often so direly want can only come from getting some distance from the experience itself. So this lesson is going to be particularly pertinent for those of you who, like myself, really like to hinge onto the idea of, if I can only understand something, everything will be okay. Some periods of our lives are just periods where things are falling apart and we don't yet have a clear sense of what is going to come next. I was actually thinking about this past winter because I got hit with the flu, like a really bad, totally knocked me out for weeks flu. And the thing about having a virus like that in your system is that you just have to wait it out. Yes, you can take care of yourself as well as you possibly can. Yes, you can make sure that you're getting enough rest and you're getting enough fluids and all of that good stuff, but at the end of the day, sometimes we just have to endure things until they work their way out of our system. And the same is true of many life scenarios. Many things that will later on absolutely become part of the story that you tell yourself about your life, that you will find ways to make sense of and grapple with and accept. While we are moving through them, we just cannot possibly have that perspective on yet. And so the things that become really important during those periods are just having realistic expectations for ourselves, compassion for ourselves, care for ourselves and our lives and the things that matter to us that we do still have, and the ability to just keep enduring until we can get to the place where it will someday all make sense in retrospect. So the point here is that if we want to be healthy human beings, we sometimes just have to let life humble us, and it will. We cannot expect every experience we go through to be this immediate, humongous learning opportunity or thing that we can reframe for the better. Sometimes we just have to take the L, let life kind of pummel us for a little bit, and then wait for the authentic signals in our bodies to tell us when it's time to get back up and fight again. I went through this period last year where after resisting and resisting and resisting all of these different ways in which life was just kind of dealing me blows, I eventually went, I think the only move I have here is to just get on my knees spiritually and emotionally and accept that I don't know what's coming next. I hope it's better than this, but right now all I can do is move through this and hope that there's something better on the other side of it eventually. And of course, there always is. Which brings us to step 4. Once we have accepted we are in the thick of something, we have our emergency responses in place, we have the opportunity to start examining some of the reasons why we may have ended up here. So often, I find that when I'm going through a really challenging period that I have a lot of resistance to, it's often because I'm holding on to some ideal or some hope that actually doesn't really make sense anymore. So something I like to talk about is doing an ideals audit when we are going through it in life, and really examining, what are my values? What am I pushing myself towards? And do I still feel truly aligned with all of those things? Sometimes when we're experiencing a lot of resistance in a way that does not feel like it's growing us in our lives, it's because actually we're pursuing old passions or old goals or old ways of doing things that no longer really align with who we are now. So periods of hardship or challenge can be really good opportunities to check in with ourselves and ask, is there anything that my body is just begging me to let go of? Is there a relationship or a scenario that genuinely just needs to be grieved and moved on from in my life? And if so, now might be the time to attend to that, and to let there be a little bit of a void before something new comes in to take its place. You're going through it anyways, right? If you are in a pit of despair, might as well leave some things that have expired in your life down there so that your climb is a lot lighter on the way back out. Fifth thing that I think is incredibly important, anytime we are moving through a period of hardship, particularly when we are in the middle stages where not a lot is making sense to us, where it just feels like things we care about are falling apart and nothing new is arriving to take their place yet, This, more than any other time in our lives, is the time to stay super attuned to whatever feels right and wrong in our lives. So even if we are feeling very depressed, or very alone, or very hopeless, where can we nonetheless perceive our bodies in very subtle ways saying yes to anything, however disconnected from our overall goals and plans for our lives? So for example, this past winter, I went through a really challenging period where I was grappling with a lot of loss, and the only thing my body wanted to do, the only thing, was write and walk. That was it. And so I decided at some point after a long period of resistance, you know what? I'm going to give myself 1 month, which I luckily could do as a self-employed person, to only listen to what my body wants. And what my body ended up doing was walking for several hours a day and working on a writing project for several hours a day. And the writing project, at least thus far, didn't go anywhere. I never published it, but I was very surprised to find that almost every day, whatever came up in my writing project was something that needed to be processed about the period of time that I was going through. So my body knew I needed time and movement and space to make sense of my experiences in a way that would allow me to integrate them and actually move into the next stage of my life, having grieved the things that needed to be grieved. But for you, it might not be writing or walking that your body needs. It might be something totally different. But this is the time to just get as quiet with ourselves as we possibly can and listen to any subtle no's or yeses that your body might be pummeling you with. Now more than ever, it's likely time to take those things seriously and follow those tiny threads of aliveness, however small and however nonsensical, to where they want to go, because this is the very thing that is going to connect you with the energy you need to start rebuilding your life in a new way, or reconnecting with the things that matter to you in a new way. All hardships, if we actually are able to surrender to them, change us and give us new ways of relating to the world and ourselves and other people on the other side of them. Which leads us to the sixth and penultimate thing that I want to talk about when it comes to going through a hard time, which is recognize any opportunity that you do have now to invest in yourself. So this is an adage that I love so much that I recently picked up from the author Brianna Wiest, who has a ton of amazing books. I was at an event for her last book tour where she was saying, when the stakes are down in life, kind of think of it like the stock market. We sell when it's high, we invest when it's low. So when we are at our lowest, when life has already knocked us off all of the pedestals we were standing on, now is the time to think about, are there changes I want to make that I haven't bothered to spend the time or energy on when my life was going better? Now is probably a great time to invest in myself in new ways and start charting the course towards where I want to go in life next. And again, this can only happen after a period of allowing ourselves to be humbled by life, to adapt to our circumstances, to listen to ourselves and what's important to us now. And then we get to be at choice about where we start heading next. And again, this is a really great opportunity to explore new areas that we may have been neglecting when we were busy with our lives going well. Maybe we can use some of that extra time and energy we've cleared out for ourselves to try out a new passion project, or follow a new hobby, or have some of those hard conversations that we've been putting off for a really long time. So how do we actually use this period of hardship as an opportunity to capitalize on some of the areas that we generally leave neglected in favor of supporting the parts of our lives that are thriving? This is the beginning of stepping into that new future that once you follow it long enough down a particular path is eventually going to give you the perspective you need to make sense of this time and what you were able to take out of it. Which leads us to the last step, step 7, listen to your body's cues to get back to life. So when we get good at things like surrendering to life and grieving things that are gone and moving through our pain effectively and with presence and awareness, what we also want to be paying attention to is, when is this period of suffering letting us know that it wants to be over? So just as there is a time to be humbled, there is also a time to stand up and start facing the fire. And in order to figure out when that time is, we have to be really honest with ourselves. So one of my favorite exchanges that I ever saw on Twitter was someone talking about intuitive eating. And they were saying, if I did intuitive eating, so this kind of dietary philosophy that focuses on following what your body naturally and instinctively wants to eat. They were saying, if I did that, I would just eat pizza all the time. This makes no sense. And someone responded saying, if you are only listening to your cravings for junk food or sugary stuff, you're not actually practicing intuitive eating, because the body is also constantly signaling you towards the healthy things that it wants. And you have to be paying equal attention to those as you are to the sugary cravings if you want to be in balance. And this is the exact attitude that I think we need to take towards our mental health and our spiritual and emotional health as well. We need to know when it's time to lie down and accept the losses in life, but we also have to listen to our bodies and notice when what they are craving is for us to stand up, practice courage, and start charting a new course in some direction. And we have to be really honest with ourselves about when it feels like it's authentically time to do each one. So if you have gone through a long period of struggle, but you're starting to feel positivity and excitement and hope return to your worldview, engage with those things. Follow them. Go where they are trying to lead you. Because those feelings are indicative of the natural return to life that happens after we have gone through authentic grief. And those are just as real and valuable parts of the human experience as any of it. We gotta listen to the body's signals that it's time to go into a period of surviving, and listen to the calls that indicate to us that it's time to go back into a period of thriving, all the same. All right, that's all I'm gonna say for today on this topic, but as always, any thoughts, comments, perspectives, any pieces of advice that you would love to share with others about what you do when you are in these periods of just needing to get through something in life, please leave in the comment section below. As always, I love you guys. I hope you're taking care of yourselves and each other, and I will see you back here again really soon.
Should we make societal changes? Absolutely. Should we try to make more friends? Absolutely. Should we welcome other people? Absolutely. All that stuff is great. And at the same time, the problem is all of that stuff requires someone else. And so do you want to leave your happiness and contentment in life to the RNG of someone else's kindness? I think not. One of the biggest challenges that's facing the world today is a loneliness epidemic. The Surgeon General of the United States released a bulletin earlier this year about how loneliness is a crippling problem for mental health and for people across the US, and we see that all over the world. Now, the biggest problem with loneliness is that as much as you try, you may not be able to fix that by yourself. Loneliness is a problem that requires other people to do something, right? And we're seeing this all across the globe. We're seeing the loss of these things called third spaces, where people kind of go and hang out. We're also seeing a lot of people living more and more online, like me and you, which makes it hard to make new friends. And so it's becoming harder and harder to get socially connected. But there's this huge assumption, which is that social connection is required for happiness or a fulfilling life. But is that actually the case? As we turn to various forms of research on aging, as we look at people like monks who actually live arguably fulfilling lives all by themselves, can you actually be happy by yourself? And that's what we're going to dig into today.
We all watch videos on the internet because we want to change. The problem is that even though we keep watching them, we don't necessarily change. I want to talk to you all about our coaching program. And if you're not interested, just jump forward 20 seconds and get straight to the video. But if you're someone who is ready to actually make change, if you want to see outcomes in 6, 8, 12 weeks, if you guys are struggling with problems like career stuff, burnout stuff, social skills, low self-esteem, if you're trying to struggle to motivate yourself to actually act, that's what we built a coaching program for. Check out the link in the description below to see how coaching can help you. And now on to the video. Let's start with the concept of a fulfilling life. So for most human beings, when we kind of think about, okay, what are we supposed to do in life? It involves relationships, right? So we're in school, we make friends, we go to birthday parties, then we're teenagers, we maybe start to date, we end up getting married, we have kids, we have a fulfilling career, then we have grandkids, and then eventually, we pass away, which is the end of life. Just because the default playbook on life involves relationships doesn't mean that you can't be happy without them. And in order to understand how to be alone by yourself, we actually have to tunnel down a little bit further into what each of these things do for us. Once we understand what having friends and what dating does for us in high school, in university, once we understand the role that children and marriage play in our lives, once we understand these things, we can start to think about how to satisfy those fundamental human needs without necessarily relying on someone else. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So in order to learn to be happy on your own, the first thing that we have to start with is understand what a human being requires in order to feel happy and fulfilled. And the challenge, once again, is that most of these things we kind of default to accomplishing through social relationships. And the three things that human beings basically need to be happy are a sense of identity. You've got to figure out who you are. And once you figure out who you are, you have to build something in the world. You have to have something to show for your time on Earth. This is how you live a fulfilling life, right? You're not just hitting the fast forward button on life until you die. You do something of meaning and significance. And then the third thing that we tend to do is reflect back on the work that we've done and then sort of come to peace with the things that we succeeded in doing and the things that we didn't succeed in doing. So we know from research on, for example, Erik Erikson and stages of life that this is basically what human beings need to feel like they lived a fulfilling life. Now, the challenge, once again, is that for most of these goals, we actually default to accomplishing them through relationships. So let's start with a sense of identity. How do most of us figure out who we are? When we're teenagers, when we're young adults, we're sort of trying to find our tribe, right? So we figure out which clique we're a part of in high school. When we go to university, we sort of define ourselves. Am I an anime nerd? Am I an emo kid? Am I a frat boy? Am I a sorority girl? Am I a jock? Am I a cross-country runner? So we try to develop a sense of identity. And since human beings are social creatures, the easiest way to develop a sense of identity is through relationships with other people, right? Depending on how people treat me, I have a sense of who I am. If I get bullied a lot when I'm growing up, I will think of myself as a worthless person.
if I get treated with love and respect by a romantic partner, I will think of myself as being worthy of love. And so it turns out that as social organisms, it is very easy for human beings to develop a sense of identity through relationships with other people. But if we don't have access to other people, we can still develop a sense of identity. It's just that no one sort of defaults to doing it, right? We have to sort of figure out how to develop a sense of identity on our own. So let's take a quick look at that, right? So as a teenager or young adult, the main goal that we have is to develop a sense of identity. And socially, we do that through things like friends, romantic relationships, and finding our tribe. Now the question becomes, how do we develop a sense of identity if we're a loner? So it turns out that our sense of identity, we've got pretty good research on how this actually forms. It forms from developing a narrative of emotionally salient experiences. This is how human beings form a sense of identity. Now, what does that mean? A narrative of emotionally salient experiences. So what that means is that when we think about who we are, what we do is we take moments of our life that carry emotional energy and then we string them together, and that creates our sense of identity. So if you think about the way that I sort of talk about who I am, people will ask me, okay, Dr. K, tell us about yourself. What do I say? I say, I grew up, I was bullied a lot, right? So that's an emotional experience. I went to school every day, was bullied a lot, was pushed. Every time I went to PE, like people would make fun of me. It was like an absolute mess. Then I played video games, another emotionally salient experience of my life. I loved playing StarCraft. I loved actually winning at something that felt really good. And then I went to university. I failed out of college basically over the course of 2 years. Then I went to India to find myself, sort of discovered who I am, right? Which in that process of going to India was also very like emotionally charged. So I was really lonely for the first 2 weeks I was there. I was crying every day. I wanted to ask my parents to send me a ticket so I could come home. I didn't know what I was doing there, but I stuck it out. So I sort of persevered internally, and then I sort of discovered a source of strength. I started believing in myself, et cetera, et cetera. Then I came back, met my wife, went to med school, trained at Harvard, all that good stuff, and then now I'm doing this. Right? So if you look at the story of my life, who I am, what I identify as, it is a narrative of emotionally salient experiences. Now, if we look at people who have relationships, a lot of times those relationships automatically give us emotionally salient experiences. Oh, I met this person, we had a really toxic relationship, I finally decided to stand up to my abuser, and I left in the middle of the night, and then I met this other person, I went to years of therapy, I met this other person, we got married, we had a destination wedding, it was lots of fun, we had a bachelor party, that was great, I started to have children, and that was a really meaningful moment. So this is the key thing that we don't understand, is that we assume that the relationships are required for a sense of developing identity, but that's not actually what's important. Those relationships create emotional experiences. Because if we look at the emotional circuitry of our brain, half of our emotions, guilt, shame, pride, all of these emotions are social emotions. They require other people, or not require, but are usually triggered by other people. So if we want to be alone, what we need to do is have emotionally salient experiences that give us a sense of our identity, but we don't need other people. It's just other people make that easy, right? When you say, oh, I love you, and someone says, oh, I love you too, let's be together forever. That's an emotionally salient experience. That you can climb to a top of a mountain, and you can be huffing and puffing, feel great about yourself, really feel like you've triumphed, and you can feel great that way. Like you can develop a sense of identity that way. So if you're someone who's struggling to discover who you are and you don't have a whole lot of relationships, my strongest recommendation to you is to do things that are emotionally charged and ideally challenge you in some way, kind of push your limits a little bit, give you an opportunity for perseverance, give you an opportunity for triumph, just do things that matter to you. A couple of other random examples. So I think like travel works really great. Finding yourself by going like backpacking in the mountains is really fantastic. I went to India and stayed in an ashram. But usually the people that I've worked with who are happy by themselves will engage in emotionally relevant experiences. So the second phase that we have is as adults, the main thing that makes us happy is generativity. So what does this mean? So this means that as human beings, we can't just like consume our whole lives. We have to produce stuff. And what is the simplest, easiest thing that you can produce is children and career. So if you look at an adult and you ask an adult, okay, are you happy in life? The majority of them, whether they're happy in life, depends on two things. Do they have a relationship and do they kind of have kids? And are they like building something in the world? Now, this is also where our default playbook means that kind of gives us this idea that in order to be generative as an adult, you have to do well at your job. Somewhere along the way, like jobs started to create a monopoly on like generativity and self-worth for adults. So we measure like how decent a human being is, how generative they are, how much they accomplish in life entirely based on their career. And the second thing that we do is like, have you had kids or not? And y'all will see this crap on social media, right? Where like there are people who are parents who make their whole identity about being a parent. I've even had some really
Big flasks
unfortunate
left.
situations with patients where they've had abusive parents. Like one that I mentioned before is, someone who was like training to be an Olympic athlete and then got pregnant. And then as a result of the pregnancy, they were no longer able to be an Olympic athlete. I don't think that's actually the case. I think they kind of gave
But
up
he
on
was
it
phasing again.
and used the
Okay,
pregnancy
it's
as a
fine.
convenient excuse and then
Huge
proceeded to
flasks.
blame their
We can kill for
child
sure.
for all of the lost hopes and lack of career and all this kind of crap. The key thing, though, is if we sort of look at, okay, how do you know that you've accomplished something in this world? Having kids is a huge part of it. So a lot of human beings will just feel like, once you have kids, it's like this whole different dimension of, meaning and purpose and why you sweat, why you stay up all night, rocking your baby to sleep, and it gives you a sense of like accomplishment. Second thing is career. So that's how we do it through relationships, but what if you're a loner? What if you're a freelancer? What if you're someone who doesn't date and doesn't have kids? Are those required to be happy? Thankfully, we're seeing a lot of, dink couples. So this is double income, no kids. These are two adults who decide not to have children and they can actually live fulfilling lives. And the main issue there is that you need to produce something. So when I work with patients who are not married, don't have kids, a lot of it comes down to things like creative pursuits. So what is your mark upon the world? Sometimes they'll do anything from like volunteer and have a major role in a nonprofit organization, try to make the world a better place. And sometimes that involves friendships and relationships of some kind, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes those people aren't actually very connected with the people that they volunteer with. But the other thing is that artistic or creative endeavors are really, really important here. So it's important to, and then DIY, I'd say, is the third thing. So when I work with people who are like not, very career focused or they're not very like relationship focused, they can still have fulfilling lives. So I worked with a very, very successful musical artist who basically was a complete loner. They had one relationship with something who was, I'm not quite sure if they were like a personal assistant or a best friend or something like that. Like this person would go and even like get them groceries, and like anytime they had to interact with the world, they would like go through this one particular person. But it's not clear to me that they had a deep emotional connection with this person. It was just they kind of focused on their art. And they would create a ton of music, and the music is very, very successful. And so like this, it's absolutely possible. I've seen this in cases of people who are like authors and stuff like that. So some kind of creative pursuit. And then the other thing that I tend to see is that a lot of people will derive a lot of happiness out of DIY kind of things. And what this sort of means is like I've had people who will like garden. Even I garden. I'm actually somewhat of a loner, and we'll maybe talk about my aloneness even at this point in my life. But when you build something with your hands, when you do something like garden, when you like create something, your existence in the world has some merit, right? And this is the biggest problem that I see. It's not just that we're loners. It's that we're wasting our lives. It's that when we wake up every day, we feel alone and we hope that someone else will make this loneliness go away. But why is your day wasted? It's not just because you're lonely. It's because you don't do anything, right? And this is where, once again, we get locked into this idea of like careers as a source of fulfillment, because you look around and all the other human beings are grinding at their career. But the whole problem with careers or jobs is that jobs are no longer like a source of fulfillment for the default person. You actually have to work really, really hard to develop a career, right? There's a big difference between a job and a career. A job is something that you go to every day to pay the bills. A career is something where I have an aspiration, I have a goal, I have something I want to accomplish in life, and the job is a means, a vehicle to that end. And so what I'm seeing a lot of is like, it's not just the loneliness, which sure, if you solve the loneliness, it can solve a lot of these problems. But it's people who are having jobs instead of careers, and it's people who are spending their time fast-forwarding life through video games, pornography, doom scrolling, take your pick. You're just hitting the fast-forward button on your days, trying to extract as much random-ass dopamine as you can get your hands on, because there's nothing fulfilling in your life. These people are not gardening, they're not building things, they're not painting, they're not writing books, they're not making the world a better place, they're not volunteering. And when we start to do all of these things, it gives us a sense, because our brain is pretty good at this, it looks at what you did today and it decides, okay, was this like a good use of our day or not? And we have this default assumption that, okay, we need other people. And the reason for that, the reason that other people are so important, is because once you have a kid, like, time becomes a blur. Like, I have a 9-year-old, and that went by like that, right? Like, it goes by so fast because you were so focused on the day, getting through the day, surviving the day, and then your kid has a birthday, and then you feel fulfilled. Because kids make it easy. And this is the key thing to understand, is when human beings, when our brain evolved, it evolved assuming a certain social interaction. So the most optimal or easiest ways to feel fulfilled involve socialization. But if we tunnel down a little bit further and we understand, okay, how is it that having kids makes us feel fulfilled, we can actually replace it. Then what we do is go to the third stage of life, which is when we're older adults. And then what we do is reflect on life. So at some point,
what happens is we look back, right? So we've like crossed the halfway mark. Let's say we're like 50 years old at this point. We look back on our life and we were grinding or doing whatever. And then this is when people start to have things like midlife crises, right? So that can even be like around 40 or something. You wake up one day, you spent 20 of your adult years doing something, and you kind of look back and you're like, okay, was this a good use of time? And if you feel like it wasn't a good use of time, then you start to panic. And you're like, oh my God, I've wasted my life. Sometimes you get, hair plugs and you get your hair colored and you start wearing sunglasses and you get ear piercings and you buy a convertible if you're a dude. I don't know exactly what the female equivalent is. But you can go through a midlife crisis actually, I do know. I've worked with women who have, wasted their lives because being parents. And then once you're like 48 years old and your kids leave the house and they don't return your phone calls, you're like, all right, I just lost the best 20 years of my life for what? Now I've got like an empty nest, right? So we see these kinds of things. So this is a phase where we look back on our life and we reflect. And this involves a process of grieving, acceptance, recalibration, right? So when we look back on our life, what we'll sort of do if we have relationships and we have children and stuff is we'll be like, okay, how are my kids doing? If my kids are doing pretty well, like I did a decent job, right? I as a human being existed on this earth. And since my kids are doing okay and they have the capacity to make some impact on the world or they're happier, and I look at my child's happiness, I can look at the work that I put in and feel pretty good about it. It's kind of this reflective approach, this kind of retrospection. And if we feel unhappy with it, then what we do is we'll start to panic. We have to grieve. We have to figure out, okay, what am I going to do with the rest of my time? What do I want to do before I die? How am I going to change my life? And so relationships really like solve a lot of those problems. Because if I end up at 55 and I have a healthy married life, if I have kids who are relatively successful, I can be like, all right, Alok, good job, right? At least I have this to show for it. Now, the challenge is that if we don't have those relationships, once again, the default playbook is removed. So we actually have to work a lot harder if we are alone to look at our life and really reflect and figure out what's missing and what isn't. And this is where it's like really simple stuff, and this is where it actually kind of starts to come together. But it's things like bucket lists, right? Really thinking about what do I want to do before I die? How do I want to make my mark upon the world? Right? Like, what would someone say at my eulogy? So I think this is a really good exercise to do for yourself, is to like, if you had a eulogy when you passed away and someone's at your funeral, if you picked one person to deliver the best eulogy, like what would they say about your life? And if you can be happy with what was said, then you will actually be happy later in life. And for some people, that could be like, oh, this person raised 3 wonderful children, and maybe it's your child saying like, oh, like this person was so great, mom or dad was so amazing, we're so happy, we miss them so much. Like, it can be relationship-based, but it doesn't have to be, right? You can have a eulogy where someone was like, this person was an artist, they like, wrote so many books, and they enhanced the pleasure of the world, and this person was like a scientist of some kind, and they made discoveries on genetic engineering, and like so many people have benefited from it. So there are all kinds of things that you can develop a sense of accomplishment from that have nothing to do with relationships. And so overall, like the biggest thing to understand is that if you want to be happy alone, first of all, it's an uphill battle. Second of all, a relationship is a way to fulfill basic psychological and human needs. But we don't need the relationship to do it. We're seeing this a lot. I've seen my patients who are cat ladies and who are very happy. We're going to talk about cats later. I've worked with patients who are artists, who are creatives. There are all kinds of things that people can do. There are also all kinds of people who don't get married and have kids, but still have like very fulfilling lives. So all that stuff is possible. It's just an uphill battle. Once you understand it involves identity, once you understand it involves like accomplishment and generativity, and then reflection, once you do these 3 things, you will be content. Now, we can sort of say this, right? This is the foundation of it. But then there are a couple of other things that we have to consider. So what about things like hormones? And what about things like physiology? So we know, for example, that oxytocin is a bonding hormone. Oxytocin leads to a sense of contentment. So what is the what about the physiology of like physical touch? Because we're seeing a lot of problems like touch starvation, where human beings are sort of physiologically designed to be touched. And if we don't get touched, can we ever truly be happy? So this is where we're gonna turn to some weird things to really look at this. So like we're gonna start with something called post-nut clarity. Now this may sound kind of weird because you're like, what? So there's a very common phenomenon that oftentimes men experience called post-nut clarity. So this is after you finish having an orgasm, whether that's through masturbation or sex. You have this sense of peace, contentedness, and then your brain is also like operating at like a super high level. So it's really interesting because the physiology and neuroscience of post-nut clarity actually gives us a really interesting insight and hypothesis into like the physiology of loneliness. So there are a couple of things that we have to understand. So the first is that, generally speaking, serotonin levels correlate with a sense of peace and contentment, okay? So when our serotonin levels are low, those are implicated in things like anxiety. Those are implicated in things like mood disorders and depression. So our first-line treatment for anxiety disorders and mood disorders, depressive disorders, are serotonin reuptake inhibitors. So what that means is they boost the serotonin in the brain.
the transmission of serotonin in the brain. So let's start with this kind of idea, right? So if I'm anxious and I'm depressed, serotonin usually tends to help. Now let's understand things a little bit more carefully. So what does this have to do with relationships and sexuality? So this is what's really interesting. When serotonin levels in the brain go up, or serotonin transmission in the brain goes up, libido goes down, okay? Even to a certain, and we feel like more peaceful and more contented. So we don't necessarily need other people to increase our serotonin level. So serotonin reuptake inhibitors actually have a side effect of like difficulty orgasming and decreased libido. So this is one thing to understand, is there's almost like this inverse relationship between being really thirsty, longing for a relationship, and serotonin. So the more thirsty we are, the more our testosterone and estrogen is high. Generally speaking, our serotonin will be low. And then once we feel sexually satisfied, all of those sex hormones and stuff kind of calm down. We also get a spurt of oxytocin if we cuddle afterward. And then our serotonin experience levels basically, from a clinical perspective, rise. Now, we don't really have great studies on measuring, you know, internal brain concentrations of serotonin immediately after orgasm. You have to biopsy someone's brain, and it's like really hard to do things like that. Even doing things like a CSF tap, which is tapping your spinal fluid, like this is very invasive and dangerous procedures that can result in like strokes and like screwing up your brain. So we don't actually have data on that. I'm talking about from a clinical perspective. So the key thing to understand is that, first of all, as serotonin levels rise, our libido and stuff goes down. And so the converse is probably true, that as we get really, really horny and as we long for relationships, our serotonin levels are low. So as we figure out ways to endogenously boost our serotonin levels, our needs for relationships actually go down. And we sort of see this if we look at people like monks or even the elderly. So there are two major groups of people that are very happy despite the fact that they're relatively alone. And that's old people and monks. And both of these populations tend to be a little bit less horny, right? And tend to be like kind of okay and peaceful and contented on their own. There's some studies that show that meditation, there's a lot of studies that show that meditation is evidence-based intervention for mood disorders and anxiety disorders. We don't exactly know how it works, but it effectively boosts our serotonin level, even if it doesn't boost our serotonin level. Okay, so that's like the clinical benefit, if that kind of makes sense. So the first thing to understand is the more horny you are, the less happy you'll be. And if we can boost our serotonin levels, your need for other people will actually reduce. So that's one thing about post-nut clarity. The second thing to consider is that if we look at literally what happens to blood flow in the brain with post-nut clarity, prior to post-nut clarity, we have a decreased amount of blood flow to our prefrontal cortex. So what this kind of means is like, the blood flow to the brain is going to parts of the brain that involve like enhancing your horniness. And our prefrontal cortex is what allows us to think big picture, allows us to plan and execute tasks, allows us to like be productive, right, instead of impulsive and distracted. And so the really interesting thing is that when we feel like, very, very like thirsty, or when we feel very lonely, we have blood flow going to these parts of our brain, like our amygdala, our sensory cortices, our thalamus, things like that. And these are very like, engaged in the moment. We're not thinking long term. This is why when people are like relatively horny, they make stupid decisions, right? Like you don't think about the consequences of what we're doing. This is why we have unplanned pregnancies, because when things are hot and heavy, you don't like think about putting on a condom, or like the condom isn't there and then like you weren't expecting this, but you're not gonna like stop this to drive an hour to grab a condom and then come back and finish the sexual act. So like when we're horny, we're dumb. And the moment we're no longer horny, we literally see changes to our blood flow in different parts of the brain. And our blood is like, let's go back to the prefrontal cortex where we can plan and execute tasks and like be productive and all this kind of stuff. So this is also where what we kind of see is that unhappiness comes from blood flow to these particular parts of the brain. And then like you have to choose one or the other. Either I'm going to be horny, stupid, and lonely, or I'm going to be contented, focused, and motivated. And we kind of see like some versions of this in the no-fap community and things like that, that celibacy is like a motivational superpower. And so there's probably some neuroscience and physiology to support those kinds of things. The key thing to keep in mind is that what we really want to focus on is develop a sense of inner peace, develop a sense of contentment, which we'll kind of get to. And there are a lot of other practices that we can do that will kind of get our physiology in place. Now, once again, if we look at people who engage in relationships, they have a very easy way of navigating this dynamic, right? So like, since I'm in a romantic relationship that's sexually active, I can engage in a sexual relationship, I can get my post-nut clarity, and then I can like focus for the next 1 to 3 days. So they kind of have a way from solving that. The issue is that if you're not in a situation like that, your ability to solve it changes some, and we have to really think about how to do that, which we'll get to in a second. The other thing that I just want to mention for a second is that even if you're a loner, one of the things that is actually really, really helpful is that a lot of these touch-related and hormonal-related things don't have to be solved by humans. So we know, for example, that having a pet, like a dog or a cat, increases your survival rate. So having a pet reduces all-cause mortality. So this is like a metric that we use in the medical system that's basically like, does this increase or decrease your chances of dying?
So having a pet, and it works through all different mechanisms. People who have pets are more physically active. You got to take a dog for a walk every day, maybe twice a day. You get more access to nature because you're out to the park, you're out to the garden, you're taking your dog for a hike somewhere. All of those like physical things can be very helpful. But we also know that like emotional relationships with pets can actually be very, very helpful for our mental health. This is why we have things like emotional support animals. We literally will train animals to have a mental health benefit that is comparable to like antidepressant and anti-anxiety medication. We know that when we cuddle our pets, we will also get some degree of touch. We get some degree of oxytocin. So you don't necessarily need humans to fulfill your touch-based needs. So that's absolutely possible. By all means, become a dog person or a cat lady or a cat person, like whatever. But it seems like it really does work, and we have plenty of data to support that. We've kind of talked about two major buckets of stuff, okay? So we've talked about the goals in life and how you can fulfill those goals without necessarily defaulting to other people. We've talked about a couple of physiologic concepts that are really important, like boosting your serotonin level. And then we've also talked about animals. So now we're going to go into a little bit more of the how. And this is when we look to monks. So now I'm going to explain something that I think is like really, really hard to understand. But once you understand it, it's actually mind-blowing and transformative. The biggest thing that monks do that allow them to be content irrespective of their circumstances is they figure out one very simple truth that most of us miss, which is that our happiness is truly internal. Our suffering is truly internal. Now, most of us go through life not really understanding that. So if we take a scenario, let someone breaks up with me, or I don't get a promotion, or take whatever negative thing that you have. So this is an event in the outside world. And then that event crosses over into us. This is the best way that I can describe it. And then creates a reaction in here, right? So when someone breaks up with me, that is an objective event. But then where do I feel the hurt? I feel the hurt in here. Literally, what is the negative impact that it has? It changes my thoughts. It changes my emotions. It changes my view of the future. And if we really stop and think about it, all of the suffering that I experience is not outside of me. It is literally not outside of me. The suffering isn't in the microphone. I can't feel any suffering in here. The suffering is literally in here. It's in my mind. It's in my heart rate. It's in the nausea in my stomach, right? So anything bad that happens to me crosses the threshold from the outside world via our sense organs and then creates a change within us. Now, the biggest thing that monks figure out is that when something crosses over into us, we have the capacity to modify it. We have the capacity to modulate it. And this is scientific fact. The best example of this is research on mindset, right? So this is, I really like this research. It's the work of Carol Dweck. And what Carol Dweck figured out is that there can be a common event, I got a B on a test. And depending on how I internally react to it, that will determine how much I suffer and how much I'm motivated and how depressed I get. Like literally my reaction to things determines my degree of happiness or suffering. So if I get a B on a test and I have a performance mindset, I think to myself, oh my God, it's a B. It's not an A. I lost my 4.0. Everything is over. There's no point in trying anymore because I can't get a perfect GPA anymore. I'm done. If I have a growth mindset, okay, what are the things that I did wrong? How can I use this as a learning experience? How can I be better next time? Right? So these are two very, very, very different perspectives based on one reality, right? The reality is the same. I got a B, but the way that I respond to it creates two very different mental outlooks, motivational changes, etc. Okay, so even if we look at, like when someone goes through a breakup, what do we tell them? Oh, we have to try to convince them that there are other fish in the sea. Why do we try to do that? What are we altering? Of course there are other fish in the sea. We know that there are 8 billion human beings on the planet. When you get broken up with, it's not like you lose the information that other human beings exist. That's not what happens, right? So why do we try to convince people? Because the way that they're internally reacting to this information is actually what's creating the problem. And so if you look at people who are monks, what they do is they train the faculty of internal modification. Training the faculty of internal modification is what's really wild, is like some people may say, okay, maybe you can adjust things 50%. I think you can adjust things 99%. Okay, that's my firm belief. I've been able to make a lot of changes in my life. And what do I attribute to failing out of college versus like training and teaching at Harvard Medical School? It's not like my IQ changed. It's not like my circumstances arguably changed, but really what changed was my internal environment, the way that I started to respond to things. When I got a B, when I got a C, I was like, well, screw it. There's no way that I can, there's no way I can get an A in the class now. So I just stopped working versus like recalibrating when I was in med school. I didn't care what my grades are. I didn't even know what my grades are. I didn't even check my grades. I was like, I'm here to learn medicine, right? That's what school is for.
I'm going off, guys. I'm tired as fuck. So, long stream today. Goddamn. Already.